How interesting would it have been to see previous Skylanders games have battle classes implemented into them? Well, that exactly is a question we're going to be working around for this brand new series of mine. Hey there guys, I'm Ignite the Fire, and welcome to the debut episode of Schooled, the series where I go back to the old Skylanders games and put all of the older Skylanders to battle classes like the Senseis and Skylanders Imaginators. Now this series is going to be 2 weeks long and be uploaded every single day for you guys to help make school a whole lot more bearable, for its centralising theme is being schooled, hence the name. And so since school has started back up for you guys, I'm hoping that having this series uploaded for when you get back from school will make school a whole lot more bearable for you. For those who don't like it, if you do like me, then I suppose it's cherry on top of the cake. But anyways, this first video is going to be looking into each battle class and dissecting what it means to be a part of that class. So I'm basically asking the question, what determines a battle class? What characteristics does a Skylander need to be involved in that battle class? So, to help answer that question, we have all of these different senseis representing their respective battle classes, and they're going to explain to us what a Skylander needs to be determined as their battle class, mind you. And so we're going to start off with Aurora right here, representing, of course, the Swashbuckler class. Now, Swashbucklers can come in many different shapes and sizes, despite what limitations Aurora herself might offer, but that's because they can be aesthetic based, like Bad Juju here, and simply just need a tail, perhaps. But another key characteristic of this battle class is weaponry. As you can see, Aurora here has dual swords, so every single Skylander with dual weapons will be classified as a swashbuckler. But apart from that, there's also the moveset themselves. So any Skylander that is speed-based or flexible can also be a swashbuckler, because swashbucklers all seem to be flexible and speedy in some way, or at least Aurora and Bad Juju most certainly do, but sometimes they can be bulky and powerful, such as Chain Reaction. But moving on to the next class, we have ninjas, represented by, of course, Starcast. Now, ninjas too come in many shapes and sizes, and their weaponry is not limited to just ninja stars, because as you can see with Boom Balloon right here, she has a whip and is still classified as a ninja, mind you. But what ninjas are is they are sneaky, natural ninjas which use enemies' disadvantage of being unable to spot them to their advantage. So any Skylander who uses some sort of trick-based moveset or sneaks around can be classified as a ninja all the more. But the weaponry can also help, especially if there's ninja stars involved. But moving on to the next class, represented by a tri-tip, we have the Smashers. Now, Smashers aren't just about hitting their enemies, they are absolutely about pulverizing them, smashing them into the ground and showing them no mercy. What is left of an enemy when a Smasher faces them is nothing. They absolutely pulverize them. And so any Skylander that is all about just going on to their enemies and giving them an absolute onslaught is what creates a Smasher. And their weapons are probably the most unique, because no Smasher should be bogged down by their weapon. They can come in many shapes and forms, like axes, maces, swords, all of that stuff. But speaking of swords, there is the ninja class, knight class even, represented by Ambush. Now, knights don't only need swords, they can have other weaponry of the sort, but a main thing that distinguishes a knight from all the other classes is their personality. They are honourable and noble beings which speak of honour and dignity during battle, and as long as they have nobility within their personality traits, then they can be considered a knight. But as I was saying before, the sword does most certainly help. But as for our next battle class, we have Quick Shots, represented by Tidepool. So basically, Quick Shots are all about firing off weapons at a incredible speed with pinpoint accuracy. So basically, any Skylander who can fire off fast beams and fire them accurately can be classified as a quick shot. It doesn't necessarily have to be two guns in particular, but quick shots also have a personality of that of being either quite cocky and arrogant, or maybe even crazy and loud. Crazy and loud, that's what I was trying to say. I was about to say uptight, but that wouldn't make much sense. But yeah, personality and skills to pay the bills is what makes a quick shot. But moving on to the next class, which is Brawler, represented by Kingpin. Brawlers are all about trapping their enemies into combos that they can use to defeat their enemy faster than what the enemy has time to land a hit on them. Any skarner that gets up close and personal with their enemy without needing to absolutely pulverize them and instead focuses on combo and skill can be classified as a brawler instead of a smasher, because the two classes have similarities in that regard. But next up, we have, of course, Sorcerer class, represented by Mr. Cat. Basically, sorcerers normally use other characters even to do their own bidding. So anyone who summons anything of any fashion, whether that's little mini allies to help them out of the battlefield, can be classified as a sorcerer, but for the most part their weaponry involves staffs which allow them to bring down beams upon their enemies of some fashion or another. But sometimes they could be guns. As long as they have some sort of beam based ability, then it's sorcerer based, because they're using magic and other people to do their bidding, you could say, but yet they are still very powerful. Then the next class is the Sentinel class. Now, just like for swashbucklers, Sentinels tend to be very agile and flexible. Take Barbella, for instance, who is much more of a rock-based figure. You wouldn't expect her to be as flexible as she is, and yet there you are. So any skarner that not only has a dual ended weapon, but is also flexible and agile in their moveset, can be classified as a Sentinel. But their aesthetics are much different to the previously mentioned swashbuckler, so that's really what distinguishes the two mostly, because Sentinels have no limitation to their aesthetics, whereas swashbucklers tend to have the tails, as I was saying about before. But then moving it on to our last two battle classes right here, we have the Bowslinger class, represented by Buckshot. Now, what determines this class first and foremost is for weaponry. Any sort of bow-based weapon, so crossbows, slingshots, bow and arrows, anything like that is basically what distinguishes this class. But apart from that, they don't really have any defining personality traits, but they are incredibly accurate with their firing skills, just like quick shots. However, if they don't need to fire as quickly, because they're centralized more around range and skill. But for our last battle class, we have bazookas, represented by, of course, Flarewolf. Now, bazookas use giant weaponry to absolutely pulverize their enemies. So rather than getting up close and personal like smashers do, instead they keep their distance and fire off explosive shells towards enemies to not only create quite the fireworks show in most of these cases, but also to have fun blasting at enemies from a distance, or pulverizing them from a distance, you could even say. Characters like Flarewolf, of course, have a very loud and crazy personality, kind of like quick shots in that regard. But overall, their distinguishing feature is definitely that giant weapon that they will tend to have, and the fact that they tend to work with explosives for the most part, because weapons like that fire off explosive shells and stuff. But the point is, that there solidifies what determines a battle class. We've gone through all 10, and so for the next 10 episodes we're going to be looking at each battle class respectively, seeing which skarners would fit into that battle class and why. Now, this series is centralizing around bowslingers, which fit into the same class as Buckshot or Wolfgang. Now, this class is much more smaller than most others, because most characters do not fit into this class, but this time around we have lots of skarners which fit into this class based on weaponry alone. So starting off with Flameslinger, the original bowslinger of skarners. He fits this class quite well, because not only is he very accurate from a distance with his bow and arrow, but that's also his weaponry of choice, a bow and arrow. And he fires them with accuracy despite being blindfolded, so that accuracy in his skill set definitely solidifies him as a bowslinger. And of course, weaponry on top of that most certainly does help. Now, I was saying in my previous schooled video how bowslingers don't just need a bow and arrow, they can also have a slingshot, like Shroomboom right here. Now, what makes Shroomboom a great bowslinger is the fact that he can keep his distance and fire off his spores using his little slingshot and still have pinpoint accuracy nonetheless. So not only is the look of his weapon fitting off a bowslinger class, but also the skill set he has while using it. But then moving on to our Swap Force representative of the Bowslinger class, we have Punk Shock, who didn't fall over this time like that failure. I'm joking, I actually love Stream Boom, don't judge me. But anyway, point is, what makes Punk Shock a Bowslinger is for similar reasoning to Stream Boom, and that's for weaponry alone. She uses a crossbow, and she fires that from a distance, meaning that she has pinpoint accuracy from afar. So that skill set and for crossbow weaponry itself solidifies her as a Bowslinger nonetheless. And not to mention, if we actually look at her weapon right here, there could actually be a string added to that part. So it's really does add to the whole bow and arrow aesthetic of her crossbow weaponry. But finally, our last Bowslinger to come out of Skylanders before Imaginators was Snapshot, who not only fits this class, but also the Knight class, because he has a sword bow and arrow, so his bow and arrow doubles as a bow and a sword, but it centralizes around being a bow. And the fact that his whole weaponry has that aesthetic to it of Traptanium, emphasizing the fact that it is bow-like. Even his mold for his figure makes it look more like a bow than a sword, means that he's got to be a Bowslinger, because he centralizes around using his weaponry as a bow and arrow and not a sword, mind you. So although he fits the Knight class as well, he's more of a Bowslinger than anything, because his skill set, firing pinpoint accurate arrows from a distance, is what really solidifies him as a Bowslinger. And the fact his weapon is emphasized as bow and arrow and not a sword bow and arrow does help with the fact that I feel like Snapshot should be a Bowslinger more so than anything. So yes, there's your Bowslinger characters, each with their own unique weaponry. But all fitting under the same class right here. So like I said before, this might be a smaller battle class than most of us, but it's still a battle class all the more. Today we're looking at Knights, and so basically if there are a dozen Knights in front of you. Now the typical story of Knights of a Round Table often has 25 Knights in terms of the Winchester classical story, that is. But there are several different iterations of this myth, as there are with any other myth you can find in history. So naturally there is iterations where there are a dozen Knights of a Round Table as well. So here we are with the dozen Knights of Skylanders before Imaginators came around, and so clearly Activision stuck with a dozen Knights to create their own Knights of a Round Table. And in this case, the Round Table is of course a portal of power. But enough of that has been said and done. We're actually going to now get in to the Skylanders of the Round Table, or the Knights of the Round Table I should say to be more exact, and talk about why they are Knights. So from Spyro's Adventure we have Chop Chop and Ignitor. Now both of these characters are quite obviously Knights. First of all is their weaponry, they both wield swords, and second of all is their armour. Chop Chop has armour over his skeletal body, and Ignitor is a fire soul encapsulated inside of that enchanted armour, which is incredibly awesome to look at, mind you. But either way, their knightness, you could say, goes far beyond their aesthetics and weaponry, however, because they also have the typical personality traits of a knight as well. Not only does Ignitor in particular have the voice, but both of them have a good idea of their own morals, and as such fight with honour and nobleness in battle. And so that honour and nobleness really does emphasise the fact that these two are of the Knight battle class. Now we are going to skip Giants and head straight into Swap Force for two swappers, them being Doomstone and Blast Zone. These swappers rhymed, and I didn't even know it. But enough of that, or I should have said even, that these swappers are poets, and they didn't even know it. I had to say it's at the end to make it rhyme. But anyway, now with a professional, or a bit more professional even, rhyme out of the way, let's talk about why these two are Knights. So clearly Blast Zone is a Knight for similar reasons to Igniter. He is a fire spirit encapsulated inside that enchanted armour right there, and so the armour alone gives him the aesthetics of a knight, whilst his weaponry does not do that per se. But he also has personality traits of a knight as well, with him being honourable and noble in battle and everything. And Doomstone, whilst he doesn't necessarily have those traits, and neither does he have armour, of the typical armor, typical knight sense even. He still does have armor over more. It's his rock armor, which I am classing for this. But what really makes this guy a knight is the fact that he has a little column thing up there and a shield. So this is a similar pose to how most other Skylanders with both a sword and a shield would hold those weaponry right there. So just because it's not a sword doesn't make it a knight's weapon, because he still smashes it down like it was a sword with that column and everything. So it's knighty enough for me, hence Doomstone is a knight in my personal opinion. But you guys could disagree with that, and that's entirely fine. Let me know about that in the comment section below, mind you. But enough of comment plugging. We're going to move from Swap Force onto the Trap Team cores involving Flipwreck, Blades, and Trailblazer. Now, Trailblazer is probably the one which you disagree with most out of all of these, but here is my reasoning as to why Trailblazer is a knight, and it's simply because, first of all, he's wearing armor, so not only is that a typical aesthetic of a knight, but he's also a horse. And he looks like a horse that would be rode by a knight like Ignitor. So of course, horses were traditional animals for knights to ride, especially when it came to things like jousting and sports like that, where they would ride on horseback. And so Trailblazer being a direct reference to that, I feel, and having the aesthetics of a knight is enough to make him a knight, I feel. But anyway, moving on to the more obvious knights, Blades and Flipwreck. So Blades has a multitude of swords that he uses, and then he also has a sword tail as well as a huge chunk of armor that covers his entire body. Not only that, but he also speaks in a voice similar to that of the previously mentioned Ignitor, and in that voice he can sense his personality traits of honor and nobleness. So yeah, Blades is a perfect knight, mind you, even if he doesn't use that sword tail apart from his jump attacks. And finally there is Flipwreck, who is here for similar reasons to Doomstone and Chop Chop, because as I was showing off before, he has both a sword and a shield, both traditional weapons of a knight. So that alone is enough to make him a knight, the fact that he has that form of weaponry, mind you. But either way, now we're going to move on to the first two Trap Masters of the Knight class, and that is, don't fall over, Nightmare, please, that would be a nightmare. But anyway, we have Nightlight and Nightmare. Now, first of all, they literally have Knight in the name, so how could they not be knights? But second of all, they both wear armor. Like, Nightmare has her dark armor and Nightlight has his owl-like armor. Now, Nightlight is more of a traditional knight because he stands for honor and nobleness more than what Nightmare does. But both of them have the huge Traptanium swords, so how could they not be knights in that case? And I was speaking before about how certain knights would have, of course, rode on horseback. Well, Nightmare is half horse, half whatever that other half is. So basically, technically, she is on horseback. So that does emphasize a trait of a knight as well. Hence, these are both great knights right here. But again, it's mostly the name and the weaponry, but the name does help. And then moving on to our last two Trap Masters, because for some reason there were so many Trap Masters with swords. Basically, we have Crypt King and Thunderbolt right here. I mean Crypt Crusher, I mean Crypt King. Yeah, I got it right the first time. But anyway, Crypt King and Thunderbolt both have armor, although Crypt King's is a whole lot more magnificent, you could say. And very similar to the previously mentioned Chop Chops as well. But Thunderbolt most certainly still does have it. But as always, they have swords just like the rest of the cast here, so that makes them great knights in that regard. Now, whilst Thunderbolt does stray away from the typical personalities of a knight, Crypt King, on the other hand, once again fights with nobleness and honor. And he also speaks like that of a knight, not only with what he says, but how he says it. Again, similar to the previously mentioned Ignitor. I know I go back to this example, but I just think Ignitor and Chop Chop being the first knights are the best examples of knights to come. But anyway, so now we have our last two knights of the dozen knights of the Round Table, and they are, of course, from Superchargers. And so, they are none other than Lava Lance Eruptor and High Volt. Now, Lava Lanceruptor is clearly a knight because he has a lance, and I was kind of alluding to before about knights that fight, or not necessarily fight, but compete in sports like jousting. Well, if they would use lances like that, not to mention the actual moveset of Lava Lanceruptor is also highly reflective of knights as well, for the fact that he charges forward with his lance and everything. And then he also has armour, even if it is just armour to allow for his mohawk to show through. But then there is High Volt, who is a police officer, so you can't get any more honourable than a police officer. If they are out to protect you and to comfort you, and that's exactly what High Volt does. He's very good at his job. Not only that, but he has a shield and a staff-like weapon, which could classify as a misshapen sword, in my personal opinion. So not only does he fight with honour and nobleness, but he also has weaponry of a knight, and he has chunks of armour to match the aesthetics of knights also. But yes, that does it for our dozen knights of a round table. Although, clever viewers would have noticed that we do not have 12 knights here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Well, that's because in the Knights of a Round Table Legends, sure, whilst there was a dozen knights, there was also King Arthur. So, King Arthur, I feel, is represented by Igniter, not only because he's my favourite, but as I was saying before, Igniter and Chop Chop are both from Spice Adventures, so they were the very first knights introduced into the franchise. And since Igniter is a starter pack character for that same game, I just feel like he has that little bit more of an impact, and he's my favourite, so again, that's something that most certainly helps him out. So yes, you can't have Knights of a Round Table without King Arthur, so we now have King Arthur and our dozen knights that are actually a dozen of them this time. Now, I have been a fool. I know, right, that doesn't make much change, but the point is that I missed 2 nights around. I entirely neglected the Giants knights for whatever reason. Well, not Giants themselves, but cores from the Giants game. And so now we're going to be returning back to them, so it turns out that there's 14 knights of a round table rather than a dozen, but hey, as I was saying so before, there are different iterations of the story with many different numbers of knights, so it doesn't actually matter what the number is as long as it's above a dozen, mind you. But anyway, the knights at hand is none other than Fright Rider. Now, Fright Rider here is clearly a knight because first of all he wears armour, so he has the aesthetics of a knight as is. Second of all is his spear. Whilst he doesn't have a more traditional knight weapon, a spear still suffices as a knight weapon, as knights are more medieval based, and spears would have been popular weapons around that time just as much as the classical sword and shield and everything. And then there's also the fact that whilst he's not on horseback, he is on ostrich back, which is enough of a wave there. And for sport of choice for Fright Rider is also jousting, which again is a very typical knight sport, so he encapsulates a lot of knight traits Fright Rider does, not to mention he does also fight with honour and nobleness in battle, and that's what matters more than anything. And then there is Chill, who most certainly, just like Fright Rider, fights with honour and nobleness in battle, and she is of course wearing the armour, so the aesthetics down, and for weaponry, wait, hold on a minute, for weaponry is very clearly dual-sided. Not only is the weaponry dual-sided, but she's so nimble and flexible in battle. Those sound like more traits of Sentinels to me. So sure, she might have the aesthetics of a knight, but everything else definitely points towards Chill actually being a Sentinel. Never mind, there are 13 knights of Round Table, and then once you include Igniter as King Arthur, you have 14 knights total. But with that, we're going to move into the actual episode of the day, which is Sentinels, so it's time for Chill to join with the other 5. So basically, first of all, we have Sprocket, actually second of all, because Chill was first of all, but what should that matter? So basically, Sprocket here is a Sentinel because she is a tactical warrior who uses her brain in battle over brawn, which might not sound like a typical Sentinel trait, but what really makes her a Sentinel in my eyes is the fact that, first of all, in SKYLANDERS Academy we can see her pulling off all sorts of flexible and agile based moves which a Sentinel would pull off, But there's also the fact that if you look at how she holds her spanner, she holds it more towards the middle, or at least the point of balance of the weapon, which means that technically it is dual-sided, and the way she swings it is dual-sided based as well. So, Sprocket therefore is a Sentinel based on her weaponry. But moving on, we have Grim Creeper from Swap Force, who is a Sentinel because, as you can see, his scythe here is kind of dual-sided, but the way how he uses it is like a Sentinel too. He performs combos with it and is very agile in battle and flexible as well. So above all, he might have a dual-sided weapon, but it's how he uses it that truly encapsulates Sentinel qualities. And then next up we have yet another flexible and agile fighter performing all sorts of different front flips and side flips in battle, because he's pretty wild, and that is of course Firecracker, and on top of that he also wields his weapon as a dual-sided based weapon. So again, I can't think of a more fitting class for Firecracker than Sentinel. But with that, next up we're moving on to the Superchargers. Once again, we're skipping out a game, so we've skipped out from Spice Adventure and Trap Team. For some reason, Toys and Bob don't like making Sentinels. But point is, our first Sentinel, in this case, is Splat. Now what makes Splat such a Sentinel is the fact that, just like the previous Sentinels, her paint brush thingy-dingus is very much dual-sided, or at least the way she wields it most certainly is. And then on top of that, she's also flexible and agile in battle, just as a Sentinel should be. And the way how she uses her weapon, similar to Firecracker and Grim Creeper's skill set, is very Sentinel-based with how she spins it and performs combos and all of that fun stuff. So yes, Splat is very much a Sentinel, but as for our final Sentinel, there is only 6 of them, which is slightly more than Bowslingers, but not by much, mind you. And that is, of course, Tidal Wave Gilgrunt, or at least I believe that's his name. There's so many different variations of Gilgrunt, I'm just conflating all of the names of them. Deep Dive Gilgrunt, that's one actually. Glad I corrected myself before those comments came flooding in. We have a video of that later on, though, so enough of the alluding to that. Instead, we're going to be looking at why Deep Dive Gilgrunt here is a Sentinel, and that's the fact that, once again, he holds his weapon as if it's dual-sided. Now, sure, whilst the Trident is much more one-sided because the other end doesn't have it, it's still close enough to being Sentinel-based, I feel. And not to mention, it is still a Trident, and might I remind you that Imaginators, just like the picture right there, if their basic weapon for a Sentinel is a double-sided Trident, so the fact that Gilgrunt here has a Trident that's dual-sided, or at least the way he wields it is, that cannot be any more of a Sentinel than these guys, or any less of a Sentinel, I should be saying. So yes, that is it for our 6 Sentinels. There might be few of them, but they are mighty, I can assure you that much. And my apologies about missing out Fright Rider in a previous episode, but sometimes I'm an idiot, and idiots do idiotic things. Now, it will turn out that there is a lot of battle classes beginning with the letter S, because the last episode had a battle class beginning with the letter S, that being Sentinels, and so does this episode, this one being dedicated to, of course, the Swashbucklers. Now, Swashbucklers are similar to Sentinels in the fact that they tend to be flexible and agile when they utilise their moveset, but different to Sentinels. Rather than having a dual-sided weapon, they have 2 weapons to deal with, whether that's the same weaponry, or, you know, sometimes they can be different, as we will get into later on in the video, mind you. But basically, the key distinction between Swashbucklers and all the other classes is the fact that a lot of them have key aesthetics, such as our first Swashbuckler, Ghost Roaster, because Ghost Roaster has the tail of a Swashbuckler, and so the aesthetics alone make him a Swashbuckler, I feel, and not to mention his chain whip attack, the fact that he actually utilises the aesthetic setup for him, is very flexible and agile, as all Sentinels should be, so Ghost Roaster makes a perfect first Swashbuckler for us. But anyways, next up we have 2 Earth Cores, that being Dynarang and Scorp. Now, Scorp, I had a huge internal debate about whether I wanted to make him a Brawler or a Swashbuckler, but I decided to choose a Swashbuckler in the end, because not only is he agile and flexible, and the fact that he can roll just about anywhere he wants for as long as he wants, but there's also the fact that he has 2 of these cannon-based things, and they are incredibly fast and ranged. keyword here is ranged. A ranged set of moves doesn't really suit the Brawl class that much, and you could also argue Ninja, but the thing with Scorp is that it ain't sneaky. So the fact that it has 2 launchers alone and that agility added to the moveset is enough to make Scorp a swashbuckler alone, but I can easily see why you disagree with this one. Scorp is just one of those characters that is very difficult to place, mind you, because of his uniqueness. But then there's also Dynarang, which is the first use of dual weaponry. So Dynarang might not be as flexible and agile as many other swashbucklers, but what he does have is the fact that he uses both of his dual weapons in unity. So swashbucklers, for most clever ones at least, don't just use a single weapon and then use the other one. They use both of their weapons in singularity to make for one incredible attack, utilising both of them in unity, which I could not emphasise enough. And with Dynarang, that's when he can make his twin boomerang spin around him, as so that's using 2 weapons in unity, I would say. Hence, Dynarang is a great swashbuckler, mind you. But apart from that, we have the last core right here, Starstrike. Now, Starstrike is clearly a swashbuckler because she has 2 fans, and the fact that she has dual weapons alone is enough for her to be classed as a swashbuckler. That, and also she was the first character in Skylanders history that could attack whilst jumping. So if that isn't agile, then I don't know what is. So yes, she has a very awesome moveset based around flexibility and agility, and above all skill, and that's exactly what we want in a swashbuckler. And plus she also has weaponry to match that. But next up we have the Giants in the form of Ninjini and Swarm. So Ninjini virtually is the perfect swashbuckler. I feel like she is the swashbuckler which many other swashbucklers to come was based off. Because not only does she have the tail first and foremost of a swashbuckler, but she also has the dual swords. So yes, you can't get any more swashbucklery than that. The fact that she has the aesthetics and the weaponry to match that. And Swarm, whilst not having a tail-based aesthetics like Ninjini, does however have dual weaponry, and the fact that he has 2 swords rather than just 1, and considering he's a giant, he is by far the most maneuverable and flexible giant out there, which would make for a great swashbuckler based moveset, mind you. So both of those characters are great giant swashbucklers. But moving on to the swappers from Skylanders Swap Force, we have ourselves a Free Ranger and a Washbuckler. Now, Washbuckler is very close to being called a literal swashbuckler, so how can you not call him a swashbuckler? Now, swashbucklers with dual weapons are not only flexible and agile, but one thing I should also mention is that they should be quick as well. Well, Washbuckler most certainly is quick. His sword swipes and cannon shots are probably the fastest of any Skylander out there, so that skill set most certainly matches the swashbuckler theming, and he does have dual weapons. Now, most people would argue that he's not a swashbuckler because he has 2 different weapons, a sword and a gun, and since the 2 weapons are different, how could he be a swashbuckler? Well, to that I say, I do not care if you're one of those persons, he is a swashbuckler. But anyway, then there's also Free Ranger, who is going to be a swashbuckler because, first of all, his Tornado counts as a tail in my personal opinion, so not only does he have the aesthetics for it, but he also has dual blade thingies right here, which, like the other characters that we've mentioned about previously, particularly Dynarang, he uses in Unity, and is incredibly quick with them, like the previously mentioned Washbuckler. So those swappers definitely make for some great swashbucklers, mind you. But our last swashbucklers of the video are 2 Trapmasters, Tough Luck and Gear Shift. Now, Gear Shift in that current pose doesn't look like much of a swashbuckler, but in games you can split that gear into 2 halves, and whilst she's not particularly powerful, or quick even, she is powerful is what I'm trying to say here, and swashbucklers can be just as powerful as they are speedy, and above all, she can also perform all sorts of cartwheels and kicks, so that is a very flexible base moveset. So her skills in combat and the fact that that gear does split into 2 to make a double weapon for her to utilise is what I would call a swashbuckler based character for Gear Shift right there. But then there's also, last but not least, Tough Luck. And Tough Luck is on here for basically the same reason as characters like Starstrike or Scorp or even Free Ranger, the fact that she has dual swords which she uses in Unity to combo off one another, and so that dual weapon wielding is exactly what grants tough luck acceptance into this class. But with that all being said and done, we've looked at all of the swashbucklers here, so as always, let me know in the comment section below whether you agree with my picks or not. Now, this is definitely by far my most controversial cast of this series so far, and that's mostly because I feel of the Spyro's Adventure cast. So when it comes to the Spyro's Adventure cast, the most obvious one here is Stealth Elf. Now, Stealth Elf is melee based, but there was nothing limiting ninjas to ranged characters only. Boom Bloom, for example, is very melee based, so ninjas can be melee based as much as they are ranged, but the main thing about a ninja is that they trick enemies into coming into their traps or sneak upon them when they least expect it, and that's what Stealth Elf is great at. She teleports from one area to another so that then she can slash down her enemies before they can even conceive of her getting them, and she can also set up traps for them as well by leaving behind some nasty scarecrows for them to deal with. So Stealth Elf very much got the aesthetics of a ninja with her outfit and everything, and along with that she also has the moveset, mind you. But then the question is raised, why did I put Zap and Sunburn into this class? Well, these characters were very hard to classify, and I couldn't find any other class for them other than ninjas. And I picked Zap for this in particular because Zap lays down sea slime slides and then electrocutes them as enemies get near, so that's basically a trap in other words, and ninjas are very good at leading enemies into traps and killing them in ways that they wouldn't expect, as well as killing them without them expecting it. So yes, the trickiness of Zap is what makes him a ninja. And then there's Sunburn. Now, like Stealth Elf, Sunburn can teleport, which can make him unpredictable and tricky, and those are definitely traits of a ninja, but apart from that, there isn't much ninja-y stuff to him, so I can definitely see why you wouldn't add him as a ninja personally. But with the Spyro's Adventure out of the way, we're now moving on to the Swap Force cast, which is our biggest cast in terms of gimmick characters of any game, for ninjas that is. And basically I have Stink Bomb here because not only is he sneaky in the fact that he can turn himself invisible and then literally sneak up to enemies without them even seeing him and tail swipe them, as I've said with previous ninjas, killing them without them expecting it. But he also has ninja shurikens, and ninja shurikens is a very typical ninja weapon, and he also has the personality of a ninja being sneaky and kind of arrogant at times. So Stink Bomb is the perfect example of a ninja, alongside Stealth Elf, of course. And then there's Freeze Blade, who I think is a ninja purely because this frisbee-based thing is kind of like a ninja star, I'd personally say, and it definitely has range to it. And then not to mention, he also kills enemies in ways that they wouldn't expect by trapping them in his own casts of ice and then launching his frisbee at them. So he can be sneaky when he wants to be, or at least tricky, mind you, and that's what makes Freeze Blade a ninja, but most of all is his weapon being quite similar to a ninja star in the fact that it is frisbee-like. And last but not least, there is Spyrise. Now, whilst he does fire off blasts rather than firing off ninja stars, what this guy is great at is jumping into the air and then coming down when you don't expect it. That most of you didn't expect, and that's exactly what Spyrise does to his enemies. He comes down on them all of a sudden without their knowledge of him even being up there to begin with. So that kind of sneakiness to his moveset is what makes Spyrise a ninja, in my personal opinion. And so that does it for swappers. Next up we have our Trap Masters, Enigma and Lobstar. Now, Enigma is another one I had a really big internal debate about, but I decided to make him ninja at the end purely because his moveset is so similar to Stealth Elf, and in that case he would make a great ninja, because as I said before, ninjas don't always need to be ranged, and what this guy specialises in is his magical powers, where he turns invisible, even creates clones of himself to disorientate and confuse enemies just as Stealth Elf does, and then he sneaks up on his enemies whilst invisible and strikes them down. They never saw him come in. So the sneakiness to this character's moveset is what makes him a ninja. And then Lobstar is a ninja purely because he is speedy and he is tricky. He can set up all sorts of steam traps above all. And then he also has a traditional ninja weapon in the fact that he has ninja stars. There is even Imaginator based weapons based of those very ninja stars right there. So the weaponry alone solidifies Lobstar's position as a ninja, mind you. And then we also have, from Trap Team, our last core-based character, Flinkong, who I feel is a knight purely because whilst these frisbees of his aren't ninja stars, they surely are close enough. And not only that, but you can also charge forward with his carpet and then initiate some symbol-based attack, which can defeat enemies without them seeing it coming, because they can't possibly see him swooping it in with his carpet like that, and that's a tricky, that's the trickiness to his moveset, you could say. But above all, enemies could also be killed from behind by his frisbees without them noticing it, because not only can his frisbees pierce through enemies, but it can also bounce off walls like crazy. So, for trickiness of this guy, and the fact that he has a very ninja-based weapon, and the fact that frisbees are as close to ninja stars as you can get without being actual ninja stars, definitely makes Flinkong a ninja. But last but not least, we have a supercharger right here. Now, you're probably wondering why Super Shot Stealth Off isn't here. Well, you'll find out why in a later video. But enough of these plugs, it seems like that's what this series is best for. Basically, with Nightfall, she's a ninja for basically the same reason as Enigma and Stealth Elf. She gets into a form which she's entirely invisible to enemies, sneaks up upon them, and then slashes them down. None of them seeing it come in the process. And her moveset is actually extremely tricky, even more so than the previous Skylanders mentioned, because it's very hard to master, and it will definitely have enemies juggled all about the place, is what I'm saying here. So, Nightfall, once again, is another ninja, and not to mention her name is a typical ninja trait, because ninjas wait for Nightfall, because in the darkness, you're less likely to notice them. With a lack of light, your sense of sight is not at its finest, which is what makes it so great for ninjas, mind you. And man, I made a small little poem there. Who knew that I could be a poet and everything? Today's episode is centralising around bazookas for episode number 7, I believe it is. And as you can see before me, there is a whole lot of bazookas, many of which are arguably bazookas, but that's what I'm here for today, to argue my case as to why they are bazookas. So we're going to start off with Spyro's Adventure. Just ignore the fact that I have Eon's Elite Gill Grunt rather than the regular one, because I have no idea what I've done with my regular Gill Grunt, to be completely honest with you. But anyways, Gill Grunt and Zook are clearly bazookas, because for both of them are definitely weapons experts. Zook even in particular most certainly is, especially with that bazooka based weaponry right there. It's one massive weapon that's fired at a distance to destroy his opponents from afar. Same with Gill Grunt's harpoon gun, but then there's the arguable one, Drill Sergeant. Now, I made this guy a bazooka over a quick shot purely because his rockets are not very fast now, are they? And he can only fire 2 at once, which is more of a powerful yet slow technique. But it is distance based, and Drill Sergeant is a weapons expert as well, hence making him fit in more with the bazooka class than the quick shot class. I mean, like, sure, he does have his quick-fire cannon, but that's used in Unity with the rockets, and so dual weaponry is also a bazooka skill, because one thing I did forget to mention previously is the fact that what distinguishes bazookas and quick shots is the fact that quick shots are accurate from an extreme distance, whereas bazookas keep a little less of a distance but are much more powerful based with their weaponry, aiming to absolutely pulverize their enemies from afar. However, they still have huge expertise in weaponry, so the fact that they are weapons expert is the main trait of a bazooka. But either way, putting those guys back into the semicircle of awesomeness right there, we're instead going to move on to Giants. That involves Jetvac and Hothead. Now, Jetvac is clearly a bazooka because he has one single huge weapon which aims at dealing with enemies from afar, and that weapon is multi-purpose, which would make Jetvac a weapons expert most certainly. And then there's Hothead, who once again, despite the fact he has 2 hands, he only uses one hand for flamethrowers and then the other hand for oil slicks, and the fact that he ignites his oil slicks again shows simultaneous use for multiple different weapons. And so that is a bazooka trait, the fact that he is such a weapons expert, choosing to not only use oil to his advantage, but use his flamethrower on top of that to ignite it. Very clever of him, and it helps him keep his distance from afar and pulverize those enemies from such a distance, hence he is a bazooka nonetheless. And then moving on to Swap Force, we have our 3 swappers and a single core, that being Bumble Blast. We're going to get him out of the way first. Clearly he is a bazooka because he has one single bazooka based weapon, as you can see from the back of him right here, and basically that's used to pulverize his enemies from afar. But next up we have Boom Jet, Rattle Shake and Magna Charge. Now Rattle Shake and Magna Charge again are pretty obvious bazookas because they have one single weapon which aims at keeping its distance from enemies but still pulverizing them in the process. So the fact that they have a singular weapon that keeps its distance yet still is very powerful and efficient makes both of them bazookas. But the question here is, what about Boom Jet? Well, Boom Jet, first of all, is a weapons expert because he can call down airstrikes upon his enemies, which is, like I said before, a very expert weaponry based skill right there, which would make him a bazooka alone. But then there's also the fact that he utilizes bombs. Now the bombs he launches are the kind of bombs that you'd expect to be fired out of a bazooka weapon, but the difference is that Boom Jet has the ability to throw them rather than fire them through any sort of weapon. But he can charge up his bombs and create a huge bomb which absolutely pulverizes his enemies, again from a distance. So me saying that once again enforces the bazooka-ness found even in Boom Jet. But let's put those swappers to one side because next up we're going to be moving on to Trap Team, which has 3 bazookas, Torch, Kaboom as our Trapmaster representative, and Food Fight. So both Torch and Food Fight have one singular weapon that fires itself from a distance and absolutely pulverizes enemies while they are at it. Torch in particular is very powerful with her bazooka based weaponry right there, so they are very fitting bazookas. And Kaboom is very clearly a bazooka because look at that giant cannon right there. You cannot tell me that that giant cannon is not a bazooka's based weapon. It's like the definition of a bazooka's based weapon. So Kaboom is a bazooka based on that alone. Not only that, but again he is knowledgeable on all sorts of different weaponry and stuff, so that makes him a perfect bazooka in my personal opinion. But finally there is Superchargers, which, hoo boy, is there a lot of them. So out of the new cast of Superchargers, 3 of them are bazookas, and then the other 3 are returning characters. So while Super Shot Stealth Elf does maintain similar traits to her series, her previous iterations even, with the sneaking around as such, which would make her a ninja. Even though she sneaks around, however, instead of leaving behind scarecrows behind to trick enemies with, she instead leaves behind her bazooka to pulverize enemies from a distance. And the fact that she has a bazooka alone would put her into this class. So she's more of a dual class than anything, which we'll get into later on, with the fact that she does have both ninja and bazooka based abilities. But the fact that her bazooka is emphasized within the entirety of her moveset, and the fact that it's the main part to her figure as well, definitely makes her a bazooka in my personal opinion. Then there's also Jetvac and or Hurricane Jetvac even, and Sharpshooter Terrafin. Now, just as before, Hurricane Jetvac, the same as regular old Jetvac, has a single vac gun that keeps its distance to pulverize enemies from afar. And then you can say the same for Sharpshooter Terrafin really. He has a massive cannon which shoots sharks from a distance, which then proceed to absolutely pulverize his enemies. Hence, those 3 are definitely some great bazookas, mind you. But apart from that, there is, last but not least, Fiesta, Astroblast, and Diveclops. So Astroblast is a bazooka because whilst his gun isn't as powerful as the rest of them, it is still a singleized gun which keeps its distance at a distance, not to mention it's used to combo with other weaponry, making Astroblast a huge weapons expert. So Astroblast is most certainly a bazooka for that. Then Fiesta, whilst not a weapons expert, he is an expert in music, and his music comes out of a singleized weapon, that being his trumpet. And a singleized weapon that is kept at a distance is a bazooka's based weapon. So weaponry alone puts Fiesta in this class. And he is an expert in something, just not weaponry. So that's halfway towards being a bazooka as well. So that truly does emphasize his bazooka-ness, as always. But last but not least, even more so than before, is Diveclops. Wait, never mind, he totally is least. But anyway, Diveclops is very clearly a bazooka because he uses a giant, massive cannon thing, and not only that, but he uses it to its full potential. He shoots mines everywhere and uses them in succession with his sonar. So, just like many other bazookas that came before him, he is very clearly a weapons expert. So between his weaponry alone and how he uses it, makes him a bazooka. Now, in the previous episode, when we looked at bazookas, I established that both of the jetpacks from both the Giants game and Superchargers were both bazookas, and we are going to stand by that still, but this Repo's jetpack, however, has a lot of quick shot within him, which is the battle class we're focusing on in this particular episode of Schooled. And basically what makes this one partially a quick shot is the fact that not only is his pose changed up from previous iterations of jetpack, but his wow power also changes things up so that then he is quick shot based to where he has dual guns and fires them off at an incredibly fast pace with pinpoint accuracy from a distance. And those are all quick shot traits, but overall this guy is still a bazooka, since he very rarely utilises his wow power with the dual guns as is. I just thought it would be a nice little addition to start off a Schooled episode with. But now, let's get on to the actual quick shots without further ado. Right, so here are all of our actual quick shots, an entire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. That's right, we have a dozen quick shots. Kind of like the Knights, except from the fact that the Knights there wasn't a dozen of. At least after I added in the additions, mind you. But anyway, starting off with Spyro's Adventure, right here we have dual tech characters actually, and an Earth character. So Trigger Happy and Drobot are clearly quick shots because first of all, Trigger Happy is what you would say a dictionary definition of a quick shot, with him having dual guns that fire off at an incredibly fast pace with pinpoint accuracy from an incredible distance. That in and of itself is a perfect quick shot. And Trigger Happy is not the most weapon expert of characters, but as I was saying in the previous episode also, that's what bazookas are for. Bazookas are for weapon experts, whereas quick shots are the fast-paced pinpoint accuracy from a distance characters, different to bazookas basically speaking. But anyway, apart from that, there is also Drobot, who fires off lasers at an incredibly quick pace, and it absolutely pulverizes enemies from a distance, and not to mention because he is blinking, it's incredibly accurate also. So you take all of those points into account, accuracy, fast-paced, lasers, and from a distance you have yourself a quick shot. And then there's Prison Break, which a lot of you are wondering, well, why Prison Break? Well, first of all, Prison Break's beams are fired off at an incredibly fast pace. The moment you press that action button, his beams shall be fired. And not to mention, he can also split off his beams using his crystals, which have pinpoint accuracy embedded into them. So basically, Prison Break can hit multiple enemies with great accuracy from an incredible distance, and all of those are quick shot based techniques. And not to mention, you could argue that he doesn't have two guns. I consider both of his crystal hands as two separate guns, hence he counts as a quick shot, mind you. But moving on to Giants, right here we have yet another tech character actually, Bouncer as our Giant, and Flashwing. Now Flashwing is another one of those characters which doesn't have a traditional double guns based weaponry, but you don't need that to be a quick shot necessarily, because what makes Flashwing a quick shot is the fact that she fires off crystals and incredibly fast paced from a distance, which can be incredibly accurate in their aiming as well. So basically, you see an enemy, if she sees an enemy in front of her, then she can not only keep her distance, but she can fire very quickly and very accurately. And then not to mention, she can also fire off shards in all sorts of different directions that annihilate multiple enemies at once with great efficiency. And quick shots, one of their best strengths is their efficiency. So Flashwing is very much a quick shot. There's only one of her attacks which is about getting up close and personal, so that's the only thing that would potentially make her not a quick shot, I feel. But anyway, apart from that, there's Bouncer, who just like Trigger Happy, uses dual guns to fire off bullets towards enemies at incredible speeds with pinpoint accuracy and at incredible distances also. So for those very reasons, Bouncer here is very clearly a quick shot. But moving on to Swap Force quite swiftly, here we have a single character that is a quick shot, which did surprise me when I was doing my research for this series. But it turns out the only quick shot based character I had from Swap Force was Countdown the whole time. But what makes Countdown a quick shot is the fact that he has dual rockets which he fires off at enemies at quick speeds. Now, we did have a similar character to that previously who got into the Bazooka class, that being Drill Sergeant. But what distinguishes Countdown from Drill Sergeant is the fact that Countdown, when he fires off his rockets, is much more quicker with his rockets, and he has more accuracy too, because whilst Drill Sergeant does have a gun-based ability which is quick, it's not accurate, however, and Countdown, on the other hand, is, which is what makes Countdown a quick shot, but Drill Sergeant a bazooka on the other hand. Moving straight on to Trap Team, we have only Cause, which that too also surprised me, because we have Spotlight, Chopper, and High Five. Now what makes High Five starting us off with as a quick shot is the fact that when he's spitting out his poison pellets, it's not only from an incredible distance, but it's incredibly fast paced in how quick he's dispersing these poison clouds, and not to mention they're incredibly efficient in taking down enemies, which is exactly what you want from a quick shot: distance, speed, and power. And then there's also the fact that High Five got his name from being quick, and if you are a quick Skarner, you've got to be a quick shot. You've literally got quick in the name of your skill set. So High Five is rightfully a quick shot. And then what makes Chopper a quick shot, on the other hand, is the fact that his soldier ability allows him to launch rockets in all directions, sure, which doesn't make them accurate, but the amount he can get out in a small amount of time, the pacing of the rockets alone is basically what I'm saying here, is what makes him a quick shot. Not to mention, his rockets, when you're not using that soul gem, are incredibly accurate, so speed, distance, accuracy, all traits of a quick shot, which Chopper successfully has. But moving on to Spotlight, just like Prison Break, she can fire a beam very, very quickly and very, very accurately, hitting multiple enemies at once, which is very efficient with the fact that she can reflect them through her rings, which, once again, she can also fire from a distance and at very fast-paced speeds. So above all, the efficiency she has to take down her enemies makes her a quick shot, just like Prison Break. In fact, for the same reasons as Prison Break, she is a quick shot even. But finally, last but not least, we have, of course, Superchargers to look at. Now, the only reason why Power Blue Double Dare Trigger Happy is representing Double Dare Trigger Happy as a whole is because they don't have regular Double Dare Trigger Happy yet. But basically, they are the same thing, and so whilst on the figurine itself, the Double Dare Trigger Happy has a singleized gun, which would make him more of a bazooka based thing because he doesn't have dual guns, what makes him a quick shot is the fact that in-game does not reflect his figurine in the fact that in-game he does have two guns, just like Trigger Happy does, and he fires them off at incredible speeds from a distance with pinpoint accuracy. So again, he is a perfect definition of a quick shot, just like Trigger Happy. It's just a shame that his figure doesn't necessarily reflect that. But then moving on to Thrillipede, he is also a quick shot because he can fire off his grenades at very fast speeds, normally having multiple ones in all of his 4 limbs, or hands you should say specifically. He has 6 limbs, 2 legs and 4 arms, kind of like Slam Bam you could say. The point is, his grenades can get so accurate that he can hit enemies at all angles to him, and not many characters have the ability to do that, and not to mention the animations are smooth on top of that, so the animations alone kind of emphasize his quick-shottingliness. I mean, like, apart from the grenade throwing, he does have a very melee-oriented moveset, but most of the time we won't need to use that melee-oriented moveset because his quick-shottingliness is so effective that most enemies will be defeated from a distance as is. And then finally, last but not least, we have Stormblade, who is a quick shot purely for the fact that the speed in which she fires off her blades, and the accuracy that they have and the range that they can cover, is probably the fastest and most effective form of weaponry out of all of the quick shots here. She is the fastest quick shot, the bestest ranged quick shot, and the most effective quick shot. And so if that doesn't make her a quick shot, I don't know what does. Hence, we have our last quick shot of the episode. I have made a terrible mistake. When creating the battle class for this very character right here, I was a bit hasty in the fact that I decided to make him a ninja based on his moveset alone, in the fact that he can turn invisible and sneak upon his enemies, which is all ninja based. But that's simply one move out of the many that this guy possesses. So first of all, looking at his weaponry right here, it's staff based, so his weaponry alone is that of a sorcerer. And not to mention his design, it's kind of elusive and sorcerer based as well, with a huge cloak and weaponry to go alongside it as such. And not to mention the mysterious headless based figure, or as such as well. So he has design implications and weaponry of a sorcerer. And not to mention, I was also mentioning in the very first Schooled episode in fact, that a lot of sorcerers use such staffs right here to bring down beams upon their enemies. Well, newsflash for you, this is exactly what this guy does as well. So what I'm saying here is that my apologies for putting him into a ninja class originally. I now agree with what most of the comments were pointing out, the fact that this guy should be a sorcerer instead. So, today's episode is dedicated to none other than sorcerers, in case you couldn't tell so already. So Enigma's going to go through and join up with the other sorcerers right there. But anyway, now let's be going through such characters for this episode of Schooled, mind you. So starting us off here, we have none other than Double Trouble from the very first game, Skylanders Spice Adventure. And this guy right here is definitely a role model for what later sorcerers should be. So first of all, we have of course his staff, which can summon down beams upon his enemies, and he has all sorts of different magic spells to go alongside that, because he can summon not only magical bombs, but doubles of himself that cause for double trouble in his name. So above all, his ability to summon stuff and conjure spells makes him a perfect sorcerer. Then he also has weaponry of a sorcerer as well, and a moveset to go alongside it, with not only for conjuring of magic spells and everything, but for beam for a staff. In fact, that beam and the staff is a key part to his character as well, even, so that truly emphasises his sorceriness, which is why I said he's a perfect role model for the rest of these guys. But speaking of the rest of these guys, next up we have a lightning rod and a hex, also from Spice Adventure. Now, a lightning rod I think is a sorcerer because he summons lightning, and that's basically what sorcerers are about. Sorcerers are about summoning their weaponry, and in this case, lightning rod's lightning is his weaponry. So yes, conjuring stuff up from thin air makes him a sorcerer indeed. And then Hex has a similar based moveset to lightning rod in that regard, with the fact that she summons a rain of skulls even from absolutely nowhere, and the fact that she is a witch as well. Can also emphasise the fact that she is a sorcerer, because witches are sorcerers, you know, they're all about conjuring magic spells as such. So not only does she have the moveset to suit the sorcerer class, but she also has the aesthetics and species name to her, being a witch and everything. And for our last Spice Adventure sorcerer, it's one that you probably wouldn't expect, and that is Cinder. Now, this form of Cinder, you could probably argue quite righteously that she is not a sorcerer, and that I would agree with, which is why I've brought in instead her Series 2 form. Now, what makes her Series 2 form more of a sorcerer than the original one is the fact that the WoW power for Series 2 Cinder allows you to summon a curse. Keyword there is summon. Sorcerer summon things, so Cinder can summon a curse right here. Not only that, but she can also summon ghosts from the underworld to do her bidding, and that's a similar trait to Double Trouble. Double Trouble summons doubles of themselves, whereas Cinder summons ghosts, mind you, so she's very much a sorcerer in my eyes. Then, as for our swapper of the group, we have Hootloop, who is very clearly a sorcerer because he has a staff and shoots beams from them. You can't get any more sorcery than that, at least when it comes to weaponry, mind you. And because of that, he wouldn't really suit any other class other than sorcerers. And then, as for our swap force cores, we have Dunebug and Zulu. Now, Dunebug in particular has a staff just like Hootloop does, and he too fires all sorts of different beams out of it and things. Not only that, but he can also summon out thin air balls to trap his enemies in, and he can even create a little bug ally to roll those balls around for him. So, if that summoning ability, and not to mention for staff on top of that, makes for a great sorcerer in Dunebug. And Zulu is a sorcerer as well, because he too has a staff, which is very intricately detailed as well. I love the fact that you can see the faces of the animals that Zulu can summon on his staff. And speaking of those animals, yes, he summons animals from thin air, which is what makes him a sorcerer, the fact that he summons those animalistic beings to do his own bidding. Those are his weaponry, you could say. So that summoning nature of his makes him a sorcerer all the more. But next up, moving on to the trap team course, we have Batspin, Deja Vu, and Cobra Kadabra. Now, Cobra Kadabra was a really difficult one to place for me, but in the end, I wound up making him a sorcerer purely for the fact that he summons snakes out of nowhere. So he just flicks up his basket and then snakes appear from who knows where. So that summoning ability of his to summon allies to his aid makes him a sorcerer in my personal opinion, and not to mention his flute. The aesthetics to it looks very similar to a staff-based thing because, you know, as you can see from its very design, it's more intricate than any regular old flute, as you can see from the image comparison above. But then there's the other two characters, which are very obviously sorcerers because they both have staffs, which are traditional sorcerers' weapons. And then when it comes to summoning stuff, Deja Vu not only has orbs that she can fire out of her staff, which is near enough the same as a beam, mind you, but she can also summon black holes, even not a black hole, many black holes. But she can also manipulate time, which I find to be a sorceress based move, because time manipulation is the same as magic, and magic is very much sorcery. So the sorcery skills of Deja Vu makes her a sorcerer all the more. And then Batspin is clearly also a sorcerer as well, not only because of the staff, which I was alluding to previously, but the fact that she uses that staff to summon bats. And, you know, that similarity to Zulu emphasizes her sorcererness as well, because she summons those bats out of thin air to do her bidding for her. Those are very much her weaponry. But now we have the last character to move on to, because of course we already discussed about Enigma previously. And so basically, Blastermine is very clearly a sorcerer, not only for the fact that he has a cape, and as we've previously established, a lot of sorcerers have capes. If you look at characters like Zulu, Hootloop, kind of, I kind of consider his feathers a cape in a way. And then there's also, of course, well, Hex doesn't have a cape in particular, but she does have some sort of robes to her. In fact, Blastmine has both of those, both a cape and a robe, so he has the aesthetics of a sorcerer, mind you. And not only that, but he's levitating, which shows off his sorcery from the bat, because he's using magic to do such things, of course. And magic is, as I said with Deja Vu, another word for sorcery, you could say. And then not to mention, he also summons things, so like he can charge attacks to summon magic blasts, kind of like Double Trouble's bombs. So here we have someone taking inspiration from the role model right there. But yes, on top of that, he's basically just got every single piece of a skill set needed to become a sorcerer, along with the aesthetics. Now today, we're looking at smashes, and oh boy, do we have a whole lot of smashes to get through. So, when I was talking about the bazookas, I mentioned the word pulverize a lot. Well, you ain't heard nothing in terms of that word just yet, because trust me, I'm going to be utilising it a lot in this episode as well, because smashers, what they are all about is getting towards their enemies and absolutely pulverising them up close. They stand no chance of getting out of their destructive grasp. So, starting us off with Spyro's Adventure, we have Voodoo, Bash, or Crash, whatever you want to call them, Whamshell, Boomer, and Stump Smash. Oh, see you, Boomer. But yeah, all of these characters are melee oriented, except for Boomer, Stump Smash, and Bash. They all have, in fact no, that's a total lie, they all have some sort of ranged attacks. How silly of me. But anyways, point is, their ranged attacks are not the main focus of these characters, because instead the main focus of these characters is to get up close and personal with enemies, and just smash the heck out of them from that close quarters combat, mind you. Voodoo in particular, his ranged attack is used to pull him closer to enemies, to swing his axe at them in those close quarters, so his enemies have no chance of escaping his destructive grasp. So the axe just absolutely slams down upon you with no stop in its pulverization, you could say. Bash does the same. He rolls up towards you with great speed, only to start tail swiping you down, and his tail swipes are so powerful to where they are gonna hurt. And because of that, he singles out enemies to absolutely pulverize them in single blows at close quarters. That makes the two of them right there smashers. Moving on to Whamshell here, he is a mixture between Brawler and Smasher, I would say, but he's more so a Smasher purely because he has that Poseidon strike ability, which is highly based around being very powerful up close to enemies so that they cannot escape his destructive grip. And then Stump Smash, well, he literally has Smash in the name, how can you not call him a Smasher? But just in case it wasn't clear enough, his hammers are extremely powerful and deal a whole lot of damage, and that's because of their destructive nature. Stump Smash doesn't just hammer them down with small amounts of effort. No, he goes out of his way to smash them down as hard as he can. He just smashes enemies, absolutely pulverizes them, just gets right in there and smashes his hammer down on them. Literally, his catchphrase is drop the hammer. That emphasizes how hard he drops the hammer on them, nonetheless, and that very much makes him a smasher. Now, Boomer is probably the most controversial one on this list right here. Now, I've said he's a smasher purely because he pounds the ground, and he pounds it so hard that it creates a rumbling effect around him. So that's a pretty hard pound, but apart from that, he's not really got much smasherness to him, so this is really the only class I could put him into, because based on that ground pound alone, but I can easily see why you'd find a different class suiting for Boomer as well. But either way, moving for Spyro's Adventure characters out of here, we can instead move on to Giants. Now, Giants have a lot of strength, so of course, naturally, some of them will make for great smashers. So in that case, those come in the form of T-Rex or Crusher. Now, T-Rex, you can literally charge your attack to make his hand slam even more powerful. In fact, he smashes with that arm of his so hard that he creates a ripple effect, just as Boomer did. So his raw strength in close quarters combat to absolutely just crush his enemies and slaughter them, bury them into the ground even, that's enough. He has enough power to do so even, and that is very much a smasher tactic of his. And not to mention, he doesn't even have his arm smash to him only. He can also charge and perform an elbow drop, which creates that same ripple effect because of its smasher-based properties. And a Crusher is clearly a smasher as well, because he pounds his hammer into the ground so hard he shuffles the ground around him. And above all, he's just very, very strong at pounding his enemies into the ground. It would bury them if he wanted to. And not to mention his other abilities are all about supporting that main smasher-based ability with his hammer right there, such as freezing enemies so he can pound into them even more. That hammer is emphasized both in his design and his moveset, making him very much a smasher. But moving on to Swap Force next, we have Rubble Rouser, Scratch, and Frino. Now, originally Frino and Scratch were brawlers, but before I started the video, I thought they would make better smashers, purely because Scratch, sure, well, she does have her combos to her, which would make her a brawler. When she gets up close, however, she is more she puts more emphasis even on destructive natures. So basically, she scratches her enemies and she does not stop. She has mindless destruction in those scratch-based abilities and that laser-based abilities of hers. And so above all, that meleeness and the whole mindless destruction to it makes her a smasher in my personal opinion. And the same with Rhino. Now whenever you throw a temper tantrum, your aim behind that temper tantrum is to cause as much destruction as possible. Like when you're angry, the best way to take out your anger is by punching the ever-living crap out of something, and that's very much what Rhino does. He has a lot of destructive nature behind those temper tantrums, and that's really what makes him a smasher more than anything. His lust to destroy things. It's a psychological thing of his. Like, that's the thing, that's what distinguishes smashers and brawlers. The fact that smashers psychologically want to just pulverize the heck out of their enemies, and that's very much what Rhino wants to do, which is what makes him a smasher. And Rubble Rouser is a smasher as well, for basically the same reasons as Crusher. He is Crusher just as a swapper, because he hits his hammer on the ground so hard with so much destruction that it causes the ground to ripple and everything. And you guys can forget that pulverize counter. It seems like you're going to need a destructive counter as well for this one. But anyway, apart from that, moving into Trap Team, our only core from Trap Team is Fist Bump, who creates a ripple effect from how hard he pounds the ground, just like previously mentioned Earth characters. So above all, he has a lot of strength and power in his ground pounds and his smashes and everything. So those are all smasher based moves with his destructive capabilities and everything. But moving on to the Trap Masters, we have a bunch of them here. Now, just like several other characters, you could argue that Bushwhack and Wildfire are brawlers as they aim to combo their enemies. But the thing is that their combos are so powerful and are based around pounding the ground or pounding the ever-living crap out of their enemies, rather than being smart and statistical about their melee-based combos. So because of that power behind them, they suit smashers much more, I'd say. And then there's also that psychologicalness about them, with the fact that they are out for blood. And not to mention Wildfire, just like Voodoo, has a ability that's all about drawing in enemies so they cannot escape his destructive grasp. Brawlers would trick their enemies into coming into combat, whereas Wildfire, as a smasher, forces it. And that's what makes him a smasher more so than a brawler. And not to mention, there's that soldier ability. You cannot tell me, after witnessing this guy's soldier ability, that he's not a smasher. Could you see the mindlessness behind his destructive capabilities with that soul gem right there? You bring out that soul gem and he is just gonna pulverize everything in sight. And then there's Wallop. Wallop, just like Rhino, throws a whole lot of temper tantrums aimed towards his enemies to cause all sorts of destruction and havoc. He's out for blood, and he's basically there to pound things as hard as he can, and that's very much a smasher-based mindset and moveset on top of that. So, all of those guys are rightfully smashers. But as for our last character, we have Hammer Slam Bowser. Our only Superchargers character is a guest star, what do you know? But what makes Bowser as a smasher is the fact that he has a hammer which he pounds into the ground. Not as hard as the other characters, mind you, because he doesn't exactly create a ripple from that. But it's still a smasher based ability, the fact that he just wants to absolutely annihilate his enemies and see them pulped into tiny little pieces. And on top of that, he has a giant Giga Bowser form, which, just like Wildfire, is designed around destruction and destruction alone. So, he is very much a smasher. But anyway, when it comes to this 11th episode of the series, we're of course looking at none other than Brawlers, as you can see before you, our biggest battle class of characters. This is why battle classes weren't introduced to us before Imaginators, because they were so unbalanced in terms of how many characters fit their classes, mind you. But anyways, as you can tell, my class right here is divided. And so we're going to address that first and foremost. So basically, for Skylanders to the left side are Skylanders which are in this Brawl class because it's more of a default class. So these characters were very tricky to classify purely because they don't really have any big traits or weaponry found in typical battle class sense. So I've put them into this more default based class here, and that's what we're going to address later on. But for right side, however, are very much classic round the house brawlers. There is no other class these guys can fit into because they are so stereotypically brawlers nonetheless. So starting with the left side right here, these are the characters which, as I said before, I kind of placed into the default class because I had no idea on where to put them. So starting us off with the Spyro's Adventure characters, Sonic Boom, Whirlwind, Eruptor, Spyro, and Camo. The reason why I think they are at least default brawlers is because Eruptor does need to get up close and personal with his enemies as he creates eruptions and his lava baths, but they aren't particularly the most powerful things out there. They are more based to keep enemies from getting out of his grasp rather than him going through and trying to destroy them with any sort of destructive nature of his. Then Whirlwind is a brawler because she lobs rainbows at enemies and then splits them out using her clouds, which is kind of strategical based, and so she kind of tries to trick her enemies, but is not necessarily the most melee based thing, which is why she's not alongside these other characters as a brawler. But then there's also Sonic Boom, who I find as a brawler because she has to get up close and personal with enemies for that scream. But the problem with her is that she doesn't really have many combos up her alley, and she's not particularly strategic in battle. So she's barely just a brawler because of that melee-based move of hers. Then Camo can create a certain amount of combos using his Fire Blast and his Firecracker Vines, but they are very limited and again not very melee based. And you can say the same with Spyro. His Charging and Fireballs can create combos, mind you, but they are not melee based enough for my likings. And going on to Giants, Hot Dog has the exact same problem here. He creates many combos with all of his different movement options, but the thing is that it's not melee based and not particularly strategic either. Funny Bone, just like Hot Dog, which is why he's actually situated right next to Hot Dog right there, has the same problems in the fact that he's great with combos. Going from his frisbee launching to slamming that frisbee and then going straight into a buzzsaw from there, or maybe even throwing a frisbee at his bone hands. All of that are great combo based moves, but again, they're so range based that it's not a traditional brawling moveset for me. Now, Treadhead is based more around speed than what he is about brawling. Like, yes, he can create combos by spinning and wheeling and such, but they're more independent moves rather than being strung together to create any sort of combo, but at least he is melee based. Now, Rocky Roll can create combos because you can create a posse with him and then jump to launch it outwards, or maybe even hold on to it, launch into it, or even roll into enemies with it even, so that then they're taking more damage from a posse as you also launch out other Cocoa Pops, rocks, from Roll right there. But anyway, apart from that, there's also Head Rush and Gusto. Now, Gusto's Boomerang isn't the most melee-based thing, but he does use it to create combos, so I suppose he's a brawler in that sense. And Head Rush has no sorts of combos whatsoever, but with how melee-based she is, while she isn't the most destructive of characters, which is why she wasn't a smasher, the meleeness alone to her would make her a brawler, I feel. And not to mention, because she can kind of combo her own charge, it does make her an honorary brawler in that sense. But now, let's move on to our classic around-the-house brawlers. These characters I could not put in any other class because they are clearly just, well, brawlers. So starting us off here with Spyro's Adventure, we have Terrafin back there, Warnado, Wrecking Ball, and Slam Bam. Now, Wrecking Ball does have a tongue-based attack, but apart from that, he's all melee-based. He charges burps and charges head first with his Bowling Ball, which when comboed with that burp actually creates some devastating effects. So above all, he's strategic, melee, and combo based, which is why he's a brawler. You can say the same for Warnado actually. He gets up close and personal with his enemies to combo them with his spins and his tornadoes all at once. And then Terrafin has many boxing combos that he can pull off for old 1-2 with enemies, not to mention he purposefully goes close within them to duke it out, you could say. And Slam Bam has that same trait, mind you. He goes into combat melee based. In fact, he even freezes enemies to create combos with his fists upon them. So above all, because he goes up close and personal with enemies to combo it out with them and see how well they fight back, makes him a brawler just like the other three previously mentioned. Then moving on to Giants, we have Eyebrawl, Thumpack, and Pop Fizz. So clearly Eyebrawl is a brawler because, well, he's got Brawl in the name. What more do you want from me? But then it's also the fact he has many combos. Not only combos that he can perform with his eye detached, but also ones with his eye attached as well, using his fists or his eye summon. And then Thumpack also has many combos up his sleeve, and he literally charges into combat using his Sea Slime Slide. Actually, that's Zap's move. I meant his belly flop. That's more like it. But basically, with that belly flop, the fact that he uses that to push back enemies so he can go and establish more combos upon them, definitely makes him a brawler to say the least. Sure, while he has ranged based combos, they are still combos nonetheless, and they are, well, I say long ranged, they're more middle ranged than anything. And Pop Fizz too is clearly a brawler because when he drinks his potion he turns into a giant beast which has all sorts of different combos which are melee based, and that is literally the dictionary definition for brawler. So half of Pop Fizz is a brawler and half of him isn't, but half is enough to be classified into this class, mind you. But moving on to Swap Force, this is where most of our brawlers come from. We have 3 swappers and an entirety of 6 cores. So Night Shift and Gorilla Driller are clearly brawlers because they use punch, or clearly brawlers even because they use punching combos. And punching combos is a brawling based tactic because, of course, you know, they are strategically going into melee based battles with enemies to duke it out with them, you know, almost give them a chance but then just finish them off with the old 1-2, and that's exactly what Night Shift and Gorilla Driller aim to do with their punching based attacks. And then there's Trap Shadow. Now, many of you was questioning me as to why Trap Shadow was not a ninja, and that's purely because, well, he is a sneak character. He's just not that sneaky, I've found. Sure, he uses bear traps to trick enemies, but they don't trick enemies until the enemies get melee based with them. So, you know, once they get caught in his traps, they're slowed down, and then he can move in to finish the job with his claw swipes, which are melee based, and perform combos on enemies at that melee based distance. And not to mention, his bottom half isn't all that sneaky. It kicks shadows, and kicking shadows, again, combos with his bear traps and his claws to make him brawler based, not ninja based, or at least in my personal opinion. That's what I found from my playtime with Trap Shadow. But moving on to the cores, Pop Fawn is very clearly a brawler because he has so many combos, so he can charge and he can pound himself into the ground and then spike enemies up, all melee based, or he can puff himself out and launch air pellets at enemies after dropping a mine, which tricks enemies into coming more melee based with him, but then they're pushed back and he can finish them off with that air breath, mind you. Which, just like Thumpack, is middle range, so above all for combos that Pop Fawn manages to pull off, and the fact that he tricks his enemies into falling into those combos makes him a brawler. Now, Slobbertooth is a brawler, not a smasher, because yes, he's melee based, and no, however, he isn't bent on destruction. He does not have a lust for pulverizing his enemies. He just wants to duke it out, swing his head at them, you know, show them a few moves, and then finish them off. That's exactly what brawlers do. And then Roller Brawl, well, it's the same as Eyebrawl, really. She's a brawler because it says so in her name, and then on top of that, she has plenty of melee-based combos for you to enjoy. Now, Smolder Dash charges into battle whips first, out to combo you first and foremost, because if you combo her Suns with her whip and her Eclipse mode, making that even more powerful, her moveset is based all around tricking enemies and coming towards her combo so she can finish them off like so. In that way, she's kind of sharp, which makes her, like the other characters here, a brawler. But then moving on to Wind Up. Wind Up is clearly a brawler because, well, of his speed. So he runs into melee combat and then he can spin around his enemies whilst constantly punching them at that melee-based range. So that part to him is very brawler-based, that speed and that melee-based trickery. I just find to be the perfect brawler. Now, Riptide is another one a lot of you have been questioning. Why is he not a knight? I've heard. Well, Riptide isn't a knight because his weaponry isn't reflective enough of a knight. Now, I know it's called a swordfish, and I've made this joke several times already, but here, the joke just doesn't land, really. Just because it's got sword in the name doesn't make it for sword weaponry. And not to mention, knights, whilst they do wear armour, and Riptide has armour, mind you, the rest of his aesthetics do not match that, because he is a fish, and not a knight. But the thing is that knights are noble and honourable in battle. Riptide is none of those because he is a fish using fish in battle. How is using your own species and waving them around, slapping enemies with them, to kill your own enemies a noble and honourable mindset of his? It just simply isn't. This guy, instead, when he swings, is focused upon duking it out with his enemies, you know, kind of tricking towards them, showing off in a way, and those are all brawler-based traits and not knight-based traits, which is why Riptide is here and not there. But next up, we get to move on to Trap Team with our Trap Masters and our course in the form of Jawbreaker, Shortcut, Echo, and Blackout. Sorry, I forgot his name right there. But point is, Jawbreaker is a brawler because, well, he punches things like a lot. And so that combos he has in his punch moves are basically just like Night Shift and Gorilla Driller. And when we have comparisons to characters already in classes, of course, Jawbreaker would be classified as this class. And then Shortcut is a melee-based character as well. Because sure, whilst he does have lots of sorcerer-esque moves to him, in fact he summons small little minions to his bidding, for the most part he gets up close and personal with enemies to slice them up with his scissors, you could say. So that's very brawler based, the fact that, you know, it's melee orientated and based on comboing your enemies, because swiping your scissors again and again is combo-ness, really. Even if it is the same move over and over again, that's still a combo nonetheless, which is why Shortcut is where he is. And then last but not least, we have Echo and Blackout. Now Echo does have melee based moves with her bubbles attacks, but even then bubbles are used to either encase herself or trap enemies, and then that allows her to get in closer to enemies to perform more melee based combos, which can push them back and make it easier for her to finish them off once she gets up close and personal with them. And not to mention, like, her so she can combo with her bubbles, sure, but she also has a great combo where she can do her mid-ranged scream on the bubbles as well. So above all, for melee orientatedness of the combos with her bubbles and the fact that they push back enemies to trick them into coming up close and personal with Echo so she can finish them off at that distance, makes her a brawler. And Blackout is also a brawler because he has many combos which he tricks enemies into falling into so that then he can finish them off with those melee based attacks of his. But last but not least, we have ourselves the Superchargers. So Big Bubble Pop Fizz is a brawler for the same reason as regular Pop Fizz was, because his beast mode is all melee orientated and all about them combos, baby. Now Smash Hit, just like Riptide, despite his name, is not the most fitting class to put him in based on that name alone. So he has Smash in the name. Sure, that would make him a Smasher to some of you, but to me, he will always be a brawler. Now, there is one particular move where he smashes his Wrecking Ball down that's made for destruction and to absolutely pulverize his enemies, but that's a single move, and this guy's four different attack-based moveset. So basically, he swings his Wrecking Ball round and round him, which traps multiple enemies into his melee-orientated combo abilities. And not only that, but when he gets rid of his Wrecking Ball, he brings in his Whip, and then once he's finished with his Whip, performing all sorts of combos with those, he brings back his Wrecking Ball again to create combos once that gets swinging. So above all, with his Wrecking Ball, he creates a multitude of different combos and tricks his enemies into coming in close so he can finish them off with them combos. But above all, what really makes him a brawler is the fact that he kind of messes with his enemies up close. He's kind of a bit of a show-off when he's swinging his wrecking ball round and round to encase them all into their doom. But either way, our last three characters, Bone Bash Rollerball, has the same reasoning to be a brawler as regular Rollerball does. She has a lot of melee-based combos to pull off. And it's the same with Spitfire as well. He is very melee-based, and he even charges into combat in order to chase down enemies and perform his melee combos on them to finish them off. Finally, last but not least, though, there is Donkey Kong. Now, sure, he has ranged-based attacks, and he has a secondary form which is bent on destruction more than anything, but even then that secondary based form has smarts to it where it tricks its enemies into coming closer to finish them off, and it has melee combos, which I truly cannot emphasize enough, makes him a brawler with all of those melee combos up his alley. And not to mention his weaponry, that being a barrel and his fists, are so much more brawler based than what they are smasher based, hence he's here, unlike his compadre Hammerslam Bowser, which was of the smasher class, as you know from a previous episode, mind you. I used to take characters like Spitfire right here and put them into battle classes like the Brawler class. You know, kind of ask the question of what if the battle classes were introduced from SSA onwards. But that series is no longer about that, because we've already looked at all 10 battle classes and what Skylanders pre-Imaginators would fall into them. So instead, the next half of the series is going to be dedicated to taking the battle class as a theme and manipulating that theme to see all sorts of crazy creative videos we can make out of it. So, the true episode of today's Schooled is none other than asking the question, what if Marvel characters had battle classes from Skylanders Imaginators? So basically, I've assembled a list of main Marvel characters from the MCU in order of their appearance in that cinematic universe. And so basically there are a few characters that I haven't included, but I've only not included them because A, they're not prominent enough, or B, because I couldn't find a relevant battle class for them. So characters like Mantis, you know, arguably before both of those factors. But anyway, I'm going to waste no time getting into that battle classness right there, so let's get to it. Okay, so starting us off here, we have none other than Iron Man, as everyone would know, the first major MCU hero. And so basically I make this guy none other than a quick shot if he was to be put into a Skylanders Imaginators battle class, purely for the fact that he has two repulsors that fire out of his hands, as you can kind of tell from the image before you. And they are incredibly fast-paced and deadly accurate. That's the whole sophistication of Iron Man's suit. And so really Iron Man is based around speed and maneuverability rather than being more of a weapons expert, or at least that's what I gain the feeling of whenever I see Iron Man, mind you. That speed and accuracy more so than anything, which is why he's a quick shot all the more. Okay, so next up is War Machine, who has a lot of similarities to Iron Man, which would make you think that he's a quick shot. But as you can see before you, I've instead ranked War Machine as a bazooka, and that's because whilst he is deadly accurate and incredibly fast-paced with his weaponry like Iron Man, he is, however, more of a weapons expert than what Iron Man is. So his armor is armed to the brink with weaponry, which is really what makes him the War Machine, but that also makes him far less maneuverable than Iron Man, so that decreased speed but increased weapon expertness is really what makes War Machine a bazooka rather than a quick shot. For that, and also there is a shoulder cannon to War Machine, as you can tell from the image before you, and that is the most iconic part to his design, and it is bazooka based, so hence we have a bazooka right here. Hulk smash! Okay, so from that alone you can probably tell what class Hulk is. He's very clearly a smasher because he has the mindset of a smasher, wanting to destroy absolutely everything. And then he also has the strength of a smasher as well, the ability to pulverize his opponents, I mean by that, of course. up Black Widow, who is very clearly a ninja because she's very acrobatic and rather sneaky, you could say. So yes, she is a spy, and so naturally spies need to be ninja-based in order to be effective at their job. So above all, it's Black Widow's maneuverability and her sneakiness towards combat that makes her a ninja, more so than any other battle class, mind you. Hawkeye is a bow slinger because he has a bow. End of story. Now Thor right here is a mixture of classes. He has the kind of strength and brutal power of the Hulk, and he uses that power mostly to smash into things. But I would, however, classify him as a sorcerer personally, for the same reason as Lightning Rod in his respective episode, purely for the fact that he summons lightning, and that summoning ability of his is really what makes him a sorcerer. Now his hammer is no staff, mind you, but the fact that his hammer is used to channel his lightning summoning is sorcerer-esque based, hence Thor is very much a sorcerer, mind you. Next up we have Captain America. Now with him having a shield you would think he'd be kind of hard to class, but when you take into mind his personality and his character traits, he is honourable and always does the best for the group. He is selfless and just overall a knight because of those honourable selflessness and noble deeds that he is all about. He represents in the MCU all of those traits, and all of those traits are also represented in Skylanders Imaginators by the Knights. So Knights and Captain America very much go together, mind you, and not to mention it's not like his weapon isn't knight-like because he has a shield, and a lot of Knights used shields, if you could remember back to that respective episode as well. Next up we have the Winter Soldier, whom is none other than a bazooka. As you can tell from the image above, he is very much a weapons expert. He uses a multitude of different weapons which aren't necessarily fast-paced, and they are more gigantic-based weaponries which he uses as a singular weapon rather than dual weapons, mind you. So the fact that he is a weapons expert makes him the bazooka in my personal opinion, and the fact that he uses a singleized weapon makes him more of a bazooka than a quick shot as well. Just thought that was worth mentioning, mind you. To some degrees, Falcon was kind of hard to put into a single battle class, so I would say just like Thor, he's a mixture of two classes, then being bazooka and quick shot, but I'd say he's more of a quick shot, however, because like Iron Man, his suit is based around maneuverability and speed, and not to mention his most iconic look, besides this one, is when he has the dual pistols which he fires off at enemies at immense speeds with great accuracy, mind you. So that is why Falcon is none other than a quick shot. Moving on to the Guardians of the Galaxy based characters, Star-Lord 2 is a quick shot purely because he has dual guns which, just like Falcon previously, can fire off at a very rather fast-paced, quite accurately in fact. So Star-Lord prefers keeping his distance when it comes to his bounty, and as such, with that distance he keeps and the pinpoint accuracy and the pace in which he fires his weaponry, and the fact that there is two guns rather than one, mind you, makes this guy the perfect quick shot. Next up right here we have Nebula, another very difficult one to put into a battle class, but I would personally make her a bazooka for the same reasons as previously mentioned. She rocks a singleized weapon, is a weapons expert, and above all is out to destroy her enemies from a distance using those singular based powerful weapons that a bazooka would, mind you. Next up we have Rocket right here, who's potentially the most perfect bazooka on the list of characters right here, purely for the fact that he does have a singleized weapon which is bazooka based, in the fact that it has more of a destructive nature than a fast paced nature. And Rocket on top of that is also a weapons expert, which is very much a trait of a bazooka, mind you, hence Rocket falls under this class. Groot right here is a smasher because he is extremely powerful and absolutely pulverizes his enemies using that power in close quarters combat for the most part, and above all he does have a lust for destruction, his destructive nature, quite literally because he is a force of nature, would make him a smasher indeed. He is very much the muscle of Guardians of the Galaxy, and so with that muscleness to him and that destructive nature, those coupled together with the melee based combat, makes Groot the perfect smasher. I am Smasher. As you can see in the photo right here, Drax has dual daggers, and that tends to be his most typical image. So the fact that he has dual weaponry makes him a swashbuckler in my personal opinion. Not only that, but he's great at using both weapons in succession with one another at great speeds. And those are all swashbuckler based traits, so hence, Drax is our first swashbuckler right here. Scarlet Witch right here is yet another sorcerer, as you can tell, because not only does she have the aesthetics of a sorcerer, based on her outfits, but she also has, of course, the traits of a sorcerer, and the fact that parts of her moveset is about summoning things such as spells and orbs to blast at enemies as such. So her magicness makes her the perfect sorcerer in my personal opinion. Next up right here we have Quicksilver. Now Quicksilver is a quick shot because, you know, half of his name is in parallel towards that class, but there's also the fact that he is incredibly speedy and fast-paced, and whilst not having dual guns or anything, if he was to have such things, then he'd naturally be very fast at firing them, one would say. But above all, it's really down to the fact that he is a very fast-paced person, and that personality trait reflects quick shots quite well, so that's why Quicksilver is none other than a quick shot, despite the lack of weaponry that would make him so. Next up, we'd have Ant-Man, who I personally find would be a brawler, mostly because he uses his size to his advantage when it comes to melee-based combat in order to set up all sorts of different martial arts combos onto his opponents. And so he definitely is great at tricking enemies into falling into his combos as well. So above all, that martial artsness to the character, and the fact he does get up close and personal as such, would make him a brawler in my personal opinion, hence he's in this class all the more. As for the partner to Ant-Man, however, I feel like the Wasp would be a quick shot purely because of the fact that she has blasters, and so those blasters are very fast-paced and very accurate and used at a distance, mind you, which is really what makes her the perfect quick shot, mind you. And not only that, but in combat she's also much quicker than Ant-Man, being more of a martial artist than he is, and having a more maneuverable suit at the same time. So above all, that is what makes Wasp a quick shot. Next up, we have Black Panther, whom is a brawler in my personal opinion, because he is all about getting up close and personal to his opponents to set up all sorts of different melee-based combos upon them, and of course, you know, finish them off using that strategical martial arts-based combo system of his, and he also tricks opponents into falling right into those combos as well, all of which are brawler-based traits, which is why Black Panther suits this class all the more. As for Spider-Man, I personally think he would be a quick shot because there is a option in his very sophisticated Stark-based suit to where he can fire off webs at a very quick pace, and of course his webs are naturally ranged so he can keep his distance while doing so, and that fast-paced and accuracy to the webs of Spider-Man definitely would make him a quick shot. But not only that, but he's also got an extremely fast-paced personality, constantly cracking jokes as such, and so those traits towards Spider-Man, of course, make him the perfect quick shot. And not only that, but he doesn't use a single web at a time. He's often using two webs at a time and in succession to one another to, of course, defeat his enemies. All quick shot-like. Here we have Doctor Strange, or the most obvious battle class representative of the whole list right here, because he's very clearly a sorcerer. After all, he's most commonly known as the Sorcerer Supreme outside of his main stage name, that being Doctor Strange itself, of course. And not only is Doctor Strange a sorcerer, but I'd also say that the rest of the characters within his respective franchise in the MCU are sorcerers as well, purely because they all utilize magic spells as their weaponry, and of course that is very much the trait of all sorcerers, the fact that they have that magic spellness to them, which of course they summon for spells. They don't just pop out of thin air. Well, I suppose that's exactly what they do, but that's basically the equivalent of summoning. So yes, Doctor Strange is very much a sorcerer based on his alternate names and his weaponry style, mind you. Now, in the previous episode, which was a long whiles back, we put all of the MCU characters into battle classes from Skylanders Imaginators. However, for this video, we're going to do a similar based theme, to where we're going to take all of the Super Smash Bros. Characters from the newest iteration of the franchise, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and we are going to put every single one of such characters into a battle class of their own out of the 10 battle classes in Skylanders Imaginators to choose from. Now we're going to go through this in roster order, that's going from left to right and going down in rows, just as you would X, Y in terms of coordinates on a grid. Starting with the top row, so that would be Mario, and finishing with a bottom row, which would of course be the Mii fighters. So at that, we are going to get into this without further ado. However, one thing you should notice that I'm not including Echo Fighters as a separate thing, since they have the exact same gameplay as their original counterparts, and these battle classes are based more on the gameplay than what they are on the personality of the character. However, that will be taken into consideration for a lot of these characters. It just so happens to be Echo Fighters in particular, their personality doesn't distinguish them in terms of the battle class potential from the original form of a character, so that's why I'm not including Echo Fighters separately to the main ones, since they fit in the same battle classes. The main ones are the same. Starting us off with Mario, he'd be none other than a brawler, since of course he has some great combos, particularly as part of his aerial game, and since he is so combo based, the only suitable class is Brawler, since all of the other classes either use projectiles or are much more focused on power. Mario doesn't really have either of those, going for more light based attacks that combo together much more easily, and of course he isn't a very projectile based character, making Mario the perfect Brawler. Donkey Kong, on the other hand, would be a smasher, since he's a heavyweight character, meaning that he specializes in hitting his opponents as hard as he can to deal more damage, hoping to KO his opponents much sooner with much fewer hits. Of course, as a result, his hits are slower, but of course the increased damage makes up for that, and that's exactly what a smasher prioritizes, so that's why Donkey Kong fits for smasher so well. Link at first was pretty tricky for me, because I was originally going to make him a bow slinger due to the fact that he has so many projectiles and he actually has a bow for one of his special moves. However, his sword and his shield far outweigh these special moves, since they are using all of his neutral attacks in some form or another. And not only does Link fit a knight aesthetically, but there's also the fact that in his respective games he is the hero of the games, the hero of Hyrule even, because he sets out on a huge quest in order to save the world of Hyrule from the evil Ganondorf. And so of course those personality traits of heroicness and selflessness is very much what makes a knight, and that's why Link fits into the knight class so well. Samus, without a doubt, would be a bazooka, since she is a weapon specialist, having several different explosive weaponries and guns in order to defeat her enemies from afar with very powerful weaponry, hence why Samus is indeed the perfect bazooka. Yoshi, just like Mario, prioritizes getting some great aerial combos rather than focusing on power play, hence why Yoshi is also a brawler. Now Kirby fits several classes. He could be a brawler because he has several combos. He could also be a smasher, since he utilizes a hammer in order to deal some high damage upon his enemies, as well as a ground pound attack, which, as I said before, sacrifices speed in favor for power and dealing a lot of damage and pulverizing his enemies. However, Kirby, I feel like, is a knight because he has a sword as one of his special abilities, and when it comes down to his personality, he is of course the hero of Dreamland, who sets out to defeat the evil King Dedede and of course save the residents of said Dreamland. So him being the hero and him being so heroic, you could say, makes him a knight. Plus his final smash has a giant sword to it, and so the utilization of such a sword also fits him as a knight in terms of his weaponry. Fox is a quick shot because he's awfully speedy, even in terms of his combos, which could classify him as a brawler even. He focuses on speed, not only on his tilts, but of course on firing his gun and dashing through the air. And in his respective games, he pilots tanks and ships as such, which of course have a huge emphasis on speed, so speed being a main part of this character's, well, character and personality makes him very fitting of the quickshot class indeed. Pikachu would be a sorcerer since he summons lightning, and of course that's a big part to not only his character design but his gameplay as well, so a sorcerer is very fitting for Pikachu. Luigi, just like his brother, has a huge emphasis on combos and not necessarily emphasizing power over such combos, making him a perfect brawler, just like his brother. Every single one of Ness's special moves requires summoning of something or another, whether it's PK Fire, or it's PK Freeze, or it's PK Lightning, and even his final smash involves him raining down stars from the sky, which is a big summoning based attack, so of course Ness makes a perfect sorcerer. Captain Falcon is another character that fits into several battle classes, including the quickshot class, since he's got some very speedy moves for his gameplay, and of course, just like Fox, he utilizes some very quick vehicles, making him a bit of a speed-based character in his respective franchise. However, he could also be a smasher, since he prioritizes in getting sweet spots which deal huge chunks of damage. However, those attacks aren't necessarily slow and as powerful as normal smashers, and that makes him a brawler more so than anything, since he prioritizes combos just like the brawlers before him, hence why brawler is the most fitting class for Captain Falcon. Jigglypuff is just generally a very hard one to place, so by default I've placed her as a brawler, since she does have some good combos up her sleeve that she can utilize, but really brawler is the only battle class she can fit into. Peach, once again, is a brawler purely because there's no other class that I find that fitting for her, and she does prioritize combos, particularly in terms of her aerial game with her fluttering attacks as such. So with how great her combo game is, and the fact that she doesn't fit into any of the battle classes, makes her the perfect brawler. Bowser is pretty slow, but he makes up for that with sheer power, and with him being a heavyweight in the game, of course he's going to focus on absolutely pulverizing his enemies, so naturally that makes him a smasher. The Ice Climbers could have easily been a brawler due to the combos that they can create, however I find them to be swashbucklers, since they do have two weapons, even if it is shared over two different characters, but these characters work in such great unison with one another, and their agility is unparalleled to the point to where their gameplay fits more of a swashbuckler despite being two different characters. So once again, it's the unison and the agility that these characters share, and the fact that they do have two weapons, even if it is shared over two characters, that makes them swashbucklers. Sheik is agile, sneaky, and tricks opponents into falling into her traps, making her the perfect ninja. Zelda's specials and her grabs are all about summoning things like explosions and knights to come forth and help her out in battle, and that's exactly the very definition of the sorcerer, making Zelda the perfect candidate for this battle class. Dr. Mario might have a very similar moveset to regular Mario, but he does prioritize power over the combo games, since his attacks are slightly slower but more powerful than regular Mario's, hence why I feel like he should be a smasher rather than a brawler. Just like his evolved counterpart Pikachu, Pichu is a sorcerer since he summons lightning down to defeat his enemies. Falco is just like Fox, meaning that he fits into the quickshot class quite perfectly, since he has a lot of speed within his gameplay and a lot of accuracy to go alongside such speed. And in the games he's from, he is of course a pilot of several different vehicles, once again emphasizing the speed within his character, making him a great quickshot, mind you. Marth is a knight, since of course he has a sword, which automatically makes him a knight based on his weaponry alone, but not to mention he's also a hero-based character in Fire Emblem, so that heroicness behind his personality is also perfect for the making of a knight. Young Link is a knight for the same reasons that his regular Link counterpart is. Ganondorf, meanwhile, is a smasher. Despite using a sword for his smash attacks, his smash attacks prioritize power over all else, And of course, Ganondorf is all about absolutely pulverizing his enemies and dealing such huge chunks of damage to them that he only needs to deal with 3 hits before they are poofed out of existence. That kind of pulverization and annihilation that Ganondorf aims for makes him a smasher class, most definitely. Mewtwo is a sorcerer since she can fly, so it's very magical, hence fitting into the sorcerer class quite well. And not to mention, she also summons auras and black holes and stuff like that, which damage enemies, so the effect of her summoning stuff makes her that sorcerer class. Roy once again is a knight for having a sword at the helm and being quite a heroic figure within the Fire Emblem games. Mr. Game & Watch is a brawler. You could call him a smasher, since if he pulls out a 9 in his attacks, then it does a lot of damage to the opponents. But really, that's only a single move, and the rest of his moves really prioritize combos more so than anything, hence why Game & Watch is indeed a brawler. Meta Knight is a knight because, well, there's a knight in the name, and he also has a sword which fits the weaponry of a knight, and even the personality, despite the fact that Meta Knight is antagonistic, he's still quite honourable in battle and respects his opponent, which are personalities of a knight. So Meta Knight is very much fitting off this class and might just be the only villain from the game which is such a thing. Pit is a swashbuckler, since as you can tell he has 2 blades which he utilizes in combination with one another to create some really agilic based combinations, so there's no other class more fitting of Pit than the swashbuckler class. Zero Suit Samus is a ninja, since she's very agile in combat and tricks enemies into falling into her traps, so she can deal even more damage to them in terms of her agilic based combos. So once again, it's really her agility in battle, her skill, her maneuverability, and her strategy that makes her a ninja more so than anything else. Wario would be a smasher since he hits harder than most brawlers, but he does have a lot of combos up his sleeve, which is why you could always argue for him being a brawler. But personally, with the amount of power that this guy can cause upon his opponents, does make him a smasher in my personal opinion. Snake is a bazooka since he literally pulls out bazookas as part of his smash attacks, and he's a weapons expert using explosives to absolutely annihilate his enemies from a fair distance, and of course he does that utilizing such weapon expertise. You could also call him a ninja as well because he's great at sneaking around and setting traps, but because those traps evolve such explosive weaponry, it makes him more fitting for a bazooka than a ninja, hence why he's in the bazooka class and not the previously mentioned ninja class. Ike could easily be a smasher with how powerful his smash attacks are, since they prioritize power over speed. But Ike makes much better knight than a smasher simply because he has a sword first of all, which of course makes his weaponry be fitting of a knight. But he's also pretty heroic in the Fire Emblem games, just like the Fire Emblem characters preceding him. Pokemon Trainer is a little strange since he has 3 different Pokemon, but between the 3 different Pokemon they only fall under 2 different classes, that being the Brawler for both Squirtle and Ivysaur alike, since they prioritize combos over speed or power. And then Charizard, on the other hand, would be of the Smasher class, since he is very powerful and sacrifices speed in the process to absolutely pulverize his enemies, hence why he is a Smasher and the other 2 are Brawlers. Diddy Kong could easily be a Bazooka with the fact that he has a very powerful single shot nut gun, and of course a barrel backpack which shows some sort of explosive expertise. However, Diddy Kong is much more of a brawler since he has some great aerial combos, which of course he utilizes to absolutely juggle his enemies inside of a combo, making him a very fitting brawler more so than a bazooka. Lucas, just like Ness, has a huge emphasis on summoning things in order to deal damage to his opponents, such as his PK Fire or his PK Freeze, hence why he makes a sorcerer just like Ness himself. Sonic is easily a quick shot. He is very speedy in terms of his combos and how fast he actually launches his attacks, and not to mention he's also incredibly accurate with such speed, having homing attacks upon his opponents. So with the speed and accuracy combined, he is a quick shot, even if he doesn't utilize any sort of guns that fire from a distance, because a quick shot is only defined by the weaponry they use. They are defined more so by their speed and their accuracy whilst utilizing such speed, and since Sonic has both of those traits, it makes him a quick shot in my personal eyes, even with the emphasis on melee attacks. King Dedede is yet another heavyweight within Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, making him yet another smasher since he prioritizes on absolutely pulverizing his enemies with very powerful attacks. Olimar is yet again another character who's very difficult to play since he doesn't really fit into any of the battle classes except for the sorcerer class, which even then it's only a vague fit since he summons pigmins from plucking them in the ground and uses them to do his bidding when it comes to defeating enemies. But that's the only thing of this guy that would make him any sort of sorcerer. So again, he's not really fitting with the sorcerer class, but it's the only battle class that he at least slightly fits into, so that's why Olimar is indeed here as part of the sorcerer class. Lucario could easily be classified as a smasher since the more damage he takes, the harder he hits, which is a personality trait of a smasher since he's over time becoming much more powerful and much more efficient in absolutely pulverizing his enemies with such powerful attacks. However, I think he's more of a sorcerer since he's similar to Mewtwo in terms of summoning auras in order to deal damage to his opponents, hence why Lucario is a sorcerer instead of such smasher. Plus, he's only a smasher very rarely, since he's not always focused on power. He only focuses more on power once he's taken huge chunks of damage himself, mind you. Next up is Rob, who would easily fit into the bazooka class since he has a huge variety of weaponry, ranging from lasers to top spinners, even explosive based attacks from his base, making him an explosive expert right out of the bat. And not only are these projectiles really good at comboing into one another, showing off that weapon mastery, but they're also very powerful and help keep Rob at distance from his opponents, making him the perfect bazooka. Toon Link is a knight for the same reasons Link and Young Link alike were knights. Wolf is not like Fox and Falco in terms of his personality. Sure, he still drives some sort of vehicles which could showcase some sort of speed within his personality traits. However, he uses those vehicles more so to try and defeat his opponents. He wants to pulverize them. He has a lusting for blood, you could say. And that also reflects in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate since his attacks are very powerful, much more so than Fox's and Falco's in, of course, Sacrifice of Speed. So that makes Wolf more of a smasher class than a quickshot class, which is why he's here in the smasher class and not such a quickshot class, mind you. Villager does have Lloyd, which is not only a projectile, but it's also pretty explosive, which would make him a bazooka. But, on the other hand, Villager does prioritize combos more than anything, which in my personal opinion makes him a brawler. Mega Man is a bazooka since he has a single weapon which prioritizes a lot of power over speed and accuracy, unlike a quick shot. And of course he also has multiple projectiles. His whole moveset is based around such multiple projectiles, and all of his combos rely on this weapon mastery from all of his projectiles. So there's no more fitting class for Mega Man than the bazooka class. Wii Fit Trainer has some really great combos up her sleeve, particularly in terms of her aerial game, making her the perfect brawler. Rosalina is an intergalactic being with a magic wand that she uses to magically communicate with her Luma, so they both act as a single unit. And of course she also has several other magic spells to draw in items around her so she can use such things for her own bidding, and she even summons stars for her final smash. There is clearly no more fitting battle class for her than the sorcerer class. Little Mac has no aerial combos whatsoever. He prioritizes on the ground, delivering some very hard hitting smash attacks, making him none other than a smasher class. This is another one of those cases where the battle class is clearly stated within the name Gren Ninja. And Greninja makes a perfect ninja, first of all because he has ninja stars, but second of all because he's incredibly agile and has a bunch of combos up his sleeves. And he's a bit of a sneakster too. He has great movement around his enemies and of course makes them fall into his traps. So those are all traits of a ninja, hence why Greninja fits into this ninja class and is very fitting since it's also in his name as well. Palutena has a staff, making her the perfect sorcerer, since that's the traditional weaponry of a sorcerer. Not only that, though, she also summons all sorts of things, such as a reflecting wall, a huge explosion, and so the fact that she summons such things using her staff weaponry makes her the perfect sorcerer. Pac-Man would be a brawler since his attacks are a little bit lighter, but they are much more speedy and combo together very well, and those are very much the gameplay goals of a brawler. Robin is very different to the previous Fire Emblem characters mentioned because he's a bit of a nerd and studies books in order for spells that he can summon, and all of his special attacks revolve around such spells, making him more of a sorcerer than a knight despite the sword weaponry. But even then, the sword is only a temporary part of his attack pattern. He does eventually get a weaker sword, and at that moment is where most players would of course prioritize his spells if they haven't done so already, and that's very much a sorcerer based gameplay trait. Shulk is a knight. I've never played Xenoblade Chronicles, but I would presume that he is the good guy out to stop the bad guy, making him of course heroic. But one thing I can definitely tell you is that he is pretty courageous in terms of his fighting style, and of course he has that very fancy looking sword. So in his Smash iteration alone, it would make him a knight, and I believe if I were to play the Xenoblade Chronicle games as well, I would find that his personality would also fit that of a knight. That is if of course Smash Ultimate is accurate to his Xenoblade Chronicles appearances. Bowser Jr. is a very 50-50 character because he could be considered a bazooka, having a huge plethora of weaponry that he has good mastery over, and they of course create explosions to absolutely annihilate his enemies from afar. However, he could also be a brawler since he has lots of combos up his sleeve, and of course such combos he prioritizes to brawl with his enemies. So that 50-50 split makes it very hard for me to determine a battle class for this guy, but I feel like Bazooka is more fitting due to the explosions he can create and the projectile weaponry that he has such mastery over. Duck Hunt Duo is yet another bazooka, purely because whilst he's not a very fitting bazooka, it's the only class he slightly fits into, a bit like Olimar, where he's not very fitting of many classes whatsoever. And the reason why I'd call him even vaguely a bazooka is because he does have a lot of weaponry which can explode and, cause all sorts of explosions from afar, and such weapon mastery is of course the trait of a bazooka. So that's why Duck Hunt Duo at least somewhat fits into the bazooka class. Ryu is absolutely a brawler since he has a lot of very sophisticated combos requiring a very sophisticated combination of inputs, mind you, which only masters can, well, master, and that allows you to of course brawl with your enemies, so that makes Ryu the perfect brawler. I haven't played any Final Fantasy games, so please bear with me here, but I believe Cloud is definitely a good guy in those games, and he's also pretty heroic and courageous as well. That's what I have came to believe from his Smash Ultimate counterpart, because that definitely seems to be his personality within the Super Smash Bros. Franchise. But most fitting of all is the fact he has that giant sword. So what other class is there for Cloud than the Knight class? Ryu is absolutely a brawler since he has a lot of very sophisticated combos requiring a very sophisticated combination of inputs, mind you, which only masters can, well, master, and that allows you to of course brawl with your enemies, so that makes Ryu the perfect brawler. Corrin is also a knight based on the sword weaponry she utilizes alone, and I would also presume that in Fire Emblem she is heroic and courageous just like the other Fire Emblem characters, but please do not quote me on that, since I haven't actually played any of the Fire Emblem games. I'm just trying to gather the small information I can of these games from their character representations in Smash Ultimate, basically speaking. So yes, from what I gather in Smash Ultimate, she seems pretty heroic, and she has of course the sword, making her a knight-based character. Plus there's the armor too, which is an aesthetic of a knight. Bayonetta is a quick shot since her main weaponry is her dual guns that you can see her holding in her hands, or even when she's using her feet she's still only using dual guns at a single time. But this firing of the guns even are very quick and very accurate, making her a quick shot. Not to mention even her combos when comboing together are very speedy and accurate. So once again, just like Sonic, those two in combination with one another makes her the perfect quick shot, even if she is more melee based. But still, her dual guns and that sort of weaponry does make her very fitting of a quick shot class, just like the previously mentioned Sonic. Ridley is a smasher since he does everything in his power to absolutely pulverize his opponents. He drags them, he spikes them, he flips at them, he stomps them. Literally anything that any opponent could do in rage to deal as much damage to an opponent as they could, Ridley does. And that makes him very much the perfect definition of a smasher. Inkling is easily the most obvious bazooka on the whole of this Super Smash Bros. Roster, simply because of the fact that she utilizes a single gun, which might sacrifice fire rate, but it does increase the power, and not to mention she's a huge weapon master, dealing damage with a huge plethora of different unique weapons. And a bunch of them also explode, showing that she has explosive expertise, and she of course can pulverize her opponents from afar, utilizing such heavy weaponry, making her the perfect bazooka. Simon, I was very close to making a Sentinel since he has a lot of agility in battle, but his weapon isn't dual-sided. So instead, I think this guy is much more fitting of the ninja class because he still has that agility to him. He can also set up traps using his bottles and his fire from such bottles, and of course he has a huge emphasis on projectiles, such as his cross, which acts almost like a ninja star. So between the agility and of course projectiles that he utilizes with such accuracy and such strategy even to trap opponents with, makes him a ninja more so than a sentinel. King K. Rool could easily be a bazooka based on his bazooka based weapon alone, since it's big and it deals a lot of damage, sacrificing speed and process. However, the rest of his moveset relies on him being melee based to absolutely pulverize his enemies with very powerful smashing based attacks, so he is much more fitting of a smasher as a result. Isabella, just like Villager, has a lot of combos that she can string together, making her the perfect brawler. Incineroar, however, prioritizes in power-based attacks, purely because it's very hard to actually create combos with Incineroar, but what it is very easy to do is deal huge chunks of damage at a single time with one slow yet very powerful attack, making Incineroar the perfect Smasher class character. Piranha Plant is easily a brawler since his projectile attacks are used so he can combo into his opponents with more aerial based moves or tilts. So with the kind of combos that you can set up with Piranha Plant, it makes him none other than a brawler. Joker here could be considered a quick shot since he has some very fast attacks which are also pretty accurate, but he's more so fitting of a brawler based on his gameplay alone, since he combos into enemies quite nicely, especially in the air and on the ground even. So the kind of combination capabilities you can have with a Joker makes him the perfect brawling class character. For hero, I absolutely had to go with the Goku outfit right here because it's the best one, but regardless, despite the aesthetic of the sword, the armor and the shield, of course that's both aesthetic and weaponry combined, but as I digress, that would of course make for the aesthetic and weaponry of a knight. However, hero's priority is based around summoning things. Most hero players use the special attacks much more than the neutral attacks, and all of those special attacks have something to do with summoning something like a fireball or lightning, or in this case with down B, several different RNG elements. So the emphasis on summoning stuff makes hero more of a sorcerer than a knight, just like with Robin. Banjo-Kazooie is a bazooka since there are a lot of projectile based attacks, and Kazooie can even be made into a gun type thing that's big and quite powerful. so it looks like a bazooka in of itself, but not to mention there's also some explosive eggs which showcase Banjo's skill in utilizing explosives. However, you could also say he's a brawler since he of course does have a lot of combos, but I find a bazooka more fitting based on the explosive nature alone, and of course the aesthetics and weaponry of Kazooie whenever he's in that gun-based format. Finally, we have Terry Bogard. The character's not even out yet, but I can already tell he's going to be a brawler since he is from an arcade fighting game, and he looks like he's going to have a very similar gameplay style to Ryu. So the fact that not only does he have the aesthetics of a brawler based on the looks, but he also seems like his gameplay would focus on combinations more so than anything, it makes Terry Bogard a pretty perfect brawler. Finally, we have the Mii fighters. Now, they have no personality to speak of, so their battle classes are based purely off their weaponry alone, making the Mii Gunner a bazooka with the single weapon that fires from a distance with great power. The Swords fighter, with being a knight since he has a sword, so says the name Swords fighter, and then of course the Mii brawler being, well, a brawler. Once again, it says so in the name. So Skylanders Trap Team is notorious for having several villains, all of which are completely original for the game's development, so they all have unique designs that vary from one another. And because of that, they fit into battle classes quite nicely, just like the Skylanders that we've talked about preceding them in this series so far. And when it comes to the villains in Trap Team, just because they're bad guys doesn't mean they're bad guys. So naturally, they deserve the same treatment as the Skylanders have gotten previously in the series. So I'm going to go through every single one of these villains and put them into a battle class of their own. Now we're going to go through these per battle class rather than going through these per element. And the battle class order is going to be the same as the order in which I went through the battle classes for each individual episode of the Skylander showcases. So without further ado, let's get into this, shall we? Starting with the Bowslinger class, we have for one, the only Crosscrow, our only Bowslinger from the whole of the Trap Team villain cast, based purely on his weaponry alone, since he wields a crossbow, which is a Bowslinger style weapon, so based on said weaponry, Crosscrow makes a perfect Bowslinger. Moving on to the Knight class, you wouldn't think these next two picks make for great knights, purely because, well, not many villains at all would make for great knights, since the tropes of heroism and courage aren't really abundant when it comes to the villains. But for Luminous, however, he possesses both of those tropes, I would say, since he's quite courageous, because when he's defeated, he actually runs toward the Vortex, which is an extremely brave thing to do, and at the same time, that's also honourable, since he's kind of acknowledging defeat in battle, and respects his opponent for being such a skilled fighter within combat. And those are definitely personality tropes of a knight, but better yet, Luminous possesses a armor, so aesthetically he also matches that of a knight. The only other battle class that he would suit is a quick shot based on his gameplay, since his lasers are very fast and accurate. But bearing in mind everything I just said, I definitely feel as though knight is more befitting for Luminous. And then my second choice for a knight is Shield Shredder, a much more controversial one. But just like Luminous, he possesses armor, so straight up he is a knight aesthetically. And not to mention he has a shield based thing, it might be a blade, but it still counts as a shield. So says the name Shield Shredder. And he charges in battle, he even charges into battle even. And so you wouldn't necessarily think a charge would be a knight move, more so a brawler move, but I do think it is a move of a knight, since first of all it takes courage to charge into battle, like what Shield Shredder does, but second of all it feels a bit like a jousting maneuver, which of course jousting is a traditional knight-based sport, so I feel like Shield Shredder is indeed worthy of the knight class. But moving on, we have the Sentinel class, and Gulper here is our only representative of said class from the Trap Team villain cast, and once again that's based on weaponry alone, since Gulper wields a trident that he uses to flip enemies over his head, which requires a lot of agility and skill with said trident, so for weaponry and how he utilizes it makes Gulper the perfect Sentinel. At that, we have Ninja class coming up next, which starts off with Nightshade, obviously, because he's sneaky, which is, of course, the trait of a ninja. And you can say the same with Taekwon Crow. He actually teleports in his boss fight to sneak around you. So that kind of sneakiness to said boss fight makes him a ninja. Plus, he also has ninja stars, so his weaponry is ninja-based. Even if he does have a sword, that you could always argue is knight-like of him. But really, Taekwon Crow's ninja stars are the main focus of him, especially when you go into his villain quest, since that's more of a projectile-based quest, so you're naturally going to be utilising ninja stars far more often. So the fact that the villain quest kind of emphasises your usage of the ninja stars just shows how important ninja stars are to Taekwon Crow's overall look. And not to mention, he also has the aesthetics of a ninja, you know, a mask, a ninja robe. So between how he acts in his boss battle and the emphasis on ninja stars, it does indeed make Taekwon Crow a ninja. So moving on to the bazooka class, we start off with Chill Bill, who has a single gun, a pretty big gun at that, and it's also very powerful. It does sacrifice a lot of speed, but it's very, very powerful indeed. And it also targets single enemies to cause huge destruction from afar, so that makes Chill Bill the very definition of a bazooka. Then we also have Dr. Crankcase, who has a single weapon which is more powerful and focuses more on range than what it does with speed or accuracy. Once again, that is a trait of a bazooka, so Dr. Crankcase fits this class quite nicely. Next up we have Brawlerus, which has a giant cannon, very traditional bazooka-based weapon there, and of course it might be slow, but it launches huge starfish even, which is very destructive. And even as mini starfish, they are pretty slow and not very accurate, but they are at least powerful, making Brawlerus a bazooka indeed. Then we have Troll and Thunder with one huge cannon at the front of it, which causes huge power and destruction from afar, making Troll and Thunder the perfect bazooka once again. Then we also have Shrednaut, which is a giant piece of machinery built to destroy. So its huge emphasis on destruction makes it a bazooka right out of the bat. Not to mention one of the characters actually has a bazooka which they fire at the enemies. So that makes Shrednaut a bazooka in my personal opinion. And then we also have Krankenstein. His arm kind of features like a gun, since it fires off huge gusts of air and also picks enemies up and launches them back out, a bit like Jetvac, just better. Then again, it's not exactly hard to get better than Jetvac. But point is, his arm is pretty huge, and because it functions just like a gun would, it does indeed make Krankenstein a pretty good bazooka. Then we also have Smokescreen, because he has a lot of destructive capabilities with that flamethrower, which he uses to destroy his enemies from afar, obviously. It's very slow, but that's made up for with power, as I just said. And not to mention, Smokescreen is also a pretty big explosives expert, with the fact that he's able to concoct such fiery explosions and things. So the kind of weapons mastery that Smokescreen has makes him a bazooka quite fittingly. Then we have Bombshell. Now, Bombshell doesn't have a gun per se, so he's not got a very traditional weapon, bazooka-style weapon even. However, his bombs are slow, but he's incredibly accurate with them from a big distance. And of course, they are very destructive as well, and it's within a bazooka's interest to cause destruction from afar. And he's also a demolitions expert, so that shows weapon mastery. And the most important part of a bazooka is to show said weapon mastery. So, in my personal opinion, despite the lack of a bazooka-style weapon, Bombshell is a bazooka still, because he has some very powerful bombs that cause great destruction from afar. Then we also have Blastatron, who has a massive gun that unleashes a huge blast with great range on it. But of course that sacrifices speed and even has to charge up just to be even more destructive. So of course Blastatron is a bazooka as a result. But at that we now move on to the quick shot class. Starting of course with Threatpack, because he can launch a multitude of rockets all at once. So the speed in which he launches these rockets and the accuracy they have make him a quick shot. Then we also have Mablob, since he launches a bunch of bombs all at once towards his enemies. You could say it's almost ninja-like of him because it sets up a trap for the enemies to walk into, but the fact that he has just such a sheer amount of bombs which he launches at once with such great speed makes him a quick shot. And you can say the same for Lobgoblin as well. Once again, he is a bit strategic, since he has kind of like tripline based things which can trap enemies or force them into a corner, which of course is more ninja based than quick shot based. But at that, at the speed in which he throws said bombs and for accuracy they have, makes him a quick shot, I would say, rather than a ninja. Then we have Sheep Creep, who's obviously a quick shot, since he has 2 cannons which he fires off very quickly with very intense accuracy. And then not to mention, when he does his Fluff Explosion, he sends off fluff balls in all directions very quickly as well, and recovers very quickly. So the speed found within his Corkscrew blasters, and the fact that there's 2 of them at once with pinpoint accuracy, makes Sheep Creep a quick shot. Then we also have Scrap Shooter, who fires off lots of pellets that deal very little damage, but they are very quick and very accurate, which is very much the very definition of a quick shot, mind you. But that leads us on to the next battle class, which is none other than the Sorcerer class. Starting off with Broccoli Guy, who has a staff. So right out of the bat, he has the weaponry of a sorcerer. Not only that though, he can also summon healing circles. So that huge emphasis on summoning makes him a sorcerer. Then we have Chompy Mage, who summons Chompies and transforms into a different form. So that huge emphasis on spells and summoning servants, you could say, or at least just summoning creatures to do his own evil bidding, makes him a perfect sorcerer. Then we also have Mastermind, who might not have a staff unlike Broccoli Guy and Chompy Mage, but he does he's a bit more casual in battle and lays back to instead use spells that take over enemies. So for enemies that he kind of mind controls, he uses them to do his bidding for him. And once again, it's within the tropes of a sorcerer to be basically lazy and summon all sorts of different creatures to do their own bidding. And that's exactly what Mastermind does, making him a sorcerer. And not to mention, he also flies, which is very magical looking. And what's very important about a sorcerer is that they have that kind of magical feeling to them, such as levitation. So aesthetically, Mastermind even is sorcerer based. But moving on, we also have Golden Queen, who has a staff, which right out of the bat, that staff makes her weaponry befitting of a sorcerer. Not only that though, she also summons her little scarab turret thingies. So the huge emphasis on summoning those makes her a sorcerer. And then we also have Dreamcatcher, who summons little vortexes and bow-like creatures. So the huge emphasis on summoning makes her a sorcerer, just as it did with Golden Queen. And then we also have Bad Juju, who has a staff, so her weaponry is sorcery based, and she summons lightning down upon her enemies. So her control of summoning for weather and her weaponry, those 2 things in combination with one another, makes her a sorcerer. Leading us on to our last sorcerer, I believe, that being Rage Mage, who once again has a staff, giving him the perfect weaponry for a sorcerer. He also levitates, so aesthetically he's a sorcerer as well. And he summons a huge stress ball for the sake not of offense, but more of defense. And once again, that kind of defensive playing style is very typical of a sorcerer. And then I almost forgot about Ice Cream, who doesn't have a staff, a bit like Mastermind, but she still does summon eyes. Even if she winds up spitting out the eyes, it's still some form of summoning something, even if it comes from inside of her, then going outside of her, which now sounds really gross when I put it like that. But point is, it's a form of summoning all the same, which makes her a sorcerer. And then we have Chaos as well, who summons Doom Sharks. He summons all sorts of elemental attacks. Keyword here is summons, And not to mention he's also a Dark Portal Master, which means he can summon his own evil minions and evil Skylanders, so on and so forth. So yes, if I was to sum up Chaos's moveset and how he fights you in several games, I would use the word summon. And of course that's also the single word that I would also use to describe the Sorcerer class. So you put 2 and 2 together, Chaos is indeed the perfect Sorcerer. But now we finally move on to the next battle class. That being the Smasher class, starting us off with Cuckoo Clocker, since he has some very hard-hitting attacks. He's extremely slow, but his emphasis on pulverizing his enemies, like seriously, Cuckoo Clocker tries his darndest to absolutely smash his opponents. He doesn't want to just hit them, he wants to absolutely pulverize them. And so the emphasis on all of that makes Cuckoo Clocker a smasher. Then we also have Wolfgang, who has some very, very powerful, yet slow attacks, and that's because Wolfgang wants to cause as much damage as possible. He's kind of in a befitting rage as he plays his music even. So that rage and the mindset of wanting to destroy everything in his path makes Wolfgang pretty much the perfect smasher once again. And you can say the same with Hudsicle. Now, he's incredibly slow when it comes to his attacks, but they are so damn powerful. And once again, Hudsicle definitely has the mindset. I kind of combined Hudsicle and mindset to make Hudset right there, but regardless, he has a mindset of dealing as much damage to his opponents at once as he possibly can. So the emphasis on the power that he can of course use to inflict maximum damage upon his enemies is a trope of a Smasher class character. Then we have Graveclobber, who has some very slow yet very heavy hitting attacks, which are aimed to absolutely annihilate his enemies at very close quarters combat, making Graveclobber the perfect smasher. Then we also have Buzzerbeak. He might be small, but man, does he have the mindset of wanting to destroy his enemies. He has the lust for blood, you could say, because he literally winds himself up. He lifts himself as high in the air as he can, only to smash himself down with such rage. The mindset he must go through whenever he's winding himself up is, I cannot wait to come down with such speed, to try my darndest to deal as much damage as possible. So it's that mindset to Buzzerbeak, that determination to get the strongest hit possible, that makes him the Smasher class. Then we also have Pinata, who once again has very slow melee attacks, but they are very, very powerful, bent on absolutely smashing up his opponents. He's a Pinata. You smash Pinatas. As a result, Pinata wants to smash you. Very befitting of a Smasher class. He just ironically kind of fits in here, you could say, because of, well, the things I just alluded to right there. And then we also have I5. He pounds his fist upon the ground as hard and as fast as he can. You don't get any more smasher like that. Then you also have Fisticuffs, who launches his arm in the air only to bring it spiraling back down with the aim to deal as much damage as possible, once again making him a smasher. And now we move on to the last battle class, the Brawling battle class. Now you might notice we skipped over Swashbuckler a few battle classes back, and that's purely because there are no villains befitting of the Swashbuckler class besides Bad Juju, but even then that's on an aesthetic level. When it comes to her gameplay and her weaponry, she's much more befitting of the Sorcerer, as I mentioned previously. But going into Brawlers right here, we have Slobbertrap, purely because there is no better battle class for him than Brawler. He aims to brawl with his enemies, you could say, based on his movement alone. Since he engages with them, kind of plays around with them in combat. And so the fact that he kind of plays around with his opponents makes him a brawler. Then you also have Brawl and Chain. Brawl is literally in the name, so what other battle class would he fit in, right? But once again, he has some very good melee mastery to create some very good melee combos. Then we have Bruiser Cruiser, whose movement is very brawler based because he kind of like moves into his opponents, gets a few melee hits in, moves back out again, creates for some sort of combination between all of the opponents he fights, so that's very much a brawler. Then we also have Chompy right here. He charges forward at opponents. You could call him a sorcerer as well, since he summons his fellow Chompy companions, but because of that charge right there, I do define him more as a brawler, because he kind of plays around with his enemies as he fights them, and the movement style is that of a brawler, because once again, it's kind of like playing around with his enemies. He's kind of out there to welcome them into the battle, to say, come on, approach me, and then he kind of lunges at them melee based, because, you know, he's small, he's cute, you wouldn't think he'd be much of a threat, so you come in close, and it turns out he's just playing with you, because then he brings out all sorts of melee based trouble for you. So that's why Chompy is a brawler, because of his play style. And you can say the same for Bone Chompy as well, since the two are effectively carbon copies of one another. But that leads us to Chomp Chest, who also has a charging base ability, just like Chompy. And he's a treasure chest as well, making it even more playful for his opponents, who would engage him thinking he's a treasure chest, and then he lunges out and starts doing all sorts of melee combos that they cannot escape out of, making Chomp Chest a perfect brawler. Then we have Tussle Sprout. Now, this guy's definitely a brawler, because he can combo his acid peas with his poison cloud, so that then, you know, he has his peas behind him, he starts bringing in his poison cloud, forcing enemies back into his acidic peas, causing all sorts of different combinations within close quarters combat, making Tussle Sprout a perfect brawler. Well, I wouldn't say perfect brawler, he just isn't befitting of any other class, which is why he's here, really. And we also have Chef Pepperjack, who's a brawler literally because he gets up close and personal with his opponents to brawl with them, to create different combos with them, melee based of course, and once again he charges into battle, just like the previously mentioned Chompy as such, playing with his opponents, you could say, forcing them to kind of become a part of his combo that they cannot escape out of. And then our final villain of the video, we have Grenade. Once again, you would think he is a sorcerer, since he summons cute little companions, but I'd personally call him a brawler, since he goes into combat to go as close to his opponents as possible, and right when they think they're safe, boom! His melee attacks absolutely destroy them. And once again, it's a very playful style of his, because he's kind of inviting the enemies to come close. Look at him, he's just a tiny little bomb. What's he going to do? Oh, he's going to cause a lot of explosive fire against you, which could also make him a bazooka, I guess. But the fact that he doesn't actually fire anything from opponents, and he doesn't use any sort of his destructive capabilities from afar, doesn't really make him befitting of the bazooka nor the summoner class, or the sorcerer class even, that I mentioned previously. So that's why he is here as our final brawler and our final villain of the video. So all of the Skylanders you see before you have one thing in common. They don't fit into one battle class, they fit into two. So because these Skylanders have the attributes from two separate classes, I thought to make a video addressing that issue, so that I can kind of like take the Skylanders that do fit into these two battle classes and amalgamate the two battle classes into one to make Skylanders of a dual class. Now, I was kind of alluding to this concept with Chill when I made her a Sentinel, because I did mention beforehand about how she could also be a knight with her fitting for knight aesthetically due to the armor. However, she's more of a Sentinel since she has a dual-bladed weapon and she's very agile in battle even. So the very fact that she kind of gave birth to this idea of Skylanders fitting into multiple classes is the reason why she's on the portal. But now we're going to run through the other Skylanders and see what other battle classes they fit into besides the one I've put them into already. So starting off with Snapshot even, he's pretty obvious. He should be both a bowslinger and a knight, because his weapon, well, it's a bow and arrow. So that makes him a bowslinger right off the bat, but the bows he uses for this weapon is, well, a sword. And so the very fact that Snapshot combines both the weaponry of a sword and a bow and arrow makes him fitting of both these battle classes based on the weaponry he uses. And Snapshot is very innovative in the style that he does amalgamate both of these weapons, that being a sword and a bow and arrow, so it's very cool to see such an innovative Skylander blended two battle classes so well together. Regardless, moving on to High Vault, he was originally a knight because he had his suit of armor and was very noble and honourable in battle and everything. But he would also fit for Sentinel class quite well, because in his moveset he's pretty agile, and his weapon, technically speaking, is dual-sided, although he does more poking with it than he does spinning weapon. But the very fact that he grips it in the middle rather than at one end or the other is truly a Sentinel-based skill. And then we have Sprocket. Now, she's a Sentinel because she kind of wields her spanner in a similar way to Highvolt, and the fact that it's towards the middle rather than one side or the other. But Sprocket does create turrets, which makes her a sorcerer as well as a Sentinel. And sure, she is the one constructing these, which construction isn't much a sorcerer skill as it is summoning, but the very fact that she uses these turrets to do her own bidding, that, my friends, is indeed the trait of a sorcerer, making her fitting of that class as well. And then we move on to Gearshift and Scorp, which are effectively in the same boat, since they are both swashbucklers, and I'm going to stick to that since they have two weapons, one in either hand, or gear I should say in Gearshift's case, but they also make really good quick shots because both of them utilise projectiles in some fashion, which are launched at incredibly fast rates from a distance with pinpoint accuracy, which is very much the trait of quick shots. But these aren't very abundant in their movesets, which is why they're so much more tailored towards being swashbucklers, especially with their agility and everything. But speaking of swashbucklers, Ninja Stealth Elf right there would make both a great ninja due to her moveset capabilities and her aesthetics and everything, having a ninja suit. But she'd also make a pretty good swashbuckler as well because, well, she's agile. That basically comes with being a ninja. But as you can see here, she has two knives, not one of them, and the fact that she wields two knives, one in either hand, makes her a swashbuckler really. And she also has some huge combos which utilise both of these weapons in great coordination with one another, which is very much the traits of a swashbuckler, so she does kind of fit into that class as well. But then we also move on to Enigma, who would be both a ninja and a smasher, because if you look at his giant weapon like right there, it's kind of axe-like, which is the traditional weapon of a smasher. And not to mention, when Enigma utilises that weapon, it's pretty slow, but for speed that's sacrificed, Enigma makes up for with power. So the fact that his weapon is powerful and has the kind of aesthetics of a smasher weapon makes him fitting of that class as well. And then with Nightfall, she would be both a ninja and a brawler, since she does have combos up her sleeve which she uses to kind of like play around with her enemies and brawl with them, you could say. Now, these three, just like Gearshift and Scorp, all share the same dual classes because the three of them are both brawlers and smashers. Now, my justification for making Frino and Scratch smashers beforehand is because they do everything within their power to absolutely pulverize their enemies. Like, Frino starts pounding on the ground just to act more enraged and hit his enemies harder than what he would normally, you know, that kind of mindset of his, trying to pulverize enemies as hard as he can, and does indeed make him a smasher. And it's the same with Scratch, you know, she keeps herself held up high and then smashes herself back down on enemies. But at the same time, for both of them have a lot of combos up their sleeve to utilize, making them pretty great brawlers, just like Slam Bam, who does indeed have combos up his sleeve, and he even traps enemies inside of his ice cages to make combos even easier for himself. But he also does that so it's even easier for him to hit enemies and hit them hard. Slam Bam also has a kind of like pulverization in his mindset, because he wants to hit his enemies as hard as he can. That's kind of what he lusts for in combat, so that really does make him be fitting of the Smasher class just as much as the Brawler class. For Slam Bam, I would say he's one of the only Skylanders that is truly 50-50. But now we move on to the last two characters, which are both brawlers at heart, but Big Bubble Pop Fizz would make a good bazooka as well, because his little trumpet right here is a singular weapon which is pretty giant, and it launches projectiles, and of course he has several different projectiles that he can launch out of this bazooka based weapon, which makes him quite the weapons master. So that's definitely for traits of a bazooka, but that's only 50% of his gameplay. The other 50% is of course him in his beast mode as he brawls with his enemies. And then we move on to the last character to talk about for this video, Riptide. Now, he would also make a perfect knight just as much as a brawler, because he has a swordfish as a weapon. Swordfish. What kind of weaponry do knights use? Well, swords. So weaponry is pretty fitting, but then there's also the aesthetics of Riptide. If I bring him up closer, you can see that he wears golden armor, and that once again is an aesthetic of a knight, since knights are traditionally known for wearing of that armor. So Riptide does fit into a knight aesthetically, I suppose, but his gameplay is so tailored towards being a brawler, which is why he was put into that class in the end. But I had such a clash with him as to which battle class to put him in at the end. But yeah, that basically does it for this here video, discussing about the dual classes that all of these Skylanders are kind of classed as, you could say. And I sure hope you enjoyed this concept. So naturally in this episode of Schooled, we're going to look at all of the battle classes from Skylanders Imaginators and rank them from worst to best. But of course there are only 10 battle classes in Imaginators, so this is effectively a top 10 video based not only on the gameplay of the battle class, but also for design of the Imaginators, because this is all Imaginator orientated. So if I don't like the aesthetics of a certain battle class, then the chances are they will be lower on the list. So without further ado, let's get into the number 10 slot, which is the Smasher class. Now this class isn't hindered by any sort of aesthetic limitations, because you know you have all body parts and availability to you, including the head, legs, body, and arms and tail and all of that fun stuff. But truly what makes the Smasher class the worst battle class for me is the pacing. They are so boring to play as because they are so damn slow. And I know that's the whole idea of a Smasher, to sacrifice speed in favour of very powerful attacks. But the Smashers aren't even all that powerful. It underwhelms me how underpowered they are. So it's unfortunate how their lack of speed not only makes them boring, but isn't compensated for with their power levels whatsoever. And their animations and everything are even boring, so it doesn't make them fun to watch either, because all what they do is smash the ground or spin a little. You know, it's very generic, very one-dimensional animations. And what I mean by one-dimensional is the fact that, you know, they could have added so much more detail to these animations, but they didn't, and it's so unfortunate, because just like the pacing of the gameplay, the animations are boring. Smashes as a whole are boring, and that's why I prefer not playing as them when it comes to the Imaginators that fall under this class. But now we're going to move on to number 9 without further ado, that being the Ninja class. Now, the Ninjas are the complete opposites for Smashers, to where they're really fun to play as, because their projectiles are used to maintain a good distance, making them very effective in combat and everything. And they're also speedy, making their pacing very fast and fun. And they're also maneuverable as well, so it's just awesome to walk around with these guys at a quick, speedy pace and everything. But they are limited by their aesthetics, because ninjas don't have bodies, and it is really annoying that I cannot have an awesome looking ninja character with a body for my Imaginator. I mean, it is unique, sure, and it helps them stand out from the other battle classes, but I still wish there was an option at least to have the body. Taking that option away entirely really limits the creativity you can show with a ninja, because you have fewer parts to work with, and so the fact that it limits your imagination is highly uncool, and it doesn't even look great aesthetically either. So ninjas are so low on my list because of that very reason. Now we're going to move on to Swashbucklers at number 8. Now, if their gameplay is just as fast paced as for ninjas, unfortunately they aren't as effective because they have larger hitboxes and they're melee oriented if you choose the melee paths for them, that is, which is some more fun paths. That's why I choose to use those ones. And their gameplay is definitely fast paced for sure, but unfortunately you're not going to be playing with them as long as ninjas, because they're way more likely to die because of that melee orientation, you could say. But that's where the Swashbuckler choice comes in. I love the fact that you can also choose to use projectiles if you so wished, even though it's not very fitting for the Swashbucklers and isn't nearly as fun as I was alluding to earlier. But anyway, if their gameplay is so much fun and fast-paced, then what makes them so low on the list, I hear you asking? The very fact that, just like the ninjas, they are limited in terms of their design and their aesthetics, because instead of having legs, they can only have tails. It is unfortunate that you cannot choose between the two of them, because having legs could create for way more creative and unique imaginators from person to person, but unfortunately that creativity is taken away because they only have tails, and there aren't nearly as many swashbuckler tails as there are legs, so again, that limitation really ruins the aspect of designing a swashbuckler. And not to mention, the weapons also feel unoriginal and not really unique or distinct from one another, so the weapons aren't great, unfortunately, in terms of their detail. Which for sorcerers, even at number 7, is the complete opposite. Their weapons are very, very distinct and very cool to look at. But my main problem with sorcerers are the gameplay, because they have a very ineffective beam, which you have to be really close to even use, and it's not all that powerful either. It just reminds you of other better Skylanders like Double Trouble, because the sorcerers are just a wannabe version of them, just not as fun to use in terms of the gameplay, unfortunately. But at least they are projectile based, so you can keep your distance even if projectiles aren't all that fun to use and now they are all that fun to watch because of the animations. But hey, one other thing really that's really cool about the sorcerers even is the fact that they float in midair. It's a very well done animation, and it does make the battle class more distinct from the other battle classes, although once again I wish there was an option to turn that off, so that does kind of limit you and makes you not want to pick up a sorcerer even over another battle class if you don't want the flight or anything, and also if you don't want to utilize the bland and unoriginal gameplay either. But that brings us on to number 6 for bazookas. Now they have some really cool weapons. It's a lot of fun to just walk around and rain destruction upon your enemies. But unfortunately for the bazookas, they have very limited movement whenever you utilize your weaponry. Like, you can't really turn all that well, and it feels quite janky. So because of the feeling of it, it does kind of ruin the gameplay for me. And not to mention, it kind of disrupts movement a bit, because whenever you launch a third attack on one of the paths of the bazooka, you launch a more powerful shot, which is very fun to utilize because, as I said before, it's fun to watch as you rain destruction upon your enemies. But it disrupts the gameplay because it makes you stop entirely still, and so because of your lack of maneuverability, it does take out a lot of the fun of bazookas, so that's why they're at number 6. But moving on to number 5, we have brawlers. Now these guys are insanely fun. I love the fact that they kind of allow you the ability to brawl with your enemies. It's very fast paced, and it's kind of like teasing your enemies in a way, so being allowed to tease your enemies with jabs or strong punches or anything is incredibly fun to utilize. Unfortunately, the brawlers aren't as effective in combat as the other battle classes because they are so melee based, and that does take out a lot of the fun because it's so much more fun to lay back from a distance and use your projectiles to finish off opponents, but that doesn't stop brawlers from at least being fast paced and fun to utilize. Then we have bowslingers with some very cool weapons that are very distinct and just fun to utilize as well, with the fact that they of course have projectiles allowing you to maintain that distance and have more fun because you're being hit much less often. And once again, you have no limitations in your design of these characters because they have all of the body parts and availability to you. So really, bazookas can create for some very cool looking imaginators without any sort of limitations whatsoever. And their gameplay is also insanely fun. Their secret techniques as well are also very well animated. Their volley shot looks really cool whenever it's performed, as does that little ability where they fly up and launch a bomb downward. It's just a very cool looking animation. And it's also very effective in combat as well, utilizing these attacks because you of course like either take out a line of enemies in front of you or jump straight over them, allowing yourself not to get hit. So the very animations of this battle class is what makes it so much fun, but unfortunately the projectiles aren't as effective as the quick shot class, which takes our number 3 slot, because these projectiles are very button mashy, sure, but I love button mashing and it's very fun towards my game style, you could say. And so, because of a natural button mashing-liness, that's not even a word, but hey, why the heck not create a new word while I'm at it, right? But point is, the button mashing is incredibly fun. And it's also incredibly effective as well because these projectiles are so fast, and that also reflects on the pacing of the gameplay, because the pacing is for gameplay pacing even is also incredibly fast and fun to utilize. And once again, the quick shot weapons look so damn cool. Like, you can have dual shotguns, dual high-tech pistols. They're so cool looking and so distinct. You could create a quick shot of any element and it would be very fitting. So again, the creativity on display with quick shots and just how much fun they are to utilize and effective even in their gameplay is truly what earns them the number 3 slot, but they're not as cool as Sentinels. Now, Sentinels are melee based, which, you know, could be a problem because your enemies have a higher chance of hitting you. But the thing is that as a Sentinel, you are so powerful that you've defeated your enemies before they even have a chance to do such a thing. And not to mention, as a Sentinel, you have a lot of mobility and a lot of attacks that chain together really, really well to make for some very satisfying combinations which destroy your enemies. So it's fun to watch the destruction unfold before you, and it's also really fun to just utilize said combos, you know, using a string of different attack buttons together and actually requiring some sort of brain power or coordination from you is incredibly fun, because that's what you play games to do. You play games to have the interactivity, and Sentinels are very interactive in the fact that they have such great combos to utilize, and they have by far some of the coolest weapons. Like, seriously, a dual marshmallow weapon is so damn cool, and it's detailed as well. You can truly see the scorch marks on those marshmallows. It's amazing, and that's just a single example. There are several other Sentinel weapons to dig your teeth into, but easily the best battle class is the Knight battle class, because they have the most distinct personality traits of all of them. Going for your traditional Knights, meaning that they have the personality traits of valor and honor in battle. And so, of course, I would love to play the character that's associated with being honorable. You know, it's a very positive thing to think about when you're playing with this character, the fact that, you know, you have such an honourable personality to go alongside it. So these Imaginators have more personality than the others to make them fun to play. But you know what else makes them fun to play? Their gameplay. Once again, you can tailor it towards your own personal tastes when it comes to playing Skylanders. You can either have slow yet powerful attacks, or quick and slightly less powerful ones. Of course, I prefer the much more powerful ones, because that way you destroy enemies so damn quickly, because just like the Sentinel class preceding this, the Knight class is very powerful. And then we come to the weapons. Oh, the weapons look so damn cool. So, a sword is actually my favourite weapon of all time. And the fact that this game gives you the capability through this battle class to have so many unique swords that are distinct from one another and look so damn cool, it's just so nice to explore. Sometimes I'll just take one of my Knight Imaginators and just experiment with all the different swords with them, see how cool they look. And also, there's the animations as well. When you're swinging your sword, it just looks so well animated and so much more cooler than just the generic spins and things like that from the smashers. And better yet, there is absolutely no cooldown from these attacks, so your gameplay never feels disrupted. So that's why Knights are just so damn good, and I love playing with them, hence why they are number 1 on the list. And I also have a personal bias towards Knights, because I just love the idea of Knights and their personality and everything, as I was alluding to beforehand. Today we're going to be talking about the 2 crucial things which go into making a Skylander who they are, both their element and their battle class. That's right. It's the correlation between those 2 things which makes up a Skylander and makes up who they are. So no doubt that raises the question, what the heck is a correlation? Well, because I'm a nice guy, I'm going to go on ahead and tell you, which means you're currently being schooled. The definition of correlation means a mutual relationship or connection between 2 or more things, and by mutual it means that each part within the relationship is benefiting from one another. With that definition out of the way, we're going to be looking towards the purpose of this episode of Schooled, which just so happens to be about the correlation between battle classes and elements in it of itself, you could say. So it asks the key question: does a certain element lend itself to a certain battle class quite nicely? I.e., is it easy to put certain elements into certain battle classes? This table before you compiles the number of each correlation from every Skylander explored in the Schooled series thus far. Where the table is highlighted, it shows that there are the greatest number of elements which correlate with a certain battle class and vice versa, i.e. if there are 4 Fire Knights in comparison to 3 Water Knights, not to mention there are no other battle classes with more than 4 Fire Skylanders in them, making it so that Fire correlates with the Knight class more frequently, proving that fire elemental characters easily lend themselves to the Knight battle class, and we're going to explain that more in depth, as well as every other correlation which is highlighted on the table below, so we can see what makes these elements lent out to these battle classes so easily. Starting with magic, it's pretty obvious as to the main battle class that this element would lend itself to quite well, and that's the sorcerer class, since most of them use staff to magically conjure weapons and allies, and the grand majority of magical beings are sorcerers, since sorcerers' abilities are quite magical. You can't have one without the other, therefore many of them are going to fit into the sorcerer's class quite naturally indeed. Next up is Earth, which lends itself to the Smasher class quite nicely because the Earth itself is pretty hard, and Earth Skylanders are all about pounding the Earth to manipulate it in some way, therefore they must be able to pound it pretty hard, and that mindset and strength correlating together is really what makes the Smasher class traits so distinguishable, and it's really what allows the Earth to distinguish themselves as that class because of said traits, going 2 in 2 you could say. Next up is the Water element, which features 3 characters from both the Ninja and Brawler battle classes, so we'll leave Brawlers for later, but for now I feel as though Water Skylanders lend themselves to be ninjas much more. Because, first and foremost, there are creatures of the sea called starfish, and they resemble the shape of a throwing star, a typical weapon for a ninja mind you, so starfish weaponry was inevitable for a Water Skylander, which is why Lobstar himself was introduced, mind you. And it didn't come as much of a shock when said introduction occurred. But what makes other Skylanders so fitting of the ninja class is the fact that oceans are pretty vast and spacious, giving you plenty of space to train to become sneaky, and ice can also form to make very ninja-esque weapons as well. And since the traits of ice is the fact that it's quite light and pretty fast, it makes them ideal to throw and surprise enemies with. And ice is of course another trait of Water element, since ice is simply frozen water. So the fact that ice is such an ideal ninja weaponry once again means that the Water Skylanders lend itself to the ninja class quite well indeed. We'll move on to fire later, so for now we're going to look at the tech element, which fits itself inside of quick shot class 6 times over, making it the second most frequent correlation, right behind magic sorcerers themselves even. So I think tech lends itself to the quick shot class so well because technology can craft weaponry which is both fast and accurate, with weapons that have low cooldown and automatic targeting, all thanks to the technologies they helm, and all of which are quick shot skills, therefore they do indeed lend themselves to that battle class quite well. We now move on to the Undead element, which coincidentally also has 6 characters within its Brawler class, mind you, but really I feel like what makes Undead such great brawlers is their personality traits. Brawlers like to, shall we say, play with their food, but in the case of Skylanders, rather than food, it's enemies. And this toying around with their enemies means that they don't really care too much about enemies getting close to them. In fact, they kind of welcome the idea so that then they can brawl with them and trap them in their own combos, mind you, you could say. And that's exactly what Undead is great at. The Undead love toying with the living, you could say. And they're also really great at creating combos of their own and trapping the living in towards their combos. And it's not like they're scared of melee encounters because they're already dead, so how can they be any more dead? Therefore, the undead, based on their personality traits, would fit into the brawler class quite frequently indeed. Moving straight along to the life element, the battle class they tend to lend themselves quite well to is the bazooka class. And I feel like this is because when you create a huge bazooka type weapon which launches food, bees or plants alike, it would seem quite realistic for that weapon to do so due to its size and design. So all I'm saying here is that life, like material to fire, would be pretty difficult if it weren't for the fact that their weaponry was giant and destructive, like the bazookas that all of the characters before you happen to helm. Now we're going to talk about the three remaining elements with no real frequent correlations, that being for the light, the dark and the air elements. Starting with light and dark, there are very few characters in these elements, and because there's literally only 3 of them before Imaginators was introduced, they haven't really been given the numbers to showcase a number of different weapons and skills that the elements can possess, and as such haven't really been given the chance to fall into a pattern, you could say. As for air, it's a very vague element, more so than the others. It doesn't really lend itself to a single battle class quite well, since any personality trait or any weapon can be given to an air Skylander, and it just works because of how vast and full of potential the air can be. So basically what I'm saying here is that what makes the air element so great is that it's so varied. But now we're going to move on to fire, without further ado. Last but most certainly not least, we have fire, and the main reason why I left this element for last is because I really wanted to leave the best element for last, you could say. But regardless, fire quite clearly lends itself to knights very well, since fire characters utilise a lot of armour, which is the aesthetics of a knight, and flaming swords look pretty damn awesome, so I couldn't blame the designers of these characters utilising such fire-based weaponry. Again, another trait of the knight class, you could say. And finally, fire Skylanders all have a similar type personality. They all love being noble and battle in their own unique ways, making them a perfect fit for the knight class indeed. So leading up to this moment, the School series has always been about putting the previous Skylanders into battle classes like the Senseis and Skylanders Imaginators. So the Skylanders before you create a cast of characters that allow 2 representatives per element and 2 battle classes from the battle classes that I have classified them into. I've not only done that, but I've also taken these characters and reimagined them even in Skylanders Imaginators to create 20 Imaginators based on these classic designs, so that then on Sunday I can live stream a lock through Skylanders Imaginators with all 20 of these designs. So we're going to go through all of these characters battle class by battle class and justify why these specific characters were chosen to create the cast of this Reimaginators stream, you could say. Starting off with Bowslingers, first and foremost we have Flameslinger, since he would have been a nice and easy Skylander to reimagine within Imaginators, since all of the parts you get for said Imaginators are very similar to the ones which create Flameslinger's design, mind you, plus he's the perfect example of a bowslinger with his weaponry available to us, mind you, and Snapshot is definitely of a similar stance, since we can also recreate everything from his tail all the way up to his head and his shoulder guards and his weaponry on top of that. But unfortunately my water slots were all taken up by the next few characters you'll see from the cast. So what I've done is I've kind of cheated a little bit, and I've took the dark variant of Snapshot, aka Dark Snapshot, and I've adjusted his element a little bit so he's part of the dark element, purely because I needed 2 dark representatives, and unfortunately there's only really 1 dark character that can be recreated in Imaginators, because Nightmare and Blackout are completely impossible to recreate in Imaginators, at least not in a good quality standard, mind you. So that's why Dark Snapshot and Flameslinger are both made for cast of Reimaginators. So next up we have the Knights, and Igniter for one was always going to be picked out because he's my favourite Skarner, so naturally that bias was going to make me want to include him within the cast. For that, and he also has giant chunks of armour, which is very easily recreatable with the parts you're given in Imaginators for your Imaginators. I know, very creative naming from the game right there, but regardless, Nightlight was also chosen out because he's one of the two light characters that could be created much more easily in Imaginators, so I didn't really have much of a choice if I wanted to have my two light cast members. And he's also a very easy knight to reimagine within the game, since the Imaginators parts includes things like his wings and his sword and even his torso to a degree. Therefore he was nice, easy and creative reimaginator to create, so he's been picked up for the cast as well. Next up is going to be Sentinels. Now I could have chose Firecracker as part of this cast because once again he could create even for a very nice reimaginator, since his parts are for the most part available within Imaginators, or at least similar parts, mind you. However, the Firecast was already used up with both Igniter and Flameslinger, so instead we've gone with Chill and Grim Creeper, because Chill has resistance based weaponry, as does Grim Creeper, and both of them can be reimagined within Imaginators. Therefore they were perfect choices to fill out the Sentinel part of the cast. So for the swashbucklers, we have Ninjini and Free Ranger, purely because they are easily the most recreatable Skarners in the whole of the Imaginators cast. Ninjini especially, since her tacit and her kind of like tail are both available as swashbuckler parts within Imaginators, not to mention she also has the double katanas, which are very swashbuckler friendly. And Free Ranger, whilst he doesn't have the most perfect weaponry in his blades, can still be recreated quite nicely with his shoulder guards, his face being all chicken-like, and the fact that he also technically has a tail whilst in his tornado form right here as displayed with the figurine, so they are perfect swashbuckling cast members. As for the ninjas, I have once again cheated a little bit, because of course for ninja Imaginators within for Skarner's Imaginators game have a very specific body shape, where they're basically one giant body, arms and feet without a torso. So I've decided to swap over the battle classes of Shroom and Trick Happy alike, since their body shapes match those of the ninjas, and I've created ninja Imaginators out of these two characters. But hey, these are reimaginators based on these original characters, not entirely recreated, mind you. Next up are the Bazookas, who are being represented by Gilgrunt and Astroblast alike, purely because Astroblast is the other light Skarner that could have been recreated within Imaginators much more easily than Spotlight, mind you, due to the fact that he walks on two legs rather than all fours, unlike Spotlight. Therefore his recreation process had a lot more potential, and he has that awesome laser gun, which whilst as a bazooka weapon it would be significantly larger, it's still only a single based weapon bent on destructing its enemies, mind you. And not to mention there is plenty of parts and Imaginators to create this spiky hair on top of his head, as well as his crystallized backpack. So he's just a really easy character to recreate with the parts given to you in Imaginators. And then there's also Gilgrunt, who could also make a very nice bazooka, since his backpack right here with his barrels is also a part of an Imaginators. So I think that would look really cool as Gilgrunt reimagined in Imaginators as a bazooka Imaginator, mind you. But man, if only I had a pound for every single time I said the word Imaginator in this video. Next up we have Sorcerers, and this Imaginators class levitates within Imaginators, unlike what these characters do. Now I could have, instead of using Deja Vu for magic element, used Dunebug, but his parts aren't as frequent in Imaginators as Deja Vu's are, since in Imaginators you can get her hairstyle quite easily, so I just chose Deja Vu because she had more potential drawn for recreation process over Dunebug for a sorcerer. And then I could have also not gone with Zulu altogether and picked a character that does levitate, such as Batspin. But the problem with her base is that she's rather tail-like, a bit more similar in vein to the Swashbucklers. So that would have been completely unrecreatable in Imaginators as a sorcerer class Skarner, so I went with Zulu instead to fill in that sorcerer based gap for the cast. Next up for the Smashers, we have 2 Earth characters, and I could have easily given Earth 2 different battle classes, such as for quick shots, since Prison Break represents that battle class, but unfortunately with the guns, they don't really recreate Prison Break in a fitting manner. Therefore, I felt like it would have been more appropriate to dedicate the 2 Smasher slots to the Earth element, since this was the only way I could create within my little cast of characters here 2 representatives per element per Smashers. So since I had to have 2 Earth Smashers, I went with these 2 characters since they are easily the most recreatable of the Earth Skylanders within the franchise. So creating 2 Earth Smashers out of these would have been far more easier than other Earth characters, mind you, especially ones like Fist Bump that use their fists as their weaponry rather than giant hammers. And once again, as I said, with Terrafin, I couldn't choose him since there's no way to create an Imaginator without a neck. And the Brawling spot was already taken up by Roller Brawl herself, so that's a good way to even out the cast with 2 Earth Smashers, mind you. Next up, we have Brawlers, where I could have created an Earth Brawler instead of someone like Roller Brawl, since Terrafin could have looked pretty cool. You can even get his gauntlets in the game, but Terrafin's head is attached to his body without the use of a neck. That's completely recreatable as an Imaginator. Therefore, I felt like Roller Brawl had more potential during the recreation process. And not to mention, she has claws. Claws are also available as Brawler weapons in the game, so she definitely has, or Imaginators even definitely provides the parts possible to create a good Reimaginator of Roller Brawl. And I needed that final undead cast member. Same with Nightfall, that's why she's being represented here as a Brawler, since her hooks are quite resembling of Brawler class weapons, so I'm sure I could find something in Imaginators at least similar in vein to the claws. And of course I needed a second dark representative, and Nightfall was really the only character that could be recreated within reason from a dark element, since she doesn't walk on all fours or isn't a centaur of any kind. Therefore, Nightfall was the perfect dark representative here and had to take up 1 slot within the Brawling cast. Now, I've left Quick Shot for last because the secondary Quick Shot representative has its very own explanation behind it. But for now, we're going to be looking at Stormblade, which brings our second air representative into the light. And I've chosen Stormblade here since her moveset is very Quick Shot based, and so rather than using these daggers, I think guns would still be appropriate. This exact head is available in Imaginators to utilize, and I could also really easily recreate the color palette. And her wings back here, I can also find a similar backpack piece within Imaginators. Therefore, it wouldn't harm to reimagine her as an Imaginator to even out this cast for this reimagined lock I'm doing on Sundays. Definitely be sure to catch that live. But all of these plugs out of the way, with all of the cast members having been looked at with the exception of one, we're gonna look into the Reimaginators designs without further ado.
Something's burning. Must be my valor.
I'm all about my speed. Time for the unknown.
Forecast calls for Sounds like life.
Shining through the light.
Get ready for the light. Making a splash with the tide.
Say hello to the dark.
Those of you who've been keeping track of all of the representatives so far would realise that there's only one element and one battle class that hasn't had his second representative yet, and that would be the tech element alongside the quick shot class. Therefore, our final character that's getting its own clip in dedication to them has to be a tech quick shot. So we can't go with either of the trigger happies because their body shape is completely wrong to be recreated well as a quick shot, and not to mention the regular trigger happy has already been chosen as a reimaginator of the ninja class already. It can't be Chopper for the same reason, since his body shape is also completely wrong to be recreated well in Imaginators. It can't be Drobot since he utilizes all fours and can't be recreated all that well as a quick shot either. And the same goes for Bouncer, who has a giant wheel as his set of legs, once again completely unrecreatable as a quick shot Imaginator in, well, Imaginators. That's another £2 for me. So that leaves only one last character that the representative could be, and that's none other than Countdown. So long-term fans of the channel would know that during the New Year's of 2017 through to 2018, I did a stream that was themed around Countdown for the New Year's, well, Countdown, and during that stream I created an Imaginator called New Year's Countdown. Yeah, the stream chose the name, but regardless, I felt like it would be really fun for this stream to bring back that Imaginator, but maybe upgrade a little and make it look even better. Therefore, I present to you with a brand new, all improved New Year's Countdown.
I live for explosives.
So before me I have a plethora of different Skylanders which each have some sort of visual representation of a battle class concept which I have came up with. Because, you know, 10 battle classes for Skylanders Imaginators, whilst all being varied and pretty epic, still leave limitations to your Imaginators, so I've came up with 10 brand new classes to help vary up the Imaginators a little bit and just add a little more innovation to their customization, mind you. Starting off with my first choice right here, the Robot class. Now, I know what you're thinking. There are several different robot parts for you to create Imaginators with already, so how would a robot class add to that? Well, you see, as you can tell from Magna Charge and Bouncer as my examples here, they have wheels. There are no way to create wheels for your robot Skylanders in Imaginators, so having a robot class to give you the option to use either legs or wheels seems pretty cool, and not to mention they could also have more unique weapons for the robots, like a magnet blaster rather than just the generic bazooka or quick shot based weapons. So I do feel like creating a robot class could create far more unique robot based characters. Or, you know, you could lock certain catchphrases or voices behind this class, and then you could create a regular looking Imaginator but let them have a wheel and a robot voice even though they look nothing like a robot. I think that'd be quite hilarious, mind you. But then at number 9 we have the Food class, a class oriented completely around food with unique food-based weaponry like Food Fight's tomato gun right there, but you know, it doesn't need to be limited to guns only. They could also have, like, say, macaroni and cheese whip or something like that, which would be pretty insane. And I feel like you can create a body any way you wish. So like Food Fight, you could completely get rid of the body and just have a head, arms and legs, a bit similar to a ninja, or you could add in the body. Again, there's no need to limit this unlike they do with a ninja class. But really, the uniqueness that the Food class could bring is the plethora of food, weapons and puns that these Imaginators could utilise. Then, no doubt you're wondering, what does Chaos represent? Well, at first it was a Master battle class, a battle class where you could combine all of the classes into one. So you could have the weaponry of a swashbuckler whilst having the body of a ninja, for example. But that would be a bit too overpowered, and you wouldn't choose any other battle class if this class was an availability to you, just because of that previously mentioned overpoweredness. So really, what Chaos represents here is the Hydra class that I've came up with, which is literally all about giving your Skarner multiple heads. Now, there isn't actually any Skarner with multiple heads, which is why I've just used Chaos for example here, because he did have a Hydra as part of a boss fight from Spyro's Adventure, so that's where that neat little representation comes in right there. But yeah, I think a Hydra class with multiple heads would be a really unique and cool class to utilize for your Imaginators. But now we move on to Slam Bam for the Armed class. Now, when I say armed, I mean armed and dangerous, so again, a plethora of unique catchphrases could be really cool, as well as some unique chunks of armour that could go on your multiple limbs, so you can choose between 1 arm, 2 arms, 3 arms, 4 arms, 5 arms, all the way up to 6 arms, all on one character, which I think would be really, really unique, considering that, Imaginators at the moment only have one option and one option only, 2 arms. So, since Slam Bam has 4 arms, and Imaginator having 4 arms just like Slam Bam would be so cool. That's why I think that would create an awesome new battle class, mind you. And next up we have the Wielders class. Now, they're very similar to the Swashbuckler class in the fact that they utilize 2 pieces of weaponry, but what separates the Wielders from Swashbucklers is the fact that for the Wielders you can choose 2 different weapons to wield. So Chop Chop and Washbuckler are perfect examples of that, because Chop Chop has a sword and a shield, and then Washbuckler has a sword and a gun. So yeah, I think it would be really, really cool to have Imaginators that can utilize 2 different weapons, a bit similar to a Swashbuckler. And also, unlike a Swashbuckler, you could also select whether you have legs, well, 2 legs specifically, or octopus-based legs, or, just for classic tails like Swashbucklers do. Again, I don't think that should really be limited by the class. But next up, we move on to the Companion class. Now, this class would give you a plethora of different companions that you can summon to fight alongside you, so you could choose maybe spirit animals or little miniature replicas of your Imaginator themselves, a bit like how Countdown and Zulu can do respectively. And again, that would be a really unique and really cool class to explore, the fact that you can summon your own companions which you've designed from the ground up, just as you have your Skarner. Imagine being able to create like a half wolf, half lion type companion which you've built from the ground up. That would be incredibly cool and very unique to the class. But then we move on to the Vehicle class, perfectly represented by Treadhead and Sprocket, purely because there can be 2 ways you can approach this class. You can have the vehicle permanently in availability to you, even, just like Treadhead. Or you could summon the vehicle and utilize them if and when you please, and then just walk whenever you don't want to use it, just like Sprocket can perform. So once again, being able to build a vehicle from the ground up for your Imaginator to ride is a really unique concept and a very cool one, which I would love to see explored in a brand new battle class, maybe in a Skarner sequel or something. That would be pretty insane, to say the least. But now I move on to easily the most interesting class that I've conjured up right here, the Wrecking Ball class, which could have really unique gameplay styles because you have a giant Wrecking Ball which you're swinging at enemies. Very similar to Smash Hit's gameplay, actually, with the fact that, you can have your primary attacks to where you choose to either stomp it down or swing it around, and of course there could be a plethora of different Wrecking Balls that you can collect, including a Wrecking Ball himself. I think it would be kind of ironic if you could strap Wrecking Ball to a chain and then spin him around, making an actual Wrecking Ball out of the character. So that would be a really, really cool design. And it would be worth it to create a wrecking class based on that concept alone, is what I'm trying to say here. Now, next up we have a very unique Skarner shortcut. So what could he possibly represent? Well, what I call the Strike class, with a Y and not an I, because the Strike with a Y just seems so much more cooler in terms of the spelling of it. But as I digress, what's unique about the Strike class is that they have huge weaponry which is bigger than the actual Imaginators you create. So you can create an Imaginator similar to Shortcut that is very small and tiny in posture, and then have a giant weapon that you need 2 hands to wield. That's the key concept here. You can have a smaller weapon for a bigger Skarner so long as the weapon requires a 2-handed setup for a single weapon. So it's kind of like the complete opposite of Swashbucklers. Rather than having 2 weapons, 1 per hand, you can have one giant weapon that requires multiple hands to wield. So yeah, I think a strike class would be really, really cool. But now I move on to the more on battle class. The battle class that I'm actually kind of shocked wasn't included in Imaginators, the dragon class. Now you can create dragon type characters in Imaginators with backpacks that are like wings and everything. But ultimately, what's so disappointing about that is that you have to be on 2 legs, whereas most dragon Skylanders in Skylands are 4-legged creatures, so having a battle class that gives you the access to walk on all 4s, i.e. the dragon class, would be such a cool concept to explore. Not to mention, rather than having wings as a backpack, it could be a whole new body part altogether, and you can even select to have no wings, like what Camo does right here, or you could have wings just like Spyro. So yeah, Dragon class would definitely be very, very cool, and I'm actually kind of shocked that it didn't introduce a similar concept in Imaginators, so that's why I would make such a great battle class, mind you. But that basically does it for this top 10. These aren't in a particular order, so to say, because these battle classes are all awesome. At least in my mind they are, but of course I would say that considering I'm the one that came up with these new battle class concepts. Today's episode is going to be a lengthy one because, as you can tell from a nice little caption below, this is a full game lock, so we're going to be playing from this main menu here all the way to the ending credits with the 20 Reimaginators that I introduced to you 2 episodes back. So those are basically Reimaginator forms based on already existing Skylanders and their battle classes carried over. So we have the Air Swashbuckler based to free range right here, for example. Usual rules for the lock apply, so whenever a Skylander dies or is defeated in battle, even their class is dead and cannot be used again, and whenever the element swaps, I must swap out to an Imaginator corresponding to that element, and I have 2 Imaginators per element, so that shouldn't come as too much of a worry. We are going to play a Nightmare mode, and my characters are very varied in levels, shall we say. Some of them are really high, whilst the others are really low, so that's really going to even things out on the Nightmare difficulty right here. And one other thing, whenever a Doomlander appears, I'm going to swap out to a Skylander whose battle class matches that to the Doomlander. And hello Reggie, my apologies that that intro took an entire 1 minute before I could acknowledge your appearance right here, but I appreciate you coming along to the stream all the same. Should I skip the cutscenes? Yeah, let's skip the cutscenes. I can't be too bothered with them, to be honest. I mean, like, this is live. If this was just a regular recorded lock, then I would be totally okay sitting through the cutscenes, but since this is live and I don't have the patience, we're going to be skipping all the cutscenes all the same, and that's a lot of alls in the same sentence. But regardless, here's the first Reimaginator of the stream, my terrible reimagined Gilgren. Yeah, so the main thing about this stream is going to be us laughing at my Reimaginators, which, to be honest, I have no problems with whatsoever. Anyway, we're gonna come on over here and grab this treasure chest, because why not, right? At the end of the day, gold can be used for upgrades, because while some of my Imaginators are very varied in levels, as I mentioned about previously, some of them are also very varied in upgrades as well. So some of them are fully upgraded, whilst others are not, so to say. But this is not going to be 100%. We just want to beat the game with as many Reimaginators left as possible. But let's be grabbing that and pushing these blocks into the place that they belong. What do they think they're doing standing out here? That's not where they're supposed to be. The stupid, foolish blocks of foolery. Because, you know, it's totally the blocks' fault for being there. The blocks could have literally been anywhere, but they chose to be there. How dare they be so stupid and inconvenient? Why is there so many chompies all of a sudden? It's like the plant was reproducing chompies out of nowhere, just out of thin air. Maybe that's how chompies were first created, you know, just being poofed out of thin air. Makes sense. It's the only thing in Stardust that would make sense, the fact that it doesn't make sense, and therefore it makes sense again, because that's how Stardust works. Anything that doesn't make sense in our world makes sense in theirs. A free ball punch, thanks for that. A nice common weapon, not like the ultimate weapons would have been nicer to get the boosted stats for. But we're going to be opening this up and not worrying about ambushes, soul gems, so we're just going to advance through the Cliffs of Emergence. Now that is what I call a name for an area. Like, if you guys ever struggle with naming areas, just call it the Cliff of Emergence when in doubt. What a name, indeed. Okay, let's be destroying this wall right here. So much fun. Boom, and there goes that guy. So Gilgrunt here, well, as you can tell, he has the backpack very similar to his regular form, since that was very recreatable in Imaginators. I've given him a fin for his headgear because that's kind of similar to his fin. Hello Harvey, all the same. Then his bazooka isn't very similar to his regular iteration, but it is at least sea based, and this is based on Gilgrunt. It's not an exact replica of Gilgrunt. And then everything else has all got some sort of scales to it as well to give us that fishy feeling, you could say. Well, too bad there is no Kingpin, so Kingpin shall not be utilised. At least there is no Kingpin in this lock, and this lock does not exist. Okay, boom, 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 boom. These guys could take a lot of hits from my bazooka right here, as it turns out. Okay, there you go. That's more like it. Now we're getting him slowly but surely. Oh yeah, and also he's got the fast fire rate of missiles rather than the more explosive ones, because that reflects Gilgrunt's harpoons a whole lot more accurately, mind you. But yeah, it just felt like I may as well justify my choices with these Imaginators as we go along. But we have an experience orb right here. Level me up! What do you mean you won't level me up? That's awfully rude, old chap. It's not like this guy needs it. Actually, that's actually me being sarcastic. This guy totally needs it.
Oh yeah, I guess the ancients did.
Yep, that is one thing the ancients indeed do, Spyro. Now, it's kind of annoying that I'm playing this bazooka right now because he is so slow in terms of his walking speed, but we can deal with that, right? Right. As I said before, I am very impatient. Anyway, let's be grabbing that gem right there, because as always, we do not mind if we do. Oh, Spyro, why Spyro? You just couldn't resist the urge to pun now, could you? Well, newsflash, you're not punning. Okay, so we have the Circle of Ascension, where senseis are stronger, and we do not care, because we are not senseis, and senseis are not part of this reimagined lock. It so says so in the name.
Sweet, but you have to be a sensei.
Oh, that's inconvenient, isn't it?
Legend has it there's an
Anyway, let's be heading to the end of these paths. Imaginite? No, paths was right. Spyro is confusing my speech right here, or was he? Was it just a joke the whole time? Nobody will ever know. Mwahaha. Anyway, let's be opening up this chest and checking my phone to see if the chat section on my PS4 is broken or whatnot. It wouldn't surprise me much if that was to occur, mind you. But yeah, let's be continuing on. Luckily, I can move with one hand, so I can have one hand on my phone and one hand for moving on the controller, mind you. Oh, and I'm also going to be very good at falling off when utilising a single hand as well, mind you. Okay. And jump. Cool, we got it. Now let's grab that treasure chest, because once again, why the heck not, right? Okay, boom, we got ourselves some gold. So now with the gold having been acquired, we're going to be moving on. And let's be opening up this treasure chest. Oh good, my PS4 chat isn't broken at the moment because all of the comments seem to be displayed, so that's pretty great. I managed to speedrun Spyro's Adventure on Wii. I got 2 hours, 21 minutes and 44 seconds. To be honest, I have no idea how good that is. It's been a very long time since I speedrun Spyro's Adventure, and I don't even remember what my PB is, to be perfectly honest with all of you. Well, my iPad died, so I am on this iPad. Oh, so you've gone from one dead iPad to another iPad that's just slowly but surely dying. Because no matter how you're using your iPad, no matter what you're doing with it, it's always dying. Anyway, let's be continuing on and hopefully moving on from the depressive state of our electronics constantly dying on us. Speaking of dead electronics, I have my 3DS, which is currently dead on battery, and I don't have a charger for it. I can't be asked to go out and buy a charger for it. plus we're on the lockdown, so that doesn't help out much. Therefore, I'm just going to deal with it being dead. I mean, like, I've got my Switch, I practically play it out all the time, and that's my go-to portable system, as well as my go-to home console at the same time. Unless I'm streaming, then that's obviously going to be the PS4 right here. Anyway, let's destroy these dudes, shall we? I'm too lazy to charge my 3DS. Fair enough, my friend, fair enough.
Mind magic is especially powerful in this ancient place.
Well, isn't that convenient, because we kind of have a lot of mind magic and kind of need a lot of mind magic right now.
You might be able to make a bridge with it.
Okay, I'll try. Well, I won't try, I'll do, because you do or you do not, there is no try.
This is turning out to be a great day.
Love that optimism from my reimaginators right here. You know, gotta stay positive in these dark times, to say the least. Anyway, let's be opening up this chest once again with our mashed potatoes. Who remembers the Skylander Boy and Girl, or when they did that? But now I'm just sat here thinking, why did I say that name? Regardless, they were fun when they uploaded. At least, you know, 5 years ago they were fun, but of course they haven't uploaded in 5 years, and since I've grown up, their content is a whole lot less fun, and a whole lot more cringy these days. It is not dark times. Exactly, that's the kind of optimism we want, dude. Just, let's have some escapism in this stream. Just completely forget what's going on outside, you know, forget that the whole world's on fire for the next 5 hours whilst I play this game. And we can all laugh at my reimaginators and laugh as I do horribly at the game and die over and over, you know. Petty laughter all the same. Anyway, let's be creating ourselves another bridge. Around that shortest convenient bridge is leading directly to where we want to go. At the Eye of Mastery. Yep, lol. That laugh though, that is what I call an ingenious laugh. And wait a minute, the brain was in the background right there. Did you see his jar? The brain's jar? I've played this game several times and I've only just noticed that. How is this? Anyway, since our Doomlander is off the Sorcerer class, we're going to go on ahead and swap out for a reimagined form of Deja Vu, which this one is actually hilarious. Mostly the face. Ha ha ha, that face. So here's the thing, I've replicated her colour palette quite perfectly, and I've also replicated her hairstyle quite perfectly thanks to the headgear available in the game. And then there's also her silver shoulder pads, which look pretty cool, but her weapon, what was I thinking with this weapon? I definitely need to swap this one out. So, do we have a golden staff somewhere? I'm tempted to use rubber duck, but as for a golden staff on the other hand, that ram is kind of similar, but we want more of a golden staff similar to this one right here. I thought Glumshakes was called Glumshakes. Yeah, it's for one and only Glumshakes, everyone. To be honest, I called him that for the longest time before I started calling him Glumshanks. But Glumshanks just makes him sound like a form of meat, like lamb shanks, but instead of lamb shanks it's now Glumshanks, and I don't want to eat Glumshanks. He doesn't look the most tastiest, and he's a good character, so why would I want to eat him? You misheard his name. Not only did you mishear his name, but whenever his name appeared in the dialogue boxes, you couldn't read either, just like me. Okay, take this, and stop trying to kill Deja Vu, it's awfully rude, old chap. Okay, come on. I'm trying my hardest not to die on the first level, because man, that would be embarrassing. But as always, I have no promises. After all, as we all know, I am pretty bad at this game. Okay, so here we go. This is very much an example of one of my underleveled imaginators right here. Should I say reimaginators? That's going to take a bit of getting used to. But we have disrupted the mind magic. In Superchargers, he was good. He was like one of the best parts of Superchargers, his character, as you know. He got fired and then he joined our course, the Stardust course. That was a really great turnaround for his character. And he had some really emotional moments too, when he had his, you know, fake out death, sacrificing himself for the good of the Academy. That was insanely emotional the first time around, just saying. Ooh, bananas! Exactly what I needed too. Those are like the best bananas in the history of bananas right now. And that's really saying something, because the history of good bananas is one really long and glorious one. Okay, come on, this guy's about done, and hopefully after he is done we can level up Deja Vu right here, but I think standing directly in front of his attack orbs is not a wise decision on my behalf. Chaos is secretly pronounced as chaos! That would make sense now that I think about it. I think you've cracked the code here. Or is that just a theory? A game theory? Do you have an Earth Imaginator? Because if not, I have Reimaginator Fist Bump. That is an Earth Bazooka. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't recreate Fist Bump because, you know, he's kind of got the rocky fist and that's very hard to recreate. However, I do have Earth Reimaginators of Rubble Rouser and Crusher. They're both smashers, so don't you worry, Samuel, I've got it covered. But hey, I'm sure your Fist Bump Imaginator is also awesome. Anyway, now we've got to wait through the loading screens. Thank heavens I'm on PS4, because that makes them slightly shorter than all the other systems. Same with for skipping time as well. Ah, no, now I've got to wait for all 5 of these adventure packs to spawn in. And no, before you ask, we will not be playing through those. Purely because I think beating the whole game in one sitting is going to be long enough as it is, don't you? And also sitting through these things is going to be long enough as it is. Apparently. So there's going to be our Cursed Tiki Temple. Then we've also got the Imaginite Chest, which we're not going to be tackling. Mostly because I've unlocked near enough all of the parts of this game, so there's no point wasting our time going through all of these chests. That's nice, as Miss Brown would say. Anyway, here comes the Lost Imaginite Mines, aka level 1 deleted content. That's basically what it feels like. It feels like what was left over from level 1 after they cut it. But hey, there's nothing wrong with that. And hello, Ashamed Dragon. Glad to have you on the stream here, buddy. Although it's quite hilarious how your name barely fits into 2 lines because of the N being the single letter on that second line, mind you. I always find that quite hilarious, how your name is always just 1 letter too long. Just 1. Ah, that lonely N. You've got to feel sorry for the N, guys. Hashtag feel sorry for the N. He's alone during isolation, man. That's got to be tough, having such a little interaction with people. Like, speaking of interaction, we had family game night last night. We played some Uno and some Jenga. I lost a lot of Jenga because here's the thing, my coordination is terrible. Anyone who plays me at badminton will tell you that I lose most points at badminton for simply missing the shot. It's got nothing to do with anybody else actually making a clever play. It's got to do with the fact that I'm terrible at hitting the shot due to my terrible coordination. So with terrible coordination comes terrible Jenga gameplay. Like, man, am I bad at Jenga. So when we play Jenga, let's just say I lost a lot. However, once the Uno rolled around, I got 4th once, I got a second or a 3rd. And then what happened is that by the time we started our 3rd and final game, I was halfway through a match of Ring of Heroes that I had to finish. And by the time I finished my match of Ring of Heroes, it was finally my turn, after having made everyone wait, you know, for the few seconds that it took me to beat that round. And basically, every single one of my turns, I had a card that I could place until I finally won the game without ever picking up a card or anything. I just 7 turns in a row, placed down all my 7 cards and won the game just like that. And it was after my dad shuffled as well, so from now on, whenever we play Uno, I've created my own rules. My dad has to shuffle, and I have to waste time on Ring of Heroes before we even get started. How dare you not feel sorry for VN? That's just rude, man. We all got to support VN in these troubling times. As I say, spending isolation completely alone is no easy task. Boom! Take that, you stupid pots and pans. Nobody likes you. Now I'm just being mean to pots and pans. I'm sorry, pots and pans. Please forgive me. I've got to be careful for pots and pans uprising here, you see. One of these days we're going to have a pots and pans apocalypse, where the pots and pans are just going to have enough of being treated horribly by the Skylanders and the humans alike, and are just going to revolt and hunt us all down. Top 10 anime deaths of all time. Number 1, Glumshanks Supercharger's death. Yeah, that was pretty heartbreaking indeed. Anyway, let's be completing some more puzzles with this big brain up here. Hashtag, I do not know how to do this puzzle very well. There we go. But Skylanders is not anime, I think. You can totally make an anime out of it. Just change up its art style a little bit, you know. Create a little hack for it, why not? By the way, Aaron, my YouTube channel's back. Yes, I've noticed. I just haven't been able to watch any videos of yours because you're rebooting your channel right as Disney Plus has only just been launched, and I've been binging for the heck out of Disney Plus right now. So I haven't been doing much YouTube watching, so my apologies, I haven't really got to that, Flynn, but hey, Gravity Falls is a damn good show, and I've been binging that as of late. It's hilarious and I love it. It's a really good cartoon, actually. N has for coronavirus and is self-quarantining. Exactly, but that doesn't mean they don't deserve our support in any way. Okay, we're gonna assemble those books so we can platform our way to glorious victory. Yeah, that's a good point, Flynn. How can a book weigh more than a person? Gravity Falls takes me back. I never watched Gravity Falls when the show first came out because I was just a very picky cartoon watcher, you know. I would only watch specific cartoons, and if I didn't like the look of a cartoon, I just wouldn't watch it. And that was the same with Gravity Falls. I just didn't like the look of a cartoon, so I never actually watched it. But now I've heard so many good things about it, I just thought, you know what, it's on Disney Plus, it has every single episode on there, I'm just going to binge through the whole series, and I have loved it. It's been so much fun to binge through it all. I'm halfway through the first season at the moment, and I'm really enjoying it. I did not notice that other path. Well, now you know. What can I say except you're welcome. Oh, do I have to? But do I have to? Fine. Suppose I have to. Fine. But you're at least gonna take a staff to the face. Or maybe not. There's no way to get my staff in his face. You know, if you're gonna do a selfie, you at least gotta do it right. Oh, Flynn! Right as he's blinking. Now that was the perfect time to take a selfie. Nailed it.
Well, Skylander, I know you may not have words to properly.
You could have said nothing. What do you mean I could have said nothing?
But don't worry, your awestruck expression says it all.
What awestruck expression? I was just happy to get you as your eyes were closed.
Don't ask me why. Just go with it.
Okay, fine. Now I've got to talk to Persephone right here, and I know it's pronounced Persephone, but as I've established, every single stream I'm going to call her Persephone just to trigger all of you fans that love pronouncing her properly, mind you. How do you like the Mario t-shirt, by the way, guys? I got this not even last Christmas, but the Christmas before that. Can I upgrade? That's a question. Oh, that's good. I'm near enough fully upgraded as it is, so that's fun. Oh, thanks for that, Eon. Thanks for that crucial knowledge right there. Anyway, right next to me, I have my limited edition steelbook of Cube Member 2 Strings. Brightness is a bit too dark for you guys to see it all that well, but I love this movie. This movie is about as close as to perfection as an animated film gets. It's easily one of my favourite movies of all time, top 10 without a doubt. It's just masterful. Okay, this movie is so close to being perfect, and anything that's wrong with it is virtually a nitpick. So if you haven't seen Cube Member 2 Strings, I would absolutely 100%
recommend it.
Where we're going too. Come on.
What do you mean you don't watch movies? Movies are so much fun and provide so much escapism. Like, honestly, I forget what's going on around me whenever I watch a movie, and that's really great. And believe me, Cube Over 2 Strings is so invested that it really does help with that whole escapism stuff, shall we say. Of course I'm not going to force you to watch it, it's just my recommendation is all. I can't force anyone to watch anything. So let's be heading into the card track to learn Skystones, because we're being forced to learn Skystones all over again. So I might not force people, but this game most certainly forces people to do stuff. You watch movies sometimes. Oh yeah? Yeah, well I watch movies like every day. I at least watch one film a day. And yesterday, that was Cube Over 2 Strings. Today, probably going to be Zootropolis, because those two animated films came out in the same year, so I want to find out what my favourite animated film of 2016 was. And I know for a fact that it's going to be between Zootropolis and Cubo, because those two films are amazing. I love the fact how I've said before that I don't really need to collect the Imaginite chest, because I have practically every part locked in this game, and yet I go out my way to collect them anyway. But hey, we get the boosted stats, so we take those. And I also don't need to collect the gold, considering my upgrades are, well, completely upgraded, but never mind about all that. Just call it Skystones. It's basically Skystones all over again. Okay, here we go with Creation Clash.
This is a stone. Players take turns placing stones on the board. When the board is full, the player with the most stones wins. More blades along an edge of your stone means you take the other player's stone.
Pepsi Max is so refreshing. That's exactly what I've got here. Some Pepsi Max Cherry, aka the best soft drink to ever exist on the planet. What was your favourite Skylanders game on 3DS? Without a doubt, Swap Force. Swap Force was exceptional on 3DS. Its levels weren't really repeated all that much, unlike they were in Giants and Spyro's Adventure, and they were just more fun. They were more platforming, eccentric. There were better objectives, and of course it was the first game to introduce on 3DS your library of Skylanders, so your Skylanders are remembered by your system rather than you having to only scan in 2 at a time. That was a much better system. You never played Swap Force on 3DS, you're really missing out, because like I say, that is honestly the best 3DS game of the Skylanders franchise, mind you. I mean, like, there are far superior 3DS games out there than the Skylanders games, but of the Skylanders games, Swap Force is definitely the best one. It's definitely within my top 5 3DS games still, without a doubt. Probably my favourite non-Nintendo 3DS game. Mostly because I very rarely play my 3DS and I have very few 3DS games for it. Only played SSA, Giants and Superchargers. You know what, fair enough, they're the most abundant ones. Like, after Giants, I'm pretty sure they printed less copies of Swap Force and Trap Team, and then it just became rarer and rarer, and more expensive and more expensive. You know, I'm pretty sure the Trap Team is the most expensive 3DS starter pack. I mean, like, granted, I got my 3DS starter pack for Swap Force from eBay for about £5, I think it was, so I got really lucky with that. Anyway, let's be heading out to Mushroom River at long last. I know what you're thinking. It's about time. And you know what? I'm thinking that too. That's how I know that you're thinking it. Anyway, we're going to be skipping this as soon as possibly. SSA, Swap Force and Trap Team. Trap Team is fun on the 3DS, but it is not fun to do a Let's Play of, because when I did my Let's Play of that game, the motion controls constantly got in the way and made it very difficult to watch and very difficult to record. Anyway, since the air element is popping up, we're going to go with my Stormblade Reimaginator. I know what you're thinking, this is clearly the best creation you've seen all day. Okay, let's be shooting some stuff. Take this! Cool, we got them. We take those. Also, games are absolutely terrible unless they have a secret behind the waterfall. Well, this game, my friends, has a secret behind the waterfall. It's just a legendary selfie frame, so nothing special, but it's a secret behind the waterfall all the same, and that therefore makes this game not perfect, but far more perfect than it would have been without a secret behind the waterfall, mind you. And even then, it's still my least favourite Skylanders game. Anyway, we're going to be grabbing all of that gold so we can hopefully upgrade our abilities right here, because the most annoying thing about this Death Blossom is that without upgrading it, you have to remain still. But now that I've upgraded it, I can move while it's happening, as you can see right there. Regardless, I don't think we're going to be remaining in Stormblade for much longer, because the water element is popping up. So let's be heading this time over to Chill. Or at least the reimagined form of her.
Can't stop the tide.
Okay, here we go. Let's be bringing out the Sentinel on this guy right here. Sheila's probably one of my better Imaginators, to be perfectly honest, or Reimaginators I should say. She's quite accurate, besides weapon, because there isn't exactly any ice staffs available. Because this double-sided weapon is still known as a staff, even if it doesn't have any sort of magical-based abilities to it, and it has a pointy end. My advice, stab him with a pointy end. Little Game of Thrones reference to all of you who've watched that show. Giants from the 3DS has an area behind a waterfall, and it's still not the best 3DS game. I'm saying areas behind the waterfall, or secrets behind the waterfall even, improve a game's quality significantly. That doesn't, however, make it the best video game of all time, or the best game of that specific franchise. Therefore, whilst that does significantly improve the quality of Giants on 3DS, it's still not superior to Swap Force, mind you. Hello, Nolan! Welcome to the stream here, buddy. And why do you have an Imaginator named Chill when there is already a Skylander named Chill? Because these are Reimaginators based on pre-existing Skylanders. That's the whole idea. I've taken the Skylanders that already exist and have created Imaginators that reflect them in some way. So this is the one that's based off Chill, and her battle class is the Sentinel, because earlier in the Schooled series, I classified Chill as a Sentinel, therefore recreating her as a Sentinel here makes sense. Regardless, for the Undead, we're going to be going with Roller Brawl. And yeah, I know it's true, Flynn, but that's the whole point behind the stream. Yeah, it is pretty cool, isn't it? But Nolan, just you wait till tech pops up. You're going to love what I have in store for the tech element. Boom! Man, gotta love these punches right here. They are pretty dang powerful. And we're very close to leveling up too as well, so that's quite nice and everything. Anyway, let's be continuing on and beating up some more bugs, because nobody likes a nasty old bug. In fact, I think bugs even bug themselves sometimes. And I love the fact that bugs have a double meaning, because, you know, if they're for creatures, bugs, and then there's the bugging people, i.e. annoying them, word to replace that word, and bugs are very bugging. So a bug that bugs you, you know, double meaning, two words that are the exact same in spelling and in pronunciation, and yet they mean two different things, and they can both be used at the same time to describe the exact same thing, practically speaking, because a bug can bug you. I'm saying it several times over to emphasize my point. Oh, I wonder who it is. It's Boomer! Okay, Boomer. Shush! Don't spoil it. Don't spoil the Boomer. I mean, granted, for those of you who watched Schooled episode 18 would actually know what I have in store for the tech element. Wait, no, it's probably Drobot. Exactly! That's exactly who it is. Would you guys stop spoiling it already? Fist of Fury. We don't want to preview a Brawl Imaginator, because why would you want to do that when we have one conducting gameplay right in front of us? Anyway, let's continue on. I thought this room had a chest in it, but I was wrong. Not much of a deviation from the norm right there. Anyway, we have the light element coming up next, so we're going to go with Nightlight this time around. Drobot is your favourite. Awesome, dude. I like Drobot too. He's a bit overpowered. He's very good for those earlier games if you're struggling. Anyway, let's be grabbing that gold right there. Drobot is really popular, especially on our Skylanders. Okay, no idea what our Skylanders is. Do you mean like some Discord channel or something? But yeah, Drobot, he's a pretty awesome character, I've got to admit. There you go, he's dead. I want to grab the experience, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. Reddit, that makes sense. Now take that, fool. It's kind of a shame that Drobot wasn't introduced in Academy, especially when he got his name dropped in the episode In Like Flynn. So yeah, that was a huge missed opportunity to name drop for Skarner, but not to actually put them in the show. So disappointing. Of course, In Like Flynn is still a good episode regardless, but would have been even better if it involved Drobot. Oh, is that what you're gonna do, buddy? Oh, I forgot that attack is worthless. But I've basically brought in this attack because it's very similar to Nightlight's whole lightning aura. When he brings up the light, you know, it's very similar to that. Therefore, I've utilised that attack to kind of replicate Nightlight's moveset. I do have it. I should check that out, huh? Yeah, you should check out the Reddit that you have. I mean, personally, I don't have a Reddit, but here we are. Senseis, which means we remain as Nightlight for now. 6,000 members? Wow. Good bit right there. Oh, boy, I've got people shooting at me. How rude. Okay, things are not looking good for Nightlight, to say the least. Ow! That was painful. Come on, Nightlight. Nope, never mind. Nightlight's dead. That was quick. I think I've made a new record for the fastest death in a lock. This is what I get for playing Imaginator's Nightmare mode with very low level characters. This is what I get. And what's funny is that if I used regular Nightlight, I guarantee to you that regular Nightlight would have lasted much longer than that, because regular Nightlight is broken. Not in this game, of course, because he's nerfed, but even a nerfed Nightlight is more broken than that Nightlight. Things were not looking bright for him. Haha, puns, making comedy out of a really bad situation. Anyway, we're going to swap out for Zulu. Bruh. Nothing wrong with that pun. Bruh. It's better than the puns I could make, man, yeah? But yeah, now that we've already lost one, let's try to prevent that in the future, shall we? Ow. That was painful. But hey, we got him at long last. Okay, there we go. There go for bugs. Okay, here's the thing. Sorcerers spinning round and round with that beam right there is obviously the most fun thing to do in the entirety of this game. As well as get baby bottles for your backpack. That's also pretty fun. F for the Imaginator. Yep. Let's be spamming Fs in chat so that then I can get a bunch of comments on the stream. No, not really. That's going to become really tiresome after a while. Okay, let's push these blocks into place. And hopefully proceed to avoid losing Imaginators in the future. That's a big F right there, and I'll tell you why it's a big F, because it's capitalized. Oh, and here comes the F spamming. Now, will you guys please just die? I mean, I did ask him nicely in my defense. There you go, he's all done for. Now, here's the thing, Zulu has Arcane Lightning, or at least that's what it's called in Onwards, so whenever I have a lightning-based ability, it just reminds me of the name Arcane Lightning. What? Aaron told you to do it! I did tell you to do it, but then I took it back immediately. It is indeed time to stop, you're not wrong, Legendary Marker. Anyway, that's why I chose Zulu, because this life area is popping up. But regardless, there's no better special attack, so despite the fact that Zulu does not have lightning-based abilities in his regular iteration, there was no other attack for me to utilize in this scenario, so here we are. You know what, we're just gonna forget those guys exist and move on before we risk losing Zulu. That sounds like a plan on my behalf. Oh god, emojis. Anyway, with Zulu, his shoulder pads were nice and easily replicable in this game, as was his legs as well, because you know he had a bit of a belt buckle of a boar, which of course you can't get a boar exactly in this game, but you can definitely get a belt buckle similar to that. And his colour palette was very easy to replicate as well, with the browns and the golds and things, especially when it came to those shoulder pads with the exact part being available in the game. And the game even offered us a cape as well, so I was able to replicate the green cape quite well, as well as a ponytail on his head with the headgear available. So overall, Zulu was just a really easy recreation. Unfortunately, he is levitating, which isn't accurate to his original form, but that's just the source for a format for you. Not much I can do about that. You're right, that's not fair. How dare it go so fast? Although I do appreciate the thrills. I love me some good speed. That's why I love roller coasters so much. Excellent job we're up to. Anyway, we're gonna quickly collect this chest because why not? Again, I've listed reasons as to why not, but I'm just going to forget those reasons exist and collect it anyway. Why are you the new Brylander? You have so many Imaginators like them. Believe me, Brylander's Imaginators collection is so much more expansive than mine. He has over... Well, he has thousands of them. Okay, I have 20. I think his thousands kind of like flunk my 20. I say thousands, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but point is, he has a lot. But this whole series is actually based off Brylander's series, Reimaginators, because of course I'm reimagining Skylanders. Anyway, we've got to swap out here for a Brawl and Skylander, so I think now is the time to go back to Roller Brawl, to be honest. Yes, it is indeed a Brawler thing, legendary marker. Don't you worry, I noticed eventually. 5 is still fine, that's half of the elements that exist in this game, mind you. Okay, I'm gonna shotgun this person right now. Ow, that hurt. Oh, Rollerball, why do you have to be so melee based? Super punch! Haha! Take that, you fool. Oh cool, that's got some good distance on it. Didn't even notice until now. That great distance, all the same. And now we have knocked off a part. I think I have about 6 or 7. Yeah, here's the thing. I have a local store called CX, and they have really cheap creation crystals. They're like 50 pence each. So that's how I'm able to get all of the creation crystals so cheap. Roller Brawl is sick, so she self-isolated. Yes, as you can tell, she's very good at spreading the germs around right now. But regardless, I chose that because it's kind of like a shotgun-based ability, a bit similar to her Tomb Buggy iteration in Superchargers, with the fact that that has a shotgun-based attack, so that's why I've gone with the poison right here. And unfortunately, I couldn't replicate Roller Brawl's hair with the ponytail. But with the form I have, I could still at least replicate the flick at the front, and of course I had some headgear to kind of replicate her little skull helmet at the top right here. So I don't think I've done terrible with it. Of course I'm going to have the skates for her feet, but you do what you can with it. Most likely, Roller Brawl will die. Hey! Don't jinx it! Have a little faith! I mean, like, you're probably right, but still, where's the faith? That's it, just take out these things for me. Thanks, buddy. Same, I go to CEX to get Skylanders since it's in Australia. Oh, it's in Australia too? That's cool. Honestly, I thought it was a UK thing, not a UK thing, a Europe thing, because I know CX is available in France as well. I know because I checked it once, and they have FIFA available for like 0.05 euros. I was about to say 5 cents then, but that's American. There you go, that's one really effective way to use that guy's orbs, just use them to take out the thing. Oh, awesome, a new legendary marker. You're in the UK, I'm also part of the UK. Okay, I really, this house is starting to annoy me now, so we're gonna get rid of it. I do have a CX, but it is way more expensive and barely has any Skarnders, so I normally go to cash converters. No fair! Your cash converters has Skarnders? My cash converters hasn't had Skarnders in years. The closest they've had to having Skarnders in years has been, Series 2 Cinder. Yeah, for some reason they had Series 2 Cinder but no other Skarnders, and it was like 5 pence, which, you know, even if I did have 5 pence at the time, Series 2 Cinder isn't even worth 5 pence at this point. Also, we've just surpassed 100 comments, so thank you guys so much. We're only 45 minutes into the stream, so I'm so happy to have hit that marker already. I think that deserves some Pepsi Max right there. They are also 50p, if you was curious. I wasn't even curious, and now my curiousness has been addressed, which is awesome. Bookshot armor, how intriguing to say the least. And some snake shoulders. Now, a lot of Skarnders, or reimaginators even, are utilising that shoulder gear, so hopefully, if that can, if those boosted stats can help with those along the lines. And hello, Dragon Critic. Coronavirus sickness, or sucks, not sickness, although it is a sickness, but it does suck, you're not wrong. The lockdown isn't much fun, and the cinemas being closed is even less fun than that. Series 2 Cinder is really rare, total non-sarcasm. Yes, Samuel, you're totally right. Series 2 Cinder is so rare. She's like the hardest character to find in the history of Skarnders. Anyway, I am doing good. Thank you for asking, Dragon Critic. I appreciate your concern. And I'm really pumped to be playing through Imaginators today with this Reimagine Lock, mind you, to bring a finale to the Schooled series, to which I'm pretty sure this one live stream alone is going to be longer than all of the episodes preceding this combined. Anyway, we have Scholarville next, which is like one of my favourite levels in this game, so I can't wait to be tackling that. Boom! Take that, Crates. Oh, once again, I'm so sorry, Crates. Please do not rise up and kill me first as part of your revolution. Although I'm sure there's other people who disrespect Crates more than me. I'm sure of it. Okay, now I'm just mashing this triangle button so I can skip without further ado. Again, not that you can see it much due to my terrible lighting in here. This is what I get for having an orange light. No idea why it is orange. It just is. What is your opinion on your favourite DreamWorks movie and best made DreamWorks movie? Favourite DreamWorks movie, How to Train Your Dragon 2. Best made DreamWorks movie, also How to Train Your Dragon 2. Why? Because it's a fun movie, it's a good movie, and it's a damn well made DreamWorks movie. All of the How to Train Your Dragon movies are. I just think the second one is the best of the trilogy, mind you. But as I digress, we're now going to be swapping out for Stormblade once again. I could swap out for Free Ranger, but I don't want to. Shrek 2 is also a really good sequel. I just think How to Train Your Dragon 2 is better. It's funnier, it's more expressive, it's got a better story to it. Like, seriously, the writing for How to Train Your Dragon 2 is spectacular. It's so good. Okay, let's be shooting this guy right here. Bang! And the bad guy is gone. Okay, we have some destructive things over here, so we're just going to shoot them from afar and let them blow themselves up. In my opinion, it's Megamind, for both my personal favourite and my opinion on the best made movie. To be honest, Megamind is very, very well written. It does very good at subverting the superhero tropes, and it has some really good character writing and development, so I can see why I like Megamind. Plus, it's also very underrated for sure. and very well animated as well. Like Megamind, I've only watched it once, but that one time I watched it I really enjoyed it, so I can definitely agree it's underrated for sure. I'm trying to think of other underrated DreamWorks movies now. I'll tell you what one of the worst is, Monsters vs. Aliens. Monsters vs. Aliens is not a good movie, okay? It's cringy, it's poorly written, it's lazy, and it's gimmicky in the fact that it came out when 3D was huge, so it has so many shoehorned 3D gimmicks in it that are completely unnecessary and just really pull you out of a movie when you're not watching it in 3D, mind you. Regardless, we're now going to be swapping out for one Flame Slinger. Yeah, it's fire time. Oh no, the bridge came falling down. Oh, you say the Scarlettville Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. The Scarlettville Bridge is falling down all day long. Oh man, bow slingers are so good in this game. Isn't there a flame slinger head? Yeah, this is the flame slinger head with the mask covering his eyes, you know, a bit like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, smiley. But we're gonna fire off to the secret island. Where else will we fire off to now, right? The secret island is just fun. Magic Skylanders. Okay, let's bring out Ninjini this time around because she is far more powerful than Deja Vu, therefore she has a much more likely a chance of surviving. The Scarlettville Bridge is falling down all day long. Anyway, let's be continuing with this. Oh yeah, let's be slashing and dicing. No, yes. We have a heated debate in the comment section right here. Once again, I might not be a sensei, but I'm sure I'll still be pretty overpowered. I mean, like, seriously, swashbucklers are also insane in this game. They are so fast-paced and fun to utilize, even if they aren't range-based. Boom. Boom. Take my orbs to the face! Oh man, this version of Ninjini is so much more better than the giant version of Ninjini, let's be honest. Not that there's much competition there, but still. Okay, cool, we took down the projectile guys, they were the real threats. Sweet! And we're very much on the brink of leveling up. You said no, and I said Lan. My name is Nolan! Hey, puns! Oh, he's a cute little doggy. Can I just stay still and, like, pet him? That sounds so much more fun. And we leveled up! That's awesome. Yeah, you're right, Ninjini. Hitting him in the face would be quite effective now, wouldn't it? So how about we continue doing that? Boom! And the bad guy is defeated. So we're gonna acquire the fruits of our labour right here in the form of an imaginite chest, which we do not need, but we will take it all the same for the sake of the Donut Zuka! Man, that's a really cool and creative weapon to say the least, but I believe the element of the area is about to stop to tech, and I believe correctly. So, here is that surprise I've been leaving until now. The reason why I said you guys are going to be blown away by the tech element is because it ushers in the return of New Year's Countdown! Oh man, whoever stayed around for that first stream where I first created the New Year's Countdown, shout out to you. This is the recreated version of New Year's Countdown. Man, am I happy to be reintroducing this guy to the channel. Wow. Yeah, Nolan, he's hype. Yeah, I've changed up his proportions a lot. I've changed his head so it's a pumpkin head and it's completely black, so it looks a bit like a bomb, so to say. And he has little helpers, little electric helpers, just like how his regular format has the mini forms of himself that blow up his opponents, mind you. That's a twist. Not that much of a twist, like I say, if you'd watched episode 18 you would have sort of saw this all come in. I thought it would be Robo. But Robo is an imaginator now, isn't he? He's a sensei, and there's not really much point in recreating or reimaginating senseis for this here live stream, because the whole idea is that I'm reimaginating Skylanders from the battle classes that I've placed him into from previous episodes of Schooled. But Robo I never classified as a battle class in previous episode of Schools, because he's a sensei. He's already came pre-prepared with a battle class. I don't need to sort him into one. He's already a bowslinger without me needing to say that, oh guys, Robo's a bowslinger. He's just a bowslinger automatically. Look away from the explosion. And man, I love that knockback damage, very effective. Wait, light element! Why didn't anyone tell me? We now get to swap over to our other light element character, because the other one is dead already, and that's going to be Astro Blast, which I believe we have to remain as, because Astro Blast is a bazooka, and bazooka just so happens to be for next Doomlander. So hopefully this experience orb can at least put him on the path towards leveling him up, so that then he has a more likely a chance of surviving the next one, or for upcoming conflict, so to say. You just did tell me? Well, why didn't you tell me sooner? Oh, the area's light, is it, Nolan? No way. I didn't notice that the area was light of all things. Like, seriously, man? Like really, is that what it was? Was it light by any chance? Okay, can we upgrade our abilities? Yes, we can. How about this top path? Sweet! Okay, we can consider ourselves upgraded. Hopefully that's going to be quite useful for us. Oh man, but when you just look at these sweet old explosions right here, how glorious. However, we are dying, and that's a little less glorious, to say the least. Okay, hello there, fellas. How you doing? Ow! That one hurt. Stay back! Stay back! Stay back! They're not staying back, guys. They're out to get me. But man, where's a piece of food when you really, really need it? Although that armor definitely came in handy, to say the least. Astro Blast is gonna die. Hey! Have a little more faith in my abilities. I mean, I know I suck at this game, but I really suck at this game that much? On second thoughts, please do not answer that. Oh boy, watch out for that huge explosion thing from this projectile character that I don't like very much. Thanks for the faith legendary marker, I appreciate it. But hey, he's not dead yet, so I will take that. But I'm gonna keep on shooting this guy because I didn't like this guy very much. After all, if you try to kill me, you've kind of got it coming. But yes, we got him, but we still haven't leveled up yet, and we're really low on health. Oh, thanks, Nolan. Thanks for saying I don't suck. I appreciate that. I at least have one person who has some sort of faith in me, which is much appreciated. What do you mean he sorta does? I'm just going to pretend you didn't say that. I'm just going to ignore you. Just going to... Yep. Legendary marker. What legendary marker? Mario, give me strength! I just realised I could have skipped that the whole time, but never mind. What do you mean you was correct? I haven't died with Astro Blast yet. Don't start calling things before they've actually happened. Don't pretend you can predict the future, because I predicted that you cannot predict the future, and I predicted that whenever you say you're predicting the future, you are making up a lie. That's my prediction of your predictions right there. I predict that you predict that I will lose this lock. And I predict that I will say, when you start predicting that I will say, hey, have more faith, and I believe I will manage this lock just fine, because at the end of the day, there's 10 levels to go around, 20 Imaginators, 19 at this point, but still, and a lot of them are fully leveled up, so level 58 Imaginators on Nightmare mode is just like playing easy mode all over again. No, I was correct that you are bad. Oh, but was you correct? Because I haven't died yet, and unless I die, I'm not really bad, or not really all that bad, at least. Okay, watch out for that stuff right there. Oh, and that stuff too. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore the comments I'm being, because I really need to kill this guy and not die doing it. Yes! Let's go! With the clutch! But not a level up. No, that's just disappointing. So I'm forgetful. I can't be forgetful, you're not wrong. I think you'll have 5 or 6 left at the end. Thank you for that faith, Samuel. I also believe I will have at least that much. Am I gonna die though? Because I literally just survived. At some point maybe, but at some point, it's not this point right now. So take that. Also, we just hit the 1 hour mark. Happy 1 hour mark, everyone. Okay, we've got the mighty fish, and a fish that is mighty indeed. Just like that, we also have an adventurer's satchel. So let's be grabbing this gold and heading through the door. Now, all I've got to do is not die to the cannonballs, and we should be good here. Anyway, I'm going to swap out for my other undead Imaginator right now. Grim Creeper! Yeah, don't worry, Legionary Mark, I was on it this time. On it, like a carb on it, one could say, and I swapped out with the undead right as the element swapped mine you. And I gotta be careful, because dying to a cannonball, now that would be embarrassing. One of your favourites? Yeah, Grim Creeper's quite cool. I mean, like, I have a very love-hate relationship with this character. One moment I hate the character, then the next moment I love this character, then I hate him again, so on and so forth. Anyway, let's be grinding these rails. And of course collecting some shards from the snail right here. A snail at snail's pace. Who saw that one coming? He's also voiced by Dr. Neo Cortex. That is a really interesting fact. I did not know that until this point. It's as they say, you learn something new every stream. That's the saying, right? I want to say every day at this point, because most people are locked at home, and whilst you're locked at home, you do kind of struggle to learn new things, but hey, you can at least say you've learned new life skills, such as living at home a lot. No, that's not the saying. Well, that's just really disappointing. I think we should turn that into a saying. Like, if that wasn't the saying before, I think that should be the saying now. Regardless, for the dark element, we're going to swap over to my other bowslinger right here. My dark snapshot. Yes, I changed his element, but there isn't really many dark Skylanders that I could recreate in Imaginators. Like, Starcast has 4 arms. Hood Skull probably would have been easier, but again, the whole aim of this was not to recreate senseis. So with the 3 other dark characters, Blackout could be recreated all that well, and neither could Nightmare, so that only left me with Nightfall and one random Skylander that I'd make a dark variant of. So I just took the dark variant of Snapshot, made it his element, and bish bash boosh, here we are with Dark Snapshot. A very accurate Dark Snapshot, might I add. Like, seriously, look at this guy. He's so accurate, to say the least. Oh yeah, also he's one of my level 58 characters, which is why I swapped out for him. I'm gonna be honest here, normal Snapshot is the better version of Snapshot, but personally, I think most Dark variants are better than their original forms, with the exception of Snapshot. Like Dark Wildfire, Search will call in its regular iteration. Flip Rick, Blast Zone, and Gusto are voiced by Crash Bandicoot's current voice actor. Yet again, another interesting fact. That's really cool to know, mind you. I'll get there eventually, guys. That's a promise. Told you so. I created Blackout and Imaginators in the Creator app. I mean, like, to be honest, you could do it, but with the fact that Blackout walks on all fours, and Imaginators, there's no ability to create all fours, it's just not very accurate and it wouldn't look very cool. Therefore, I just don't think that it's, appropriate. You changed Snapshot's element, you monster! Speaking of monsters, that's exactly what we're about to be fighting right now. But hey, if you're calling me a monster, you're effectively calling the developers of this game, Nolan, aka your favourite game, monsters as well, because they swapped over the elements of several villains, including Tycoon Crow, Hoodsicle. What other elements did they swap around? Gotta jump over that. Tycoon Crow, Hoodsicle. Is that it? Are those the only elements they swapped around? Oh yeah, and Graveclubber. They swapped around the elements of those three villains, so I suppose we're both monsters here. I actually disagree. Dark Wildfire is better in my opinion, and Crash agrees, so you know it's true. That's what I'm saying. Dark Wildfire is a better version of Wildfire, whereas normal Snapshot is a better version of Snapshot. It was in year 2, but year 2 was scrapped. Oh. Well, okay then. I was joking about the monster thing. Yes, clearly it was in capital letters. Whenever anything is in capital letters, it's clearly a joke, Nolan. Don't you worry, I caught on. Turns out there is a monster. Yes, you're not wrong. This is the biggest monster of them all. But man, why won't this guy just die? Very inconvenient of him. Oh yeah, I also have this ability right here, because this ability from a dark element kind of looks like it's water, and then once it settles it looks kind of like a puddle. So I felt like that was a pretty good recreation of Snapshot's moveset right here. When things are a capital, if they're a joke, well then, Nolan! Except for when it comes to names. Names are never a joke, okay? It was revealed in the Spyro's Adventure developer commentary. I so need to watch that. like seriously, why am I taking so long to actually get around to that? But hey, I will get around to that and then I'll probably make a video on it, to be perfectly honest. You know, summarising it, giving you guys all of the fun stuff from it all. Haha, no tail swipes for you today, my friend. Although I call you my friend, you're not really my friend, I'm going to be quite honest with you here. Oh, chicken! I like me some chicken. Probably should have saved that, but never mind. I forgot which episode though. Say, I'll just binge through the whole developer commentary at some point, take notes, and make a video on it. Because I really want to get to upload more Skylanders content more often. I mean, like, the other day I did upload my ranking of every single Skylanders Academy episode, which that is an awesome video, so I recommend you guys go check it out. But I just want to do more stuff with Skylanders is all. That's my motivation at the moment. Yeah, Teal Game Master's channel. I really like Teal Game Master, actually. He's one of my favourite Let's Play YouTubers. I've watched him ever since Skylanders Giants came out. I dare you to make a look with your favourite characters from each element. Yeah, I might do that at some point. We all know what the fire representative would be. Haha, nice try, Slimeballs. Today you shall not be getting me. Mwahaha. And now we know why Heartbreaker Bookshot was cancelled. It was too scary. Well, that's kind of what the speculation was before that was even confirmed, and now it's basically just 100% been confirmed, more or less. So what do you know? For once, something that we speculated about as a community turned out to be true. Okay, Legendary Marker, thanks for stopping by, I really appreciate it, and be sure to have for a great rest of your day. Just gonna shoot him from back here, makes sense and everything. Oh, boom, we got some good damage on him. Yeah, if you guys want to know what the best classes to tackle for this boss fight, it's going to be, without a doubt, the bow slingers. Because of their range and everything. Well, it's not confirmed to my knowledge. What? The fact that Heartbreak Buckshot was cancelled because it was too scary? I'm pretty sure it was confirmed via the developers' commentary that we're talking about, Nolan. And the developers' commentary is from, well, the developers of a franchise. So if they have insight information and 100% know what they're talking about. Exactly, Samuel has effectively confirmed it for me, so... Thanks for the backup there, dude. Evil monster guy, are you gonna come out at any point, or do you want me to eat the chicken? Fine, I'll eat the chicken. But man, that was some delicious chicken. You're really missing out, my friend. Chicken right there. Okay, gotta watch out for the splashes. Okay, sweet. Today is one of those days where the splashes will not be getting me. Mwahaha. Well, I have to see it for myself till I believe it. Fair enough, Nolan. I mean, like, it's always good to have, you know, things backed up from your own experience, so to say. I just realised all that experience went to waste, but never mind. I also recently watched Square Eye Jack's review on Trap Team with Superchargers. He really liked Superchargers, and that's mostly because you can tell from his other reviews that he really wanted variety and he wanted something different from a franchise. And credit where credit is due, Superchargers is definitely the most unique Skylanders game. It's just pumped full of variety. And it's the best execution of a Toy Story Life model in history, in my personal opinion, because all what you needed was 3 vehicles, 1 supercharger. You got the supercharger and 1 vehicle in the starter pack, so from there you only needed to get 1 more vehicle of each terrain, and you got effectively 100% of the game with that. Cheap, you know, day 1 that would have been £90, so much cheaper than any other Toy Story Life game. Hello Studios, how you doing there, buddy? Except for Giants, if you went into Giants with a booster pack that was like £40 and you already had 1 scan of each element from Spyro's Adventure previously, then you could technically say that that was the cheapest one, but Superchargers is just as great as that, more or less. You're doing great, that's fantastic. I also am doing great. Mostly because I have Pepsi Max by my side and things never go wrong when Pepsi Max is around. But I'm not sponsored, at least not yet.
Hey, Skylander buddy.
Favourite from each element: Buckshot, Dino-Rang, Tide Pool, Blast Zone, Bouncer, Eyeball, Blades. I disagree with Buckshot. Dino-Rang is fair enough. Tide Pool, fair enough. Blast Zone, can't really see it. Bouncer, can't really see it. Eyeball, fair enough. Blades, definitely. Yes, it wasn't the Pepsi Max Cherry, my dude, for best drink on the planet.
Retrieve them and we can go and shut down that vortex brainstorm once and for all. Me? I should be preparing a healthy supply of trail mix.
Oh, I could be really doing some trail mix right now. Just skip the nuts. Just give me everything in a trail mix except for the nuts, would ya? Oh, why, thank you. I mean, like, I always knew I was amazing, but now it's official. Little speedrun tactic right there, you know, to get the most minimal pushes required on this whole puzzling segment. Well, I think I'm gonna go for now. See you later. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Nolan. I really appreciate it, and I will see you in the next one, I suppose. In fact, there is no suppose about it. I'll put my foot down here and saying that I will definitely for sure see you in the next one. And once again, this is the only bookshelf you actually need to push into place, just for the sake of speeding things up. What is this? This is a lock in Skylanders Imaginators revolving around 20 Skylanders that I have reimagined from the ground up. So we have Snapshot right here, who's of course his dark variant, most obviously, and I've swapped over his element because there weren't really many dark Skylanders I could recreate as Imaginators in this game. But yeah, usual lock rules apply. But Earth, we have... Oh, Earth is your favourite element, but Air is Blades, Blackout, Terrafin, Spitfire, Bumbleblast, Nightlight, Spyro, Treadhead. Okay, once again, some very good choices. I really like Treadhead as well. Spyro is a bit generic and definitely not my favourite. In fact, it's not even my favourite from SSA. My favourite magic from SSA is Double Trouble. Then we also have Bumbleblast, I definitely agree with. Nightlight, 100%. He's my favourite from Light Element 2. Blackout, yeah, I'm going to agree with that one. Blades, 100%. He's awesome. Terrafin is effectively the only one I don't agree with there, or can't see. I mean, like, I don't agree with Spitfire, obviously, but I can at least see it. But Terrafin, seriously, he's not that good. He's a bit slow, not all that powerful. But that's just my silly personal opinion, mind you. Oh yeah, I forgot. I've kind of got to hit this thing right here, I think. Yep, I was right. Who are all of the Reimaginators? The Reimaginators are Dark Snapshot, Flameslinger, Igniter, Nightlight, who's dead. He was our first loss, so we're down to 19. Grim Creeper, Chill, Astro Blast, Free Ranger, Ninjini, Shroom Boom, Trigger Happy, Zulu, Deja Vu, Crusher, Rubble Rouser, Nightfall, Roller Brawl, Countdown, and Stormblade. But Countdown has a bit of a twist. He's New Year's Countdown! Terrafin was my favourite Skylander. Oh, your first Skylander and your favourite Skylander. You know what? Fair enough. You enjoyed Terrafin to your heart's content. Anyway, I believe just like that we can exit out of the academy and head on over to Shellmont Shores. With a bit of a Pepsi Max cherry to go around. Now the next question becomes, who is going to get the 200th comment? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? And it's going to be Emo Potatoes and Carrots! Whoop whoop! Congratulations, my dude, for the 200th comment on the stream right here. There's everyone different elements and battle classes. I have 2 representatives per element and 2 representatives per battle class. Except from Light and Night, because I just lost Nightlight, therefore I only have 1 Night representative left and 1 Light representative left. But I started with 2 of each, more or less. Anyway, here we go with Shellmont Shores. It basically functions the same as any other Imagine lock, where you have to swap out to the battle class. Whenever Doomlander comes up, even, I have to swap out to a Reimaginator corresponding to that battle class. It is indeed a big vortex that I'm going to have no sympathy over skipping. And now I've got to swap out the water, which is going to be none other than Chill once again, because why not? Kinda sad I missed his death. He's one of my favourite Skylanders. Yeah, I couldn't blame you. Nightlight is a bit of a beast, but unfortunately my Nightlight Imaginator was highly underleveled and died to one of the heavy combat scenarios in the 2nd level. Take this, ha ha ha. Oh wow, Chill's laughing too. That's simultaneous laughing right there. Okay, I'm gonna go over here and grab the chest because I really need some gold for some upgrades for this character. As you can tell, she's both significantly underleveled and significantly under-upgraded as well. So hopefully we don't lose her here, but the chances of us losing her are quite high, to say the least. Why are they so low? Because I could be asked to grind through this game with low-leveled characters, okay? I mean, like, this is already my least favourite game, so I don't want to have to play it excessively for hours on end for no good reason whatsoever.
Uh-oh, Skylander, you've got company.
Luckily, there's one treasure chest in this area right after the other, so we can open up this one and get even more upgrades!
Of my enemies.
Wait, no, we don't want hypnotize. Let's go with Grand Slam instead for chill. It seems more appropriate to her moveset. And then for Wave Push, that's absolutely the one we want, which we don't have enough money for. Yeet! Yeet! Why are we all eating all of a sudden? Oh boy, I gotta be way more careful of that. Boom! Haha! I want to do a lock on superchargers once I get Nightfall and Thrillipede. I probably have to get the egg-sighted version. Yeah, because Thrillipede is hard to come by, except from when you're in Europe, because of course I'm a European, so Thrillipede was kind of easy for me to get actually. I didn't struggle to find him whatsoever. A coffin? What do you have a coffin in for chat for? We didn't lose Chill, at least we didn't lose her yet. And the element of the area is about to swap out, so she should be safe for now.
Light Skylanders are stronger here.
Okay, that means we've got to swap out for Astro Blast, but man, why does the elements swap out so frequently in this game?
Get ready.
You got the Buzzwing easy. Yeah, the Buzzwing is so much more common than Thrillipede, even in Europe. Okay, sweet, we're going to grab that. And then we're going to willingly jump into the tornado, because that's going to spawn us right back at the beginning of the section right there.
A royal entrance.
How are you guys enjoying y'all quarantine? It's not actually going too bad actually. I'm not actually under quarantine, we're under lockdown, which basically means that we can travel outside of the house if it means we're going to a place of work, going out for daily exercise, going shopping, or going for essential medical care such as donating blood, or caring for elderly folk that are vulnerable to the disease, stuff like that, you know? So in other words, I get to travel to and from work because I currently have additional shifts going on at my work right now, at my workplace. And because I'm cycling there, I'm effectively killing two birds with one stone. Oh, killing, that's a bit dark, but as I digress, point is, I'm getting two birds with one stone since I'm doing my daily exercise by cycling to and fro work. And of course, I'm moving, and of course, I'm traveling to and fro work as well. To get out of the house, so I'm not in the house 24/7, and that's definitely making it more enjoyable and and it's offering me up some sort of escapism as well. Because whilst I'm at work, I kind of like forget that the lockdown is going on, so I'm happy that I have that kind of escapism to enjoy. Oh wow, we leveled up just before the Earth element popped up. That's pretty great. But regardless, now we're going to swap out the Crusher. I feel like Astro Blast should have been a quick shot. That's true, he does have a smaller gun, but the thing with Astro Blast is that it has a singular gun, and it focuses more on power than speed, therefore that makes him more of a bazooka than a quick shot. You know, quick shots have dual pistols that are far more accurate and quicker than what Astro Blast's singular, more powerful weapon is like. Boom, there's that guy all dealt with. Why is there so many of them? Boom! There goes that guy, at least. Yay, I'm not dead yet. It's a miracle, I tell you. Although I probably shouldn't jinx it, should I? Get lost, Squidward! Now that is a good reference and a good joke at the same time, because of course it was a joke that you're referencing. Anyway, let's be blowing some stuff up. And also grab a pack of bananas along the way, because they will wind up delicious, mind you. Actually, let's not upgrade yet. Let's save the upgrade for when we, for after we grab this chest, mind you, because then we will have more gold to upgrade with. Okay, let's be upgrading you, and you, and you. So I have the Seismic Slam, since, Crusher, whenever you hold the primary attack button, sends off, like, little gears into the ground, and when you do that with this attack, you're also sending off gears into the ground as well from stomping it so hard, so makes sense. And then I have Earth Fist, just because it really does remind me of Earth Element, and despite the fact that Earth Fist is more a trait of Dynarang's moveset, it still works for Crusher here. Plus, I can't exactly have an attack where I freeze enemies to stone, so I can't exactly recreate Crusher. Just why? But just why? Read your above comment. I'm sorry, but I can't read it no more. It's kind of disappeared from the screen, and I can't be asked to check my phone to check previous comments, so you're just gonna have to copy and paste your comment there, buddy. But just why? So again, you get to work on that Control C, Control V, buddy, and I'll be sure to read that previous comment. It was never on the screen. Oh boy, is it glitching out. Because that would be not convenient, to say the least. It would be the complete opposite of convenient, of that being inconvenient. Anyway, I believe the element of the area is about to swap over to life. I was right. Okay, let's bring in one of the only Shroom Boom. Now, Shroom Boom's battle class I have swapped over here because he wasn't really a ninja to begin with, but the main reason why I've made Shroom Boom a ninja here is because he has the body shape of a ninja, because of course ninjas don't have well, they don't have bodies, so to say. They have a head, arms and legs, and that's the same with Shroom Boom and Trigger Happy's design. You know, they don't really have bodies, so to say. They're just really one giant head, arms and legs. So therefore I might have swapped over battle classes of Shroom Boom and Trigger Happy and Cheats a little bit, but that makes sense considering the body shape of ninja battle classes and then being similar to that of the original design of Shroom Boom and Trigger Happy alike. More like Shroom sucks. Hey, don't be so mean to Shroom Boom. Shroom Boom is a perfectly fine character, okay? He's full of personality, and he's fun to play as. I really like Shroom Boom, actually. But this version is broken. Like, seriously, man, just look at this. It would be ironic if the never on screen message never appeared on a night screen. Yeah, except for the fact that it did appear on my screen, therefore there is no irony in this case. I don't like him. You know what, that's fine. Feel free to hate Shroom Boom all you want, but that's not going to stop my love for the character, mind you. Anyway, let's skip this because there's no need to have it up here. That went very, very well, and I'm quite pleased with that, to say the least. Okay, which side is the experience sword? The left side. I've got to keep that in mind, so that then I can grab the experience whilst not wasting time grabbing a soul gem that we do not need. I like him, but Hot Dog is better after giant scores. Yeah, I couldn't blame you if enjoying Hot Dog more. He's also a lot of fun and has a lot of personality to him as well, because he's a dog, so of course he's full of personality. In fact, making a dog makes him automatically cute and pretty cool, because dogs are those things exactly. Anyway, it's time to head up these stairs right here and have a nice little selfie with the Gill Grunt photo right there. And by have a nice little selfie, I mean skip it entirely. But man, you gotta love this front flipping animation right here. It sounds good, it looks good. Like my logo. Okay, fine, I like your logo then. Fine. Okay, watch out for lightning. Nice, that turned out quite well actually. Air Skylanders. Okay, let's bring in for one, the only free ranger, because I know what you're thinking. It's about time. And you're also thinking, wow, that is unbelievably accurate to the original iteration with axes and everything. And I would be thinking in response, you are totally right. This is easily the best Imaginator I've done so far. Not what I meant, but facts. What can I say except you're welcome. Your logo has a cute dog. Sweet. I mean, cute dogs don't taste sweet. I definitely wouldn't recommend you tasting a dog unless it's a hot dog specifically. And I don't mean for figurine hot dog, because that would taste of plastic and wouldn't be very nice. But an actual hot dog, you know, with a sausage and a bun. Now that will taste good, however. But no, dogs are just cute, and by that I mean the pets. And I suppose you could say a hot dog in and of itself is cute, both the Skylanders figurine and the actual hot dog in real life, because it's food and therefore that makes it cute. Because I like food and find it cute all the same. And is my commentary making any sort of sense? Well, if it is, that's awesome, but if it's not, that's also awesome. Oh, I missed that shard, but never mind, as they say in the business. Yes, they did indeed choose this tail right here. There wasn't a better iteration for it, really. No better way to represent Free Ranger's tornado-y bottom half than with this bottom right here. What do you mean, just no? That's just rude, just dude. Anyway, we're gonna grab a piece of experience that we do not even need. We could come over here to grab this snail's Imaginite shards, but once again, I'm too lazy to be asked, so we're just going to continue on as is. But man, this is a lot of gold for this guy right here. And I like that. I like that a lot. So can we upgrade this guy, or is he already fully upgraded is a question. Oh cool, he's already fully upgraded because this guy has tornadoes right here. Makes sense considering his bottom half in Swap Force utilizes tornadoes and everything, and his bottom half down one of the upgrade powers. I can't remember which one, but point is one of them makes it so that you fire off tornadoes, so that's pretty accurate if I do say so myself. Then we also have this strike and attack, and of course his regular old swing. Just Dude, the sequel to Just Dance. Exactly, that sounds like a perfect game right there. Perfect in concept, perfect in execution, just perfect in every single way possible. Okay, looks like we're going to be fighting with Swashbuckler with free range right here, which should go quite well considering that this guy's, you know, a bit broken and he's level 58, so... Wellness, here we come, and by wellness I mean doing well at the game for once. It might be an anomaly, but it will occur all the same, I'm predicting it. My name is Eggs Benedict. Good for you, Eggs Benedict. Have fun being called out for the rest of the stream, Eggs Benedict. Although I'm probably going to forget, so every time I forget Eggs Benedict, be sure to remind me what your name is, Sir Eggs Benedict. And if this gets on your nerves, Eggs Benedict, then just remember that this was your fault. Okay, let's be heading over after having wasted our experience orb. What we're not going to waste, however, is time, because we're going to skip this cutscene immediately.
Nothing like a swashbuckler Zoolander to a swashbuckler Skylander. This is too easy.
Boom! Not even took a single hit yet. What do you mean, ... Eggs Benedict? Oh, what do you mean? Dude, They're stealing my thing! Stop stealing my thing! The tornado is my thing, man, and he is stealing it. Stop it, dude. Just stop it. Ah, that's much better, isn't it? Knocking off the gear. That's much more better than bear witnessing them steal my attacks like an absolute monster. I will find you. Oh, but will you, Ex-Benedict? But will you really? Boom! And the bad guy is gone.
You may have won, sir, and you might even have won the last couple of rounds if you want to get technical. But my next creation will not be so easy to defeat. It will be bigger.
Yeah, I won't be so sure of that.
Than ever.
Scarners are not the only thing that will die today. Whatever you say, Ex-Benedict, whatever you say. I mean, like, let's just remember that you put yourself in this situation, okay? Potatoes, are we have some sort of hive mind here? Because you're saying exactly what I'm thinking right now. I don't care if it was a joke, Ex-Benedict, you're going to have to deal with the repercussions of your actions. There are consequences to anything you say in the chat, and this happens to be one of them, Ex-Benedict. So, deal with it. I don't care if there's a reference, Ex-Benedict, you've brought this upon yourself. Exactly, Potatoes, this is all Ex-Benedict's fault. Although turning Benedict into a plural isn't much fun, I'm going to be honest. Ex-Benedicts just doesn't sound right. Anyway, we get to continue on to level 5 as soon as we earn the right to skip this cutscene by sitting through this cutscene.
Hurry, Skylander. Jetpack thinks his old Sky Baron battle.
Anyone died while I was out? Nope, not yet. Still at 19 characters at the moment, which is a pretty epic if I do say so myself. Actually, that was a good point. There was one thing which died, and that just so happens to be the sanity of Ex-Benedict right there. Samuel Studios made a reference and has said, my name is Ex-Benedict, so from now on, we're calling him Ex-Benedict. I used for Studios one and only time right there, twice, in order to emphasize the fact that that's what we're calling Studios from now on, Ex-Benedict. Or, you know, I could have just kept my mouth shut and had Emo Potatoes explain the whole situation. But congratulations on the 250th comment there, Ex-Benedict. I'm sure you're proud of that achievement right there. Should we put it on a certificate? Just, this is to certify that Ex-Benedict's got the 250th comment on this here stream.
So here's my sheep.
I'm sorry, but I'm enjoying this too much.
Now you just hold I'll give you a good fling.
But yes, you are, Ex-Benedict. Yes, you are. What's wrong with being called Ex-Benedict? Ex-Benedict, I think that's a pretty epic name if you were to ask me. Especially since I love eggs. Eggs are absolutely delicious, so you having a name about it based around them sounds awesome to me. Oh boy, we've got kill swabbers in the chat. Oh, poor Ex-Benedict, he can't spell. Anyway, Texgarner, back to the fan favourite, the clear choice for the MVP of this lock, New Year's Count, join! Man, I love this dude.
I live for explosives.
You're gonna lose today. I don't know, I'm doing quite well so far, you know, just a few more levels to go and I still have 19 characters left. It's not bad. Push you off the edge. I love these shotguns so much.
How are you doing? Uh-oh. Looks like a Vulture battleship is heading our way.
Well, that's not convenient.
Anti-Vulture battle.
If I became a murderer, you're my first victim. Awesome! Love to have that on my tombstone. Murdered by a guy named Eggs Benedict, all because I called him by his name in a stream. Curse my bad spelling. Yes, curse it indeed. To be honest, I don't think it had anything to do with spelling as much as it had to do with fast typing, so I can forgive you for your typos, Egg Benedict. Oh man, these shotguns make it so easy. New Year's countdown, you should be embarrassed. You just knocked him straight off the ledge with minimal effort. That's just embarrassing. You're putting all of the other characters to shame. To shame. And we knocked that guy off before the element even changed. Now that's what I call pure and utter skill. For shame. I'm going to have to swap out the Crusher right now, but it's not going to be fun after for comparison to New Year's countdown right there. It's just New Year's countdown is perfect in every meaning of the word. He's perfect. Okay, let's grab that treasure chest because why not, right? Boom, we got him. Yes, that was a pretty terrible joke, Samuel, you're not wrong. And by pointing out that the joke was terrible after having made the terrible joke doesn't make the joke any less terrible. Not that I even get the joke. So if you didn't point out that that was a terrible joke, I wouldn't have even noticed it as a terrible joke, because I didn't even get the joke. I didn't even know you were joking. That's how crazy the situation is, and that's what warranted me speaking so fast, mind you. Anyway, let's quickly see if this guy has any more upgrades. No, but we can upgrade his other abilities even if we're not using them, mind you. But for now, let's be swapping over to that fire element. Oh, I've got my itchy hair now, but regardless, we're going to be swapping out right now back to the one, the only Flame Slinger. So that we can unleash fire. So those of you wondering, I was just pouring out the last of my 2-litre bottle of Pepsi Max Cherry right there. It was a Yandere Simulator joke he did. Not that I even know what a Yandere Simulator even is. Eggs Benedict. Okay, let's skip that and head straight into this door right here. To which is going to swap straight over to the Dark Element anyway, so I don't know why I even swapped to Flame Slinger, to be perfectly honest. So now, I think it's a perfect time to finally introduce to this lock the one, the only, Nightfall.
Say hello to the dark.
Luke just posted, you might abandon you. No! Eggs Benedict! No! Exactly, you just can't, Eggs Benedict. That's illegal. It's illegal to abandon me, Eggs Benedict. I will bring for Air Force, for Navy, for Marines, everything to bring you down if you dare leave me. Taking the mickey out of calling you Eggs Benedict is just far too fun for this stream to possibly lose that opportunity. What name, Eggs Benedict? Do you want me to say your actual name, Eggs Benedict, or Studios name? You know, your fake name, Eggs Benedict. So which one is it? Studios or Eggs Benedict? Because technically I just said them both, so therefore I've satisfied both factors right there. Exactly, you know, Eggs Benedict is just a temporary thing, just for the stream. But if you leave the stream, you can consider it a permanent thing, you know. You'll be Eggs Benedict forever. Once again, Potato's absolutely nailing the chat and saying exactly what I've been thinking. Studios? You want me to call you Studios? Okay, fine, I'll call you Studios. Okay, let's see what kind of upgrades we can give ourselves right here. Okay, sweet. I realised I've upgraded myself, but it's not going to have much effect on this fire sequence that's popping up of all things. So it's time for me to swap back to Flame Slinger.
Unleash fire!
For one time where jetpack is useful, dawn the bombing runs. My name is Studios, and oh boy, I didn't have enough time to read that. I'm so sorry. My apologies, I didn't have enough time to read through that. You're just gonna have to Control-C, Control-V so I can get back to it. Fine, Eggs Benedict. I will call you by your real name, Carl. Hey, Carl, how are you doing? Is that his actual name? Because that'd be quite hilarious, you know. Studios, do it. My name is Studios, and if you say it wrong, I will bleep. Thanks for censoring there. I appreciate it. We are trying to keep this child friendly right here. But man, this stream is getting a bit heated right here. First of all, because we play a Fire Skylander, and second of all, because we've got some punches being thrown in the chat. Oh, giving each other the 0-1-2, eh? What do you mean, Carl? That's a good point. What does he mean? Boom!
Good job knocking off those crates. But here come some more enemies with more explosives.
What is ilk?
I'm off too, right?
What do you mean ilk? I'm saying Carl, not ilk.
Opposite platform.
Okay, let's gain some momentum and hit him in the face with a giant wrecking ball. This wrecking ball is so much more better than the Skylander wrecking ball. Just saying. I need to type slower, Carl. Yep. You're not wrong. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Nicely done.
Boom. You have skills to pay the bills, my friend. Oh no, he regrets everything. I feel sorry for killing him now. Not really.
Now that the cargo area is all clear, we can proceed to the main hangar, but I shall never forget our time together with the
Oh man, bow slingers just make it so easy. Oh my god. Wow. I almost feel sorry for those guys getting annihilated to that degree, and we even get level up to top things off with. Sweet.
No idea why we made these platforms so hard to jump.
Yeah, neither do I, Jetpack. Why did you do that? Sigh. I came in like a wrecking ball. You will be sorry. Skills I have acquired over a long career. Yeah, I've got to admit, the way PlayStation broke that comment up right there made me confused at first, but over a long career? Yeah, sure, I'm sure you've had a long career. And don't say that you hate life, that's not cool. I mean, like, you can hate the life element, but not life itself. That's just awfully depressing and dark. We should be happy here. This is a place to be happy. And remember, you're always wanted. Always. There's always people there for you as well. It's okay, Carl, none of us are perfect. So true, I am like the dictionary definition of imperfect right here. Have you seen how imperfect I am? I have so many imperfections and insecurities. Like, honestly, you might not know from looking at me, but I have a lot of confidence issues. I struggle to speak to people sometimes, due to my confidence, or lack thereof it, you could say. But man, this is so easy! I'm just very good at hiding my lack of confidence behind a camera, because a camera is not a person. A camera cannot talk back. Okay, water element. Although it's water element now, but it is about to change to, I believe it's tech in the next room, so I might as well just swap out for tech. Speaking of which, I need to get another Imaginator's copy. The disc is damaged and I can't play past level 4. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Yeah, you should definitely invest in that. I have so many things wrong with me. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. That leaves area for improvement. Character development, you know, it's truly what makes your character so unique and so strong. As a human being, you are just such a great character, really, as a human being. There's so much for you to learn about, so much for you to develop upon, and ultimately it makes it so that your story is going to be unique from the person next to you, and it's going to be powerful. Your story is powerful, okay? You know, you tell your story to generations and it will be passed on, because it's just so powerful for story of life. I can't emphasize that enough. I love the fact that I'm using my movie talk right here to create some sort of motivational speech right here. Is it working? Are we feeling good about ourselves? I would get a Switch version, but I can't find it anywhere pre-owned. That, and also it's really expensive pre-owned for whatever reason. CEX like charge you 70 quid for it, and that is more than what the starter pack costs new, for crying out loud. Let's get the engine running. Emo! Okay, we're gonna jump over these things and acquire that Imaginite chest over there because I want to. That platforming skill right there, though. Okay, through the door we go. Okay, back to Gilgrunt, my friends. It's more angry Aaron. Exactly. Like, when I was at primary school, I was notorious for being the person who got really angry really easily, and that's just because I had a bit of a short temper, but I was also highly misunderstood at primary school and got told off for a lot of things which I should not have got told off for. And the teachers, they never actually analysed the situation and looked at things from my perspective, you know, they just took the word of the first kid that told on me, even if they told on me falsely, and, you know, wouldn't look into it further. So because of that, you know, all what some kid needed to do was go up to a teacher and said, hey, Aaron punched him, and they would automatically believe the other student over me, even though I was nowhere near the person who I supposedly punched at the time. That's primary school for you. It's so unfair. Once I got around to high school, I was treated far more fairly and with a lot more respect from most of my teachers, so things got a lot more better for me from there. However, there were some teachers that still treated me with absolute disrespect and treated me like I was an absolute piece of dirt. And there was teachers like that I absolutely hated, but fortunately there was only really 2 teachers that treated me like that. One of them was a substitute teacher, so I had them very rarely, thank heavens. And the other was a food tech teacher, which I also had very rarely, so thank heavens for that. The point is, food tech should be a fun subject. You are cooking food. You get to eat that food. And my food tech teacher made absolute hell for me. I had to do things very specifically. If you did anything in a different way to what the teacher told you to, then you guarantee you're getting ranted at, okay? Like, seriously, there's more than one way to cook. That's the whole idea of cooking, and yet you could only do things in this class one way or get told off for it. She was just so picky, and she insulted students in front of a class. You know, just generally a really nasty teacher that had a respect for no one but herself, you know, very selfish, and I have no idea how she even got hired as a teacher to begin with. Light element, that means we get to go from one bazooka to the other. You misspelled countdown. That's the whole idea. Here's a New Year's countdown. He's based on a stream of mine from a few years back where that's how we spelt him. The chat spelt him like that. And so since then, it's just kind of stuck. So yes, if you notice misspelling, good. It's meant to be like that. I right now hate emo and feeling annoyed at you. Why? Why would you feel like that? I was the opposite. Primary school was great. High school sucks. At the end of the day, primary school, you do one thing wrong and your reputation never improves from there. Like, you do one thing wrong and the teachers just assume that whenever anything goes wrong from that point onwards, it's you who did it. Whereas high school, you know, if they're really good at giving you fresh starts, so if you do something wrong, they're very good at just forgetting it the next day and treating you like you're a person, in other words, you know. And that's what makes high school better, really. I mean, high school isn't perfect, for sure, but certainly was better, at least for me. It needs to be grammatically correct. I don't care, it's staying as it is for the sake of a joke.
Now, pop the next shell in and we should just about be ready for some blasting.
Fair enough, Jetvac, that's exactly what we're about to do. I have done nothing, Carl. Oh god. I don't get what all these ellipses are about. Oh yeah, this bazooka for Astro Blast, I chose this one specifically because it looks kind of futuristic-y and it goes with the rest of the character. And I've also chosen this spiky helmet for his headgear because that kind of looks a bit like his head in a way, as you can tell from the spikes up there. And his backpack is kind of like crystalline, a bit like the backpack from regular Astro Blast. So those parts have all been chosen to make this guy look quite space-like. And honestly, I think it's worked out quite well. This guy is probably my favourite reimaginator of a lot. Studios, we have stopped calling you Eggs Benedict at this point. If you keep bringing up Eggs Benedict, I'm going to keep calling you that, and we're just going to refer back to it. So how about you do yourself a favour and stop referring back to a reference that you referenced, Eggs Benedict. I know I'm an annoying person. That's my one defining trait, that I am annoying. You guys watch me to annoy the hell out of you. You know, I call it charisma. You can call it whatever you want. That's just how I call it. Wait a minute. Water element. Completely forgot. That's on my. That's my bad. Back to Gilgrant. What do you mean I'm not annoying? The whole idea, Studios, is that I am supposed to be annoying. I do not appreciate you not calling me annoying. Okay, let's get some upgrades for this guy right here. Now, for fish, I have the fish with this guy. Purely because, you know, down his secondary path with his harpoon gun, he shoots fish out of it whenever you press like the primary and secondary attack button at the same time. Therefore, I feel like utilizing the fish attack here kind of copied that and was appropriate. Okay, there we go with that. You're worse than annoying. I will take that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words right here. Oh boy, but I am dying. I don't appreciate that. It's these goddamn smaller enemies that keep screwing me over right here. Why are there so many enemies right now? Does there really need to be this many enemies? On second thoughts, do not answer that. Okay, Potatoes, I think that's enough of the whole calling Carl name things now. It's clearly getting to him, so that's enough of that. Let's move on and be more positive about things. How about this? We share compliments to one another. Studios, I liked your reference to Eggs Benedict. It was funny. Emo Potatoes, I appreciate the fact that you're here. You're an awesome person. Okay, don't you see where I'm coming from? Compliments are so much more nicer than purposely going out of your way to annoy one another. Thank you for stopping. We appreciate it, my friend. Okay, sweet. We have some musketeer legs. Here you go, Studios. Now we can be one big happy family. Well, not a family, but we can be big and we can be happy for sure. What do you mean about time? Weren't you having fun, Studios? Like, honestly, you can't take things too seriously. I feel like you would have had more fun if you weren't taking things as seriously as you were, but at the end of the day, there is such a thing as crossing a line, and clearly, you know, we were getting to that point where we was clearly getting a bit too close to it, so you were within your right to ask us to stop, and we have, so all is good, needless to say. Just again, don't take things so seriously. Just settle back and have a bit of fun with it. Even if it's annoying, laugh with us rather than letting yourself get overwhelmed by us laughing at you. You know. Good lesson, that one. And it's very, very difficult. Sure, I know how hard it is to not get annoyed by things like that. I was literally talking about how at primary school I had a short temper, but sometimes doing the harder thing, the most challenging thing, is the best thing that someone can do. Anyway, let's be heading into the command bridge, where a Knight Doomlander is about to appear, so we are going to swap out to our one and only Knight Skarner remaining, Igniter, who's going to be an absolute beast in this boss fight, because he's one of the only Igniter, to say the least. Booyah, don't you guys just love my recreation of Ignite? It is like perfect.
They're so strong against my Skyllanders. Never mind.
You saying Boiling Point reminds me of the escape room I did once called Boiling Point. That was a lot of fun, so thanks for reminding me of that.
Well, I would normally be extremely angry at you, Sky. Nice Doomlander! Slice this ridiculous Sky loser!
Boom! Knocked off its gear, alright.
I'm starting to get really annoyed here, but
Hey, 2-hour mark. Welcome to the 2-hour mark of stream here, guys. I really want to thank all of you that have watched up to this point. It's been awesome having you here. And this stream is definitely going by a whole lot more faster than I was expecting. Like, this is far better paced than I was expecting, and it's just not taking us long either.
a long time ago.
Ah, damn, I missed that. That's unfortunate. Boom! Oh, what do you mean that didn't finish him off? What do you mean? Oh, but that did. Sweet.
I'm not going to lie here. That sucked. But this Doom Flounder was merely an appetizer.
Yeah, Chaos, can we move on already? Just let the story advance already, you fool. I guess Imaginator's shortness is useful for once. Yes, that is definitely a good thing. Anyway, let's be grabbing this Imaginate chest right here. Oh, nice! That's going to be a useful duplicate boosted stats, since those are the weapons of Nincini even. Look at that, Igniter didn't even lose half health, it's just that much of a beast. You're back and calm, that's awesome, my friend.
According to the battleship's guacamole detecting radar, we've tracked that guacamole monster here to this.
Hey, we have just potatoes. We've moved from Evo potatoes to just potatoes. How brilliant indeed. Nothing but just some sweet hot potatoes right here.
Okay, Skylander, you're gonna need to steer this battleship around and blast that guacamole.
Let's blow up the salsa. Die, salsa, die. No, not really. I really want to eat salsa now. Yes, but the salsa's dead. But that's also no at the same time because the salsa's dead. Such a roller coaster of emotions.
Yes, destroy the giant guacamole monstrosity.
What do you think I'm doing, Jetpack? Like seriously, what else would I be doing besides destroying this guacamole monster right here? Yeah, this boss does exist.
Intended that.
Boom! And the monster's dead, but not for long. Okay, where's a good wrench when you really, really need it? We got fireballs, but unfortunately they're kind of going to waste right here because there's no hands for me to actually, you know, hit. There you go, the hands are back. You're starving? Well then how about you get some food? What a perfect ingenious idea on my behalf. I'm fine, sorry about saying things I wouldn't normally say. Nah, it's okay dude, I think we're all a little bit stressed and just panicked over what's going on. We're in a really funny situation right now, so I definitely couldn't hold anything against any of you. It's just so awesome that we're all here, having such great chemistry with one another, and honestly I'm having a blast with this. This is the most fun I've had since the lockdown began, by far. Because hey, I want to be here for you guys. I want to be here and just have something that's guaranteed to have a bit of fun, stress-free time where we can just prat about and just forget about the world around us, you know? That's what I'm here for, and hopefully it's making you all feel better. Or at least feel something, you know? Whether that is annoyance and pure utter frustration, at least then you're feeling some sort of emotion. Because it means you're invested in the stream, and I love that. I love it when people are so invested in the stream that they're frustrated by something, or happy at something, or whatnot. Oh, I died! That was brutal. All the way back to beginning. Come on, game. Not cool, man. Not cool. Luckily, those fireballs really helped us out right there, so that's convenient to say the least. Okay, there goes that arm right there. Now we just got to take out the other one. I mean, if royalty and the Prime Minister can catch coronavirus, anyone can. That's the whole idea, you know, that's the message they are desperately trying to spread. Literally anyone can spread it, and anyone can get it. No, my Sky does not die too. That is not a lock rule, studio. Since when was that ever a lock rule? I never made that lock rule, and might I just remind you that this is my lock, therefore my rules go. Because technically it's not the Skylander that was defeated, it was a battleship that was defeated, therefore there is no loss here. And I'm not being biased because this is a knife or anything, like I just fully intention to have these as rules from the get-go. The only way a Skylander is defeated is if they're defeated in combat. Oh wait, that's just my supercharger lock. To be honest, I count supercharger deaths in the vehicle sections as well, purely because that's a Skylander being defeated. However, with a battleship, the Skylander itself isn't really being defeated, so it shouldn't really count. Well, the vehicle itself can't really die, it just needs to be repaired, but the Skylander, however, the Skylander can very much die, so that's how that lot goes. Ouch, I took some guacamole to the face, that's not pleasant. Actually, it kind of is, because, you know, guacamole to the face means that I get to taste some of it, yum yums, and guacamole is delicious after all. I'm going to start recording my every Skylander rank video. Oh yeah, you get on that, buddy. I've wrote my every Skylander rank video, I just need to actually record it now. Yes, hello Cute Free, hello indeed. Glad to have you on the stream here, buddy. You've been here for a while. Yeah, I know you've been here for a while, it's just that that was really your first major comment in a while, because you were one of the few who weren't annoying studios this whole time. Oh, you haven't said much. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking there, just potatoes. Good, Luke. Good boy. That's it. Good boy, Luke. Studios 2020. Anyway, let's be skipping that, and then we can be heading on to the Fizzland. Well, I say then we can be doing that, but before all of that, we have yet again another cutscene that we must wait to be skipping through.
Yes, indeed. That'll be the last time a giant monk.
Anyway, let's continue on with the luck. That means Fizzland, baby. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Take this, trees. Oh boy, I feel sorry for trees now. Sorry, trees! Yes, it was indeed Boulder. You're not wrong there, Studios. You're not wrong, indeed.
Fizzland.
Anyway, without further ado, we're going to be entering into one Fizzland. Most notably because there is only one Fizzland in the whole of Imaginators, and this is for one, specifically. Yeah, my boy Luke Smith right there. Luke is amazing, just so you know. Absolutely amazing person. And now I'm going to introduce Rebel Rouser into the lock right here. And I'm also going to finish off last of my Pepsi Max.
Need to explain something important. See these potions?
Brace for my muscles.
Oh yeah, I collab with Luke all the time, purely because we're pretty local, so I have the opportunity to travel to his house without any worry. Well, now I have a worry, of course, because we're on lockdown, but after the lockdown is done, we have so many videos and trips planned. It's going to be amazing.
SKYLANDERS are stronger here.
You know what? Let's just pretend I didn't come in here, because I can't be asked to swap. That's like a plan, don't it?
This world.
I mean, like I weren't that desperate for the gold. You and Luke are best friends now? How dare you steal my best friend? That's not right. There you go. Ignite, how come you didn't choose for actual shield backpack for Igniter? Because Igniter's got a bit more of a turtle shell based thing to his armor rather than like a shield to it, so I feel like the turtle was more appropriate. And not to mention the turtle had those little details in it from the little patches on it, so because of that it just felt more detailed and appropriate, really. Donut? More like donut. Okay, fair enough. But add to that, we're going to be moving on to Zulu. For the life element is upon us.
Hear that? Sounds like life.
Who is Luke? My best mate Luke Smith. That's who Luke is, my friend. Donut, says Samuel. Why, thank you, Pop Fizz. How polite of you to congratulate me. Boom! Haha. Welcome back, Chess of Greatness. Glad to have you on the stream here, buddy. Let me guess, you couldn't make it to the first 2 hours of the stream because of Reignited Trilogy. We are indeed friends, Studios. You are not wrong. But Chess of Greatness, that's your thing. Blaming Reignited Trilogy for everything. What happened to Zulu? I made a reimagined form of him. That's why it is a reimagined lock after all.
It's a chemical spill. Chaos must have caused that too.
Yes, yay!
These things around here. Panic! Ah! Then, after we
Also, Zulu looks like this because of Reignited Trilogy.
going into the control room,
Oh, I'm stealing the Chess of Greatness thing now. I've got to stop doing that. I'm so sorry, dude. But if you're wondering why I'm stealing your thing, it's because of Reignited Trilogy. Chest of Greatness, if you really want to know who Luke is... Not Chest of Greatness, sorry, just potatoes. If you really want to know who Luke is, then search up Luke Smith on YouTube and you should find him, no worries. Without further ado, we're going to be swapping out for Grim Creeper, the Undead Element.
Time for the unknown.
He was in the bathroom for 3 hours. Oh, was that because of Reignite Trilogy? Oh, boy! Grim Creeper, come on, buddy. You gotta do better than that, man. There you go. That's more like it. And luckily we're on the brink of leveling up too, so Grim Creeper should do me proud, hopefully. That's the hope, anyways. Anyway, we're gonna grab this gold whilst we're here, because why the heck not, as per the norm. Give me the experience, thank you very much. We take those, and we're on the brink of leveling up to level 9 as well, so that's pretty great, to say the least. Like, seriously, I could say way more than that, but I'm not, that's why it's saying the least all the same. Regardless, let's be sucking up some globules, shall we? By the way, I lost all of my Skyders in the only, wait, I lost all of my Skyders in the online shop except Sky Slicer because of Reignited Trilogy. Oh man, that Reignited Trilogy always causing problems for poor Chest of Greatness here. Nobody deserves this. And I can't believe Reignited Trilogy would do this to such a unhateable person, to such a person that really does not deserve this. I can't emphasize enough that what did Chest of Greatness possibly do to Ring of Heroes to deserve this horribleness? It's therapy, Grim Creeper. You're not wrong, he is pretty derpy. And congratulations on the 400th comment there, Chest of Greatness. Finally something good you can blame Reignited Trilogy for, because let's be honest, it's Reignited Trilogy's fault. We do not say that word in the stream, dude. How dare you say such a word? I became God because of Reignited Trilogy. Yet again, something positive to take away from Reignited Trilogy. How awesome. Boom. Boom. Also boom, I suppose. Oh boy, but I'm dying. It was all Reignited Trilogy's fault. There we go. That was too close right there. Jawbaker, Tri-Tip, everyone I listed. Okay. Reignited Trilogy, cause for coronavirus. Exactly, dude. You know, everyone's all going around pointing fingers, America, China, all that. The actual fault of the coronavirus falls upon the Reignited Trilogy. This is why you regressive man babies had to cancel Scarlet 7 and start pandering to classic Spyro fans to make you feel better. And now, because of you, the world has a coronavirus. I hope you're happy. To the developers of Spyro Reignited Trilogy and of course the OG Spyro fans. Okay, come on Grimmy, let's clutch this out right here, buddy. Oh man, that armor literally just saved me right there. That was the difference between victory and defeat, to say the least. But why do these guys have so much health, barstools? Yes? No, that didn't level me up. That's unfortunate. Okay, now this is how you play Imaginators, guys. You just stand back here with the Undead Imaginator and just spam this skull attack because it's really good. Yes, it's gonna level me up. Yes, that was too close. Okay, that's a bit harsh to OG Spyro fans. I know a few nice OG Spyro fans. Yeah, you're right, it's kind of harsh, but it's totally justified. No, I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. I have some very good friends that are OG Spyro fans as well, so can't blame them for everything, even if we can blame them for a lot. Anyway, let's be heading on up here. Oh man, those guys are such a pain, but they're dealt with, so that's what matters. Oh, another one of those guys. Did it have to be another one of those guys? I don't like those guys very much. Okay, I'm just gonna go through and try my hardest to avoid these guys. Cause, you know, Grim Creeper's already had some pretty close calls as it is. Ouch. Okay, come on, level me up. Oh, thank heavens for that! Grim Creeper now stands a chance of survival. Especially when we level up that easily. Sweet! Grim Creeper just keeps on closing it out right here. New MVP of the lock right now, even if New Year's Countdown is definitely, New Year's Countdown is definitely the runner for MVP at the moment, but this guy's definitely giving him some close competition to say the least. Can someone let me borrow their credit card? I only need to use £5 and I'll pay you back. Yeah, just potatoes, that is not happening. You don't just give out credit cards, especially not on the internet of all things. Now I can't be asked to align with gems, so I'm just going to beat the puzzle already. And Studios doesn't even have a credit card. They're the ones who were being harsh to Skylanders. You're not wrong, they were being overly harsh to Skylanders, and it didn't deserve their hatred, needless to say. And I say it's needless to say because you really don't need to say it, and yeah, I'm saying it anyway. No, you can't, and that's why we're going to utilise the tide to our advantage. For the enemies shall not be able to stop it. Okay, there is a attacker there, but we're not going to worry about that for the moment being. For now, we're just going to worry about killing these guys. Things not looking good for Chill right here, let's be honest. Oh, well, there goes that guy at the very least. Oh, we leveled up! Now things looking much better for Chill. I take it back, man. This is looking not bad. This is the one benefit to having really low leveled Skylanders. They level up really, really fast. Sweet! And we leveled up again just like that. Fan-frickin-tastic. And luckily these guys are no threat to us whatsoever, so they're practically just free experience. You must admit that they just hate Skylanders. Yeah, they hate Skylanders for no good reason, to be honest. Except Spyro, that is one thing that they do hate it for. That's the point, at least in Skylanders, Spyro is awesome. That charging and one-shot enemies with no health bars. Yeah, you know. The original Spyro games had that, and that made it a bit, like, way too easy. In fact, not just a bit, just truly way too easy. Although with that being said, the original Spyro games definitely have some hard elements to them. Yeah, ouch, that one hurt. But I get it, it's late 90s gaming thing. Yes, it is indeed a late 90s gaming thing. And that was a lot of late 90s gaming things. No, Chill, no! Ah, there's our second loss of the lot. Crashing the Skylands. Wait, what? Anyway, with dear old Chill having been lost, we're going to swap out the Trigger Happy so he can finally have his debut in the lock. Well, he's not ugly and they keep his face. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of classic elements of Spyro that they were made. They just really increased the size of his snout. No, decreased it even. They changed the shape of his snout. That's about it. And yet, that's enough to justify hating an entire franchise and sending death threats to people who create the video game, you know. Thank you, OG Spyro fans, for that. Yep, Chill is indeed in the coffin, having been defeated in battle and classed as dead. How unfortunate. Now, Trigger Happy here has the mines, since, of course, he launches golden safes, and he doesn't exactly have a golden safe launch, but launching mines in a similar vein is close enough. And, of course, for a secondary ability, he has the turrets, because he can create a turret in his original form, so his gameplay is definitely very similar, to say the least. And you literally mash to win, so... This Trigger Happy is practically the same as regular old Trigger Happy, except for the fact that he's more effective in this game specifically because he's a Imaginator and not a classic character that's nerfed. Trigger Happy a ninja. Yes, he's a ninja because Trigger Happy right here is effectively a head, arms, and legs, just like the ninja battle classes in Imaginators. What happened to his gunslinging? Well, I sacrificed for weaponry accuracy for the sake of creating an accurate body shape for the character. You know, sometimes the sacrifices like that which just need to be made. Also, your all smashed rank video was a joke, right? Why would it have been a joke? I put a lot of hard work and effort into that. I even said at the very beginning of the episode that we all have unique play styles and that there's gonna be and that our lists are gonna differentiate significantly depending on who we prefer to play as and everything. To no degree it was meant to be a tier list, it was just all of my opinions on all of the different Smash characters put into an organised list or then ranked from worst to first. Why would it have been a joke just because my opinion is different to yours? Of course it is! There's 70 different fighters in the game, but crying out loud, of course my opinion is going to be different to yours. Because its Wi-Fi service is labelled faster in McDonald's. Actually, McDonald's does have much better Wi-Fi than me right now because my Wi-Fi is a bit overrun by everyone in my house, and McDonald's Wi-Fi, nobody's using it because the McDonald's is currently closed, so their Wi-Fi is definitely better than mine right now, to say the least. Forgot to tell you, a TFB employee said that they might bring back Skylanders in for SSA commentary. Oh no, you've told me that before, and that sounds really interesting. It's one of the main reasons why I want to watch the developer commentary and to see what they've said, because I would love to bring back SSA. Honestly, I would love that remastered Skylanders. Of course, I'd prefer a new Skylanders game without any doubt, but a remastering will still be really cool. I'm not saying your opinions was bad, I just thought it was your tier list. No, not a tier list, it was literally based upon how much fun I have with the characters and how good I am with them on a personal scale based around my own personal gameplay style. And I am not swapping over to the air element, okay? Because Trigger Happy is a ninja and the Doomlander is a ninja, so no point. Now I have to buy my listed Skylanders in Amazon. You go on ahead and do that. You missed comment 420. Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. Yeah, a remaster with SSA with extras would be pretty great. People say Amazon is bad. Amazon is not bad. Amazon is one of the best, in fact, no, scratch that, it is the best postal services ever. Like, I order a chain reaction at 8 AM. It arrives the same day. Incredible. Yeah, you better have knocked off apart.
If I can't make my Doomlanders more beast-like, at least...
Oh yeah, you bet we have, buddy. You see me, but do you really? Are you hiding behind that curtain right there? Because I can totally see you. Hey Studios, how you doing? Ah, I'm dying! I should focus now. You know what? This is fine. Yeah, this is fine, not to worry. See what I mean? It's fine, I did tell you so. And we even leveled up, we take those. Of course you're behind me, why wouldn't you be? Let me guess, they're gonna fix its storyline and make them believe it's more Spyro oriented. That would be pretty cool, you know, then the OG Spyro fans would have less of a reason to moan. I hope they improve for Undead level in the remake because I hate the Undead levels. I really love those levels though. Crawling Catacombs is definitely the weakest one, but Cadaverous Crypt is so well designed and Creepy Citadel is so difficult that it makes them so tense and fun to play through. Okay, enjoy your food there, Just Potatoes. Hopefully it's got something to do with Just Potatoes and everything, considering the name. But congratulations, Samuel, for the 450th comment. Man, that's so many comments. I want to thank you guys so much for such a high interaction level on this stream right here. Definitely the most successful stream I've had in a while, which is fantastic. Yeah, it was pretty close. I was too busy paying attention to you studios being behind me rather than paying attention to what's going on in the game right now. I mean, the Undead boss battle was alright at least. Yeah, that was pretty great. Definitely the best part of the Creepy Citadel and what made it so memorable due to its difficulty. Anyway, we have one Baron Von Shellshock to beat. So let's get to it, shall we? And we're slowly but surely approaching the end of the game. All we have left is Golden Arcade, Dragon Temple for Stupid Cake Park Gathering, Abandoned Amusement Park, and then we're at Chaos's level and the final boss, and then we're done for. Give or take 2 hours.
Well, how about them apples? You got...
You're outside my window, not cool, man. 2021, Skylanders Adventure for real. It's about, oh, I didn't have enough time to read the comment studios. How dare you read? How dare you make another comment for me to read, so to make it so I fail reading the other one? But no, I played Mega Lover Ninja in the background. Cool. Definitely sounds like an awesome activity to have participated in, mind you. I lost luck because of the boss. Oh, that's unfortunate. Lols all around. Yes, exactly. Your comment made it so I couldn't read the other comments. So how dare your comment make the other comments so unreadable? Stupid comments. No, I'm joking. I love the comments, really. Keep them coming, baby. What do you mean, buckshot? But what do you mean? That's fine. We'll take him back. Second back, just like that. No matter what I do, he's gonna take the buckshot back, but he's still not gonna win, so that's what matters. Everyone stop commenting to annoy Ignite, but that would annoy me, and I don't like being annoyed, so how about you don't do that? Vicarious Visions makes Skylanders 7 since TFB can't do it. Huh. Yeah, that would be really cool. After all, Vicarious Visions do make really good Skylanders games. Anyway, let's skip that and head out for the Golden Arcade. What does it look like I'm doing? So let's be exiting this card shack and heading to that Golden Arcade all the same. 460th commenter, get in there, buddy. Get in there.
Hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of listening to your conversation.
I totally mind. Eavesdropping? That's not cool, dude. You don't just eavesdrop on people's conversations like that. You know what, Popfizz? I believe you. I totally believe that you're bad luck at those games. You just look like you're a bad luck magnet. Just got that kind of design to you, you know? Anyway, off to the Golden Temple, or the Golden Arcade even. I kind of got the Dragon Temple's name and the Golden Arcade's name a bit meshed together right there. I got a Spotlight from CX for 18 Australian dollars a month ago. It was a great deal. That is a really great deal for Spotlight. I got them from CX as well for £12, so that's above the recommended retail price, but for Spotlight, really good price, and I internally squealed when I saw her on the store shelf. It was insane and a great experience. Yep, make giants like for real giants, where they're as giant as the Titans. That would be really cool. You eavesdropped on it too. How dare you, studios? How dare you?
But that bouncer creep's not letting anybody in. I got an idea. Why don't you just go?
I can't find the traps because of Reignited Trilogy. That's not convenient, to say the least. Like, literally, you could say much more than that, but I'm not saying that because I am trying my hardest to say the least right now. Therefore, that is indeed saying the least. Not cool, dude. What did that doorbell ever do to you for you to start hating on it like that? That's just rude.
Let us in, you big meanie.
Haha, the turret side stopped it right there. That's quite funny. But man, that was quite honestly the fastest I've ever defeated that bad bouncer on a difficulty as high as Nightmare mode. Oh, classic Trig Happy. How dare you be the bad guy, studios? How dare you? Wouldn't you much prefer being the good guy in this scenario? You're the final boss. To be honest, you would make a very threatening final boss. Okay, let's be shooting some stuff then, shall we? Boom. Boom. Not so boom. Ah, there you go, that's more like it. I am really great at shooting these things. Okay, now we're gonna hit this backboard right here. Before we shoot down Trig Happy's balloon, that is, so that then we can acquire ourselves a treasure chest. You use Bumble Blast with the bees, but not the bees. Fake Trigger Happy makes real Trigger. Fake Trigger Happy meets real Trigger Happy. Exactly. And can't you tell just how great they look together? Like, honestly, you can barely tell them apart. Just look at that. Look at that unbelievable resemblance right there, to say the least. Like, seriously, once again, you can say much more than that, but I'm not, because I'm trying my hardest to say the least all the same. In we go. Can't wait to be skipping this little singer-song right here. With that being said, I'm obviously gonna sing it. Oh, Skylands is so great. Like, wait, how does the national anthem go again? Oh, Skylands is so great. Like, so great. Like, pretty much the greatest thing ever. But of course, they didn't write enough of lyrics for the song. They were too busy being great. That's a little spin on the song to, of course, make it set it then. It's set more in the third person, with it focusing on us singing about them rather than them singing about themselves. 2022, The Adventure of Captain Flynn. That would be cool, you know, a Skylanders game about the NPCs rather than the Skylanders, but not as cool as getting a, you know, regular Skylanders game with, you know, the Skylanders in it.
No judgment here or anything.
Oh, take that, you stinking RC car.
The street is that you're pretty good at creation, Flash. But we
The
don't
song
follow
sucks
those
more than
rules.
Jetpack. Ha ha ha. Yeah, hilarious, dude. It's not a great song, but that's the whole idea. That's what makes it funny. The fact that it's a bad song, they know it's a bad song, they kind of acknowledge that it's a bad song, and therefore that makes it so bad it's kind of good. Not good, just kind of good, is at its best, to say the least.
Try, Tip.
Barbella. Excellent.
Why, yes, excellent job indeed.
Yes.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, he speaks! No! Jetpack does suck, he's boring. Personally, I quite like Jetpack, you know, he's got a cool design, a cool moveset, not a cool moveset, just a cool design, a cool weapon, and a cool personality. But apart from that, he sucks for sure.
Excellent.
Bicycle.
Yes, Chess of Greatness, that is indeed a pun. Congratulations for noticing. Anyway, we will not be taking his copyrighted name off of Creation Clasher, however we will be continuing on with the rest of the level right here. Oh man, my gold total is still going up. I'm in the 10,000 range, which is pretty incredible indeed. Anyway, let's be acquiring ourselves another Imaginite chest, and this time we're going to get an ultimate in the form of a new backpack, the Steampunk pack with boosted stats. How freaking spectacular. And we're also going to break open this safe because why the heck not? Everyone is a Creation Clasher. Remind me of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate marketing campaign all over again. Everyone is a Creation Clasher. Forget everyone being here, everyone being a Creation Clasher is far superior. Oh, Skylanders is so great. It's really, really great. Like, pretty much the greatest thing ever, but we didn't write enough of lyrics for our song. We're too busy being great. Second time's a charm. I tried to incorporate that into the song and it really didn't work. Plus, I'm more yelling and singing to make sure that my mic's picking up my awesome singing skill, or should I say, lack thereof. Now, I could shoot out that little target area to the left right there, but I'm not going to because all it really involves is a legendary selfie frame, which I have no interest in. I'd rather just rush through the level already. Oh, that anthem sucks. Is the anthem sucks or just my singing? Because I'm pretty sure it's a bit of both, considering that my singing is absolutely atrocious. I will be the first to admit that. Without shame, you know, not everyone has to be a good singer. You know, you need the bad singers in life so you can learn to appreciate the good singers much more. So that's why I sing so poorly. I sing poorly, so then the good singers sound even better. So to all of you good singers out there who only sound like they're good singers because of bad singers like me, you're welcome. No, the song, not your singing. Again, I'm pretty sure it's a bit of both. They need to update the anthem for Skylanders 7. That would be pretty cool to see, honestly. And that is coming from the bottom of the heart right there, from somewhere honest and pure. Now I love the fact that we have the fake trigger over here playing the gold level. It's just appropriate to say the least. I hope we get both gimmick Skylanders and core Skylanders again. Yes, I've highly missed the core Skylanders, so it'd be great to see them back for sure. When you say no, do you mean you don't want a mix of both, or you just don't want one specifically, like you only want gimmick characters or you only want core characters? What do you mean by no? I need to know, and that's a lot of no's, I know. But I know you're just going to have to deal with that. Hehehe. Oof. Yeah, that's a lot of oofing to say the least. And my face is itchy. Face, can you do me a solid here and stop being so itchy? Cheers, my friend. My face is my friend, who knew? Except me. Oh, damn, I missed him. Never mind. Remember, Disney Infinity is the reason why I can't find Frino. Yes, another oof. But yes, it's all Disney Infinity's fault. That's the one thing which we can't blame Ring of Heroes on, because it's the one thing that is not Ring of Heroes' fault. It's the one thing where it's Ring of Heroes' fault, not Ring of Heroes' fault, where it's Infinity's fault rather than the fault of Ring Master Trilogy, mind you. Okay, lights, which means we got to swap out for the only Astro Blast right here.
Get ready for the lights.
Well, okay then, I'm ready for it all the same. And who's going to get the 500 comment? Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? Studios gets it by claiming that he likes Disney Infinity, which is a big mistake because the whole idea of being part of this community is that, just like the rest of the community, you're not supposed to like Disney Infinity. I saw two separate Sparrow fans say Frino of all Skylanders was the only good Skylander. Okay. Yeah, that is a bit strange. Why Frino of literally everyone? Like, seriously, there are so many better Skylanders out there than Frino, so why him? That's why no one copies Skylanders by stealing that gimmick. fair enough. And everyone ignores I am back. I am so sorry that I ignored you, but welcome back all the same, dude. So glad to have you back here on the stream. Hey, turn that frown upside down and remember to smile for the stream right here. Maybe because Rhinox in Spyro games, yes, that's true. Rhino does highly resemble those, so maybe that's why they like him. But if they hate Spyro for being so different, then why do they love Rhino when he's so different to the Rhinos or the Rhinox? Whatever they are at this point. Quite frankly, as you can tell, I don't care what they are. And that they're similar to Rhino, because Rhino's awesome without the need of the original trilogy making him worse or better or whatnot. If that makes any sort of sense. Which is a pretty big if, you know. I can never tell when I'm making sense or whatnot. Anyway, let's be winning yet another game of Creation Crash. Oh wow, that's a lot of smiley faces right there. But what do you know, the smiley faces indeed equal a smiley face. Or a smiley face equals a sad face? I don't know, I can barely tell with how it's been inserted into the comment sections right there. Friday does not look like a Rhinox. Fair enough, my friend, fair enough indeed. Oh boy, here comes the Grave Clobber. So now what we're going to do is we're going to bring in Boom Bloom and get the 4 blades on each side. Who died while I was gone? Chill. We lost Chill, unfortunately, which was, well, unfortunate. So says the word, unfortunately. Frino looks like Frino. What a perfect comparison right now. I don't think I've ever seen a more perfect comparison in my life. Studios, you should give yourself a pat on the back for that comment right there. Genuinely brilliant stuff. You analysed the heck out of Frino. That is something to be proud of. Loose Cannon reminds me of an episode of Transformers Prime, purely because that's such a great TV show even. However, the episode entitled Loose Cannons is a bit middle of the road for the show. Sure, it's good, but it's not great either. But I love the fact that, you know, I'm reminded of such a great TV show from the name of that guy, just because the name of that guy is the same as the name of an episode of Transformers Prime, mind you. Who would have known that Transformers Prime and Skylanders had so much in common? They both have something named Loose Cannon somewhere. Truly brilliant, to say the least. Anyway, it's time to get them thumbs up. OG fans got what they want, because it's soon they will regret it by pandering originals too much, because everyone got sick of it. Okay, fair enough, just for greatness. My apologies, I did so terribly reading that comment out loud right there, but you've definitely shown a little passion in writing it, so that's great. Sweet, we leveled up just like that, which is the main reason as to why I even went after the orb in the first place. No Panda and Kanto Pokemon. I wouldn't know what you mean by Kanto Pokemon, since I've never played a Pokemon game before, and I still am yet to have bought Pokemon Sword and Shield, so that's likely not going to change anytime soon. Oh yeah, you give me them thumbs up, baby. You give me them thumbs up. Oh yeah, baby. Anyway, let's be grabbing this TNT, because we, my friends, are gonna need it. Burn, baby! Burn, you're not wrong. And let's also acquire ourselves some upgrades. Not looks, silly old me, powers. Oh, I forgot to pick up the soul gem in Scholarfield. Big oops. But we can at least upgrade that. And then we'll upgrade all these while we're here, why not? People are now annoyed for Gen 1 Pokemon. Huh. Once again, never played a Pokemon game and still wouldn't know what you're talking about when it comes to Pokemon. And thanks for the thumbs up, dude. Appreciate it. Burn for money. Burn for money. Burn for money. I tell you what, Stan from Gravity Falls, a TV show which I've been absolutely binging the heck out of recently, and I really enjoyed it. He would not agree with that statement right there, and he would do all it would take to avoid said burning of money. Oh, I will happily be accepting all of that experience right there. Thank you very much. Yeah, because you seem so kingly right there, Astro Blast. Like, to be honest, his voice most certainly is quite kingly, but for the rest of him, his personality and everything most certainly is not. Skylanders can be great with or without Spyro, Crash, Donkey, every guest star. Do you mean Donkey Kong? Because for the way you say Donkey, you remind me of a Donkey character from Shrek and everything. Which, to be honest, I have no problems with that whatsoever, because Shrek is a great movie and Donkey is a great character from said great movie. Oh boy, that's a giant light explosion right there, to say the least. Yep, you meant Donkey Kong, which is fair enough. DK. Donkey Kong. Hey, don't apologise about your errors, we all make them, so there's no need to worry about it. I need the popcorn. Oh man, the game's for that popcorn. Whatever would I do without it now, right? But man, why is there so many enemies all of a sudden? What did I do to deserve this? Hey, watch out for the eye blaster thingies. Eye blaster thingies? You know what I meant. His hand machine guns, all the same. I should watch out for them. Sweet. Yes, I can survive Legendary Marker, thank you for the faith. Except Bowser, because no one likes him, but everyone loves Bowser. Bowser is awesome, dude, especially in this game of all things. His design is epic and his moveset is so much fun. I would even play as Bowser right now, if it weren't for the fact that this is the PS4 version right now, and Bowser is exclusive to the Nintendo systems, so yay, as Legendary Marker has put it. Sweet, and the bad guys are gone. So without further ado, let's enter into this machine and beat up some bad guys. He did Mario's thing with a hammer. Yeah, and that's great intertextuality right there. You know, Bowser from the Mario franchise doing something that Mario's notorious for in his franchise. Makes sense, and it was really fitting of a character as well. It's what made this gameplay so much fun. That's nice, as Miss Brown would say once again. Oh, that's unfortunate. I so wish it was. Like, why are you able to do more than one thing, Chaos? That's just not cool. Should we tell him? Should we tell him that he's been inside a video game this whole time? Should we tell him? Nah. But since we have the Smasher class popping up, we are going to be swapping out for none other than Crusher right now. Oh, is that right there, Crusher? This is actually going surprisingly well. I was expecting to get far more lost than this thus far, especially with the Smasher of all things, which is one of my least favourite Smasher classes. But yes, this is indeed meant to be Crusher. Keyword here is meant. Of course, it looks nothing like him, but we are at least somewhat close with it, right? Gumdrock is stuck in the air. Yeah, it gets quite inconvenient when that happens. I'll get Mario Kart 8 Deluxe soon, and me, BU, and I have online racing videos. Yeah, that'll be really cool, dude. I really enjoy Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, so playing online with people will definitely make for some fun videos for sure. Yeah, it is really good. Oh, you mean my Crusher Imaginator? Why, thank you. But of course, Mario Kart as well is also really good, as we was talking about previously. Ow! Okay, here come the fire spell bugs, which are so annoying, and it's definitely going to make this a challenge for sure. I do indeed have a Switch, you're not correct in that statement, and I've had it since Christmas of 2017. Yeah, I have. Jeez, my Switch is growing old at this point. But my Crusher has been killed. No, I told you the fire spell bugs were going to be a pain. So we move from one Crusher to the other. I'm focusing on completing my SKYLANDERS collection since I'm close. Awesome, dude. Yeah, definitely be sure to focus on that quite well. Ouch. Now this guy's moveset is very similar to Terrafin for whatever reason, so I should probably change that. Because, you know, this is Rubble Rouser here, not Terrafin. Oh, I hate the fire spell book so much. And now I've gone and lost both of my smashes. Gosh darn it. So we are instead gonna go with... Who do we want to go with here? Gotta think this out strategically. Let's go for Flameslinger, because why not, right? And now we've lost both our Earth characters. Even more depressing yet. Yeah, he does say ow a lot, doesn't he? You're not wrong, you guys. Wait, we can hit those stupid annoying fire spell bugs from here. That's great, but oh boy, this is not looking good for Flameslinger. Come on, whew, that was too close. Come on, finish him. Yes, let's go. We're gonna level up. We are indeed. That's fan-frickin-tastic. Yep, we now have two SKYLANDERS in the coffin after having been defeated. Both Earth characters, Crusher and Rubble Rouser alike. So that's quite unfortunate. We're down to 16 Imaginators with 3 levels and the cake-making segments to go yet. So that means that this lock is definitely looking possible for sure. So that's quite exciting. And soon you will lose against me in the challenge. What, you on about your trap team look? I doubt that highly, but I've got to get enough time for that first, because there's a lot of things I've got to get sorted, including this stream, first things first. Got to focus on the here and now, and the here and now just so happens to be this stream, all the same. Well, it sure is inconvenient that I'm not a sensei then, isn't it, Master of Eon? Oh yeah, obviously, dude. Awesome, now can I skip you so I can get straight into it? Apparently not, so that's quite unfortunate. I still can't find Doomstone because of Reignited Trilogy, but that's unfortunate. What do you mean I will fail? That's just rude. Why you gotta be so rude? That's a good point. Who did say that level up? We will never know. It shall remain an unsolved mystery. No, not really, it was that announcer guy. You know, the announcer guy that announces everything in an awesome announcer voice. And thank you for the words of faith right there, Legendary Marker, I appreciate it. But are you a Champion Studios? Are you really? When I do get my new copy of Imaginators, I want to play as my Dark Wolfgang in this level. Fair enough, Dark Wolfgang is pretty damn cool. And it's even better yet that you'll be interacting with Wolfgang's brother Sal. Marry that gal. No. You're my baby evolution. Hashtag Pokemon pun. Once again a Pokemon pun that I don't understand in the slightest. No, it wasn't South.
The best player we've ever had at this arcade.
Aww, I'm flattered.
With that bright fellow later, right?
Hopefully, that's the plan. Regardless, level 7 is coming to an end, which means we've got Dragon Temple to worry about next.
Skylander, we got problems.
Yeah, problems for sure. I mean, like, I did just skip the cutscene where everyone got turned into zombies via the brain's mystic powers, so that should fill you in with context in this game in case you haven't played it, which would honestly shock me that you're watching a stream of someone playing a game that you haven't beat yet, which first of all, if that is the case, I'm honoured, and second of all, I just thought I'd fill in regardless after having to skip the cutscene. And now we need to head off to Dragon Temple to see if the dragon's mystical powers can help us get out of this very strange and troublesome predicament. I don't use Wolfgang because he and Snapshot still hated each other. Of course Snapshot and Wolfgang hate one another, you know. Snapshot is part of a trap team which is literally designed to put the villains into justice. Therefore it creates kind of a grudge between them. A grudge which therefore creates a lot of hatred, mind you. Especially when you win. Yeah, you definitely win a lot when you win. That's what happens about winning, you know. When you win, you tend to win. That just so happens to be how winning works. Boom! Oh, he's not dead yet. He will be. Told you so. Why is our Skylanders immune, I wonder? Because why wouldn't they be? Give us one good reason as to why they wouldn't be, and there's your own question answered. He used the Snapshot's bow and arrow thing. Yeah, his bow and arrow technique in his gameplay is kind of similar to that of Snapshot, so that could definitely create a further grudge, if that's what you're trying to say here. Sweet, we got him.
Let the games begin!
Will you guys just die already? That would be quite convenient, wouldn't it? Then again, this game is built on inconvenience. That's the whole idea of it. More or less, I have pointed that out to no end in this lock, and so clearly that seems to be occurring here. You have a surprise for me? Awesome, we can talk about that more when I'm not dying. Which is likely going to be never, because I'm almost always dying, it would seem. Grapes! Thank you very much, game. Right when I needed it, too. Okay, cool, but now we have the Barbarian to worry about, which is not going to be much fun. If they put Ripto for the Skylander 7 Adventure Pack, I'll laugh so hard. Yeah, that would definitely be something to create a quite comedic moment, to say the least. Oh, thanks, dude. I appreciate you calling me the best. It means a lot. And I can do it. You're not wrong. In fact, I'm doing it as we speak. Happy early birthday, or late. No, you're definitely early for sure. My birthday's not until October, so... Actually, technically speaking, you're more later than early, considering that I'm 5 months away from my birthday and 7 months towards it. But man, it's unbelievable to think that I've been 18 for almost 5 months now. In fact, no, it's been over 5 months that I've been over 18 for. What am I talking about? It's April, and we're literally in the middle, which means you're neither early nor late for my birthday. So hilarious. I'm forgetting my own birthday, and I'm forgetting what month it is. Bad news, if they're making a Monster Hunter movie, and the cast is Alice from Resident Evil movies. Never watched Resident Evil movies, so I have no idea what actress you're talking about. And the Monster Hunter movie, that could work actually. There's a lot of potential within that franchise. And yes, I am indeed 18 turning 19, dude. Do I not look or sound 18 enough to you? Anyway, let's go with Ice Path, because this one has much less enemies and much less risk of death. Low risk, high reward after all, but Water Element has popped up, which means we're going to have to be bringing it in, for one, the only Gil Grunt. How can you believe I was 15? I don't look that young, I certainly don't sound that young, and I have a job, for crying out loud. How many 15-year-olds do you know who have a job? Not many. And now all of a sudden you think I'm 20. So how do you go from 15 to 20? That's a decent question on my behalf. Ew, non-Gil Grunt. Yep, that's exactly who you got to deal with, my friend. So deal with it all the same. And I've just realised that there is combat in this area. Therefore I lied, but we dealt with it quite well, so that's what matters. Okay, let's push you into place. Now we can push you into place as well. Sweet, fan-frickin-tastic. There we go, that's how it's done. No, I mean, I know 15-year-olds with a job. How do you know that many 15-year-olds with a job? I don't even know that many people, and I don't even know that many people with a job. Well, I don't know that many people, let alone know that many people with a job, is what I'm trying to say here. And regardless, we're now going to be swapping out for the one, the only, Roller Brawl. You know, to correspond with the undead element and everything. And she's all about that speed, don't you know? Also, don't you know, legendary market, that I was on it like a car bonnet when it came to the elemental switch, mind you. Are you magic though? Are you really? Okay, let's push you out of the way. We need Chop Chop, but why do we need Chop Chop? He's a bit, you know, nerfing these games like all of the other old Skylanders, mind you. What is going on here? Okay, how about this? We just push that into place and then we use a bounce pad. That sounds like a plan. For real, what is now disgusted? What, you mean for real Roller Brawl? I think all of my real life Skylanders are kind of disgusted by these Imaginators, to be honest. But here we are, and I'm streaming with these terrible designs anyway. Because as you can tell, in life I don't take myself too seriously, and I'm just out for a bit of fun, and that's exactly what the stream has been. And speaking of this stream, in this stream, the element of the area has now swapped to magic, so in this stream I'll swap out to a magic Skylander in the form of my Ninjini recreation. Oh, so much fun. Yeah, hello Spyro, how are you doing?
Dragon choice thingies. This one we like to call brains or brawn. Are you the brainy type who likes to solve puzzles? Or the brawny type?
You're not wrong, she does indeed look like a Warcraft character, doesn't she?
Really isn't that metaphorical, huh?
But she's not that different from the original Ninjini. In fact, I think I did a good job with this one. Ow! Right in the face.
Finding those guys, but
Why are there so many of you? You can hit me from up there. Of course they can hit me from up there. Well, there goes Ninjini, everyone. So here's what we're going to do. Rather than being stupid and for some reason taking up the combat scenarios when we don't need to, I am going to swap out for Deja Vu and just run towards the brain section. Why I didn't do that to begin with, I don't know. Maybe because I was a little bit too arrogant and thought I could win. But here we are. Brains. We want brains because that's going to require less combat, which is going to be less of a risk towards losing SKYLANDERS. And now what we need is for tech elements. So let's be swapping out for a New Year's countdown. Thank God Ninjini is indeed dead. Oh my god, again? Yes. Oh my god, again. But why? Because I am choosing it. You know, I'm choosing to spell New Year's countdown incorrectly. That's a choice of mine. I died, and that wasn't going to choice. I just chose to die, you know. Show you guys how not to do the puzzle. Once again, I was showing you guys how to assemble the crystals that time and yet still lose. So with that being part of my plan, let's do that. That's how you're supposed to do it, you see. So now you can compare my failures to my successes to see what made my success such a successful the same. Without further ado, let's be beating Flynn at one creation clash matchup, which how the hell Flynn even got here, I don't know. But here we are, all the same. Okay, Chopscotch, let's use Type and Crow. Have you seen Flynn Rupture? No, I have not seen Flynn Rupture, and therefore have no idea what the heck you're going on about.
Boom bloom. Sweet.
Starcast.
I'm playing this because there's no way that the card stats Flynn has can take it back after I take it. Now I could take Chopscotch, but then Wolfgang would just take me, so I'm probably better off just creating a better defense for myself so that then Wolfgang can't take any of my cards, which is pretty sweet. Someone made on Reddit SKYLANDERS. Okay, fair enough. Oh, you mean they made Flynn Rupture a cursed image on SKYLANDERS Reddit? Now I see where you're coming from, and I don't ever want to see said things because cursed images are the absolute bane of my existence. Gold, on the other hand, I do quite appreciate, so for that we will most certainly be grabbing. Air, let's be bringing in... Let's make a risk and go with Stormblade because she could really be doing with the experience. And I say it's a risk because she's slightly more underleveled than other characters. And you are indeed cursed, Studios. You are not wrong in the fact that you are cursed. Anyway, let's be moving on. And man, she's significantly under-leveled up. This should definitely help out with her experience gauge, for sure.
I can fly.
Oh, you can fly now, can you? How sweet. Now I can never remember which bridge you're supposed to grab first. Of course, with me not remembering which bridge I'm supposed to grab first, I wind up grabbing the wrong one. Where's the reimagined $5 shark? I didn't pick out Terrafin for this reimagined look because he doesn't have a neck, and all of the Imaginators have necks, so I felt like he couldn't really be recreated all that well, so that's why I didn't choose Terrafin for this reimagined look. Therefore, you get to escape the $5 shark this stream. How exciting, Chest of Greatness, how exciting indeed. I think that deserves a thumbs up, which is why I delivered said thumbs up. Anyway, we're going to go back down for the other bridge because I really want the treasure chest in order to get some upgrades for this iteration of Stormblade right here. But I love the fact how I go from one quick shot to another. That's always really cool when that happens, mind you. But why do you want Terrafin Studios? Oh yeah, you've already explained to it. He was your first and your favourite Skarner, which is fair enough. Wait, was it you who said that about Terrafin, or was it someone else? Because now I'm confusing even myself. Hi, Just Potatoes. How are you doing, my friend? Glad to have you on back on the stream here, buddy. Hope you enjoyed your food. At least I'm pretty sure it was you who went off eating, mind you. Please correct me if I'm wrong, and it wouldn't surprise me if I am. Anyway, we're gonna grab this bridge right here and bring it along. Fourth that treasure chest right over there. For those of you who didn't know that chest was there or didn't know how to grab it, you're welcome. And it wasn't indeed you who went to go and get the food. I am glad that I got something right. Oh, it was Samuel who said that. Okay. That's what you get for both having names to begin with S's. You get one confused Ignite. Anyway, let's see what we can do with Stormblade's powers right here. Sweet, okay, all of her main abilities have been upgraded, so that's cool to see. So now all I've got to do is not die. Easier said than done. Okay guys, this is how you play Air Imaginators. This is how you do it. For those of you wondering, you're welcome. Never mind, that is not how you play Air Skylanders. That is instead how you get Air Skylanders killed. Despite Igniter coming in my first starter pack, he is only on level 11. Dude, level him up some more, he totally deserves it. Yes, no, it's quite unfortunate how we just lost Stormblade, isn't it? And she will be missed. But hey, at least we have Free Range now, who's absolutely broken. And my apologies that I am so bad at this game, but honestly I thought Stormblade was going to do much better than that, and clearly I was wrong. But those sheep guys just never died. They're so cheap and annoying. Yeah, it is a rather snake-based Free Ranger, isn't it? It's kind of like I took the top half of Free and the bottom half of Shake for this Reimaginator. But boy, there are so many enemies right here. Luckily, swashbucklers are very effective when it comes to mashing buttons, as you can tell right there. Because I take home that sweet victory, baby! And I don't even need to collect the experience orbs right here, considering that this character's already maxed out in terms of their leveling status. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Good voice acting there, voice actor, whoever voice acted this voiced character. This reminds me of a Cloud Breather's Crag from Superchargers, and I have no problems with that whatsoever.
Imaginators are stronger here.
Free Ranger is one of my favourites. Yeah, Free Ranger is really cool. I had Igniter faint in my first lock. How dare you do that, Studios? It's just... Igniter's too broken. I don't get how you lose him in a lock. Like, I remember my legendary lock, which I lost. He was at least the last standing character. Regardless, let's be skipping this and swapping out the Dark Snapshot, because he's even more overpowered than the Flameslinger iteration, especially with him being fully maxed out on his level and everything. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Chest. I really appreciate it, and I will see you in the next one, buddy. Well, that's too bad, Chaos, because I want to hit your Doomlander, so you're just going to have to deal with it. Here was my first or second to go. Oh, Studios. Oh, Studios. I'm nodding my head in disappointment. In case that wasn't obvious enough, I just had to point it out, mind you. I had to! I'm pretty sure if this battle class was originally supposed to be called Archer, and that's what that voice dialogue line was referencing, mind you. And then of course they changed the name to Bowslinger. It just felt more fitting and in line with the names of the other classes. It's okay, dude, you are forgiven. We all lose characters, even Ignitors at points, despite how broken Igniter is. Man, this guy is not making it easy on me, to say the least. And now I'm triggering Chaos, which is a lot of fun, mind you. Can't fault that. But I can fault the fact that he's bringing in the sheep. What a cheater, because I hate the sheep. Okay, can I shoot him from back here? Yeah, I kinda can. Ouch, not very well though. Okay, thank God they're dead. Now all I've got to do is focus on that guy some more. Okay, come on, come on! Because I'm just that awesome dude, don't you know? Oh boy, not the return of a sheep. Anything but the return of a sheep. I don't like the sheep very much. Boom! Oh, that was a little bit too close, to be perfectly honest with all of you, but we take those. Sheeps are the hardest enemy in the game. You're not wrong, they are pretty difficult. I like Archer and Barbarian more than Smasher and Bowslinger. Yeah, but most of these battle classes use at the end, so Barbarian rather than Barbarian. Just Barbarian, of course, doesn't sound good, and then Barbarian doesn't fit in with the rest of them, and personally I do prefer Bowslinger over Archer. It makes the name more memorable because it begins with a B, like other battle classes such as Bazookas and so on and so forth. Sheep I've already read that one, because sheep are indeed the hardest hardest enemies in the game. And do I want to call after the live stream? To be honest, no, I don't. I have several things that I need to occupy myself with, such as recording other videos, doing college work, so unfortunately, I'm just not going to have time. But thanks for the offer, though.
Even better, they say they can fix all this brainwashing.
Can you fix my itchy nose? That's a question. Oh, I can't skip this. Okay, whilst I can't skip this, I'm gonna go to the toilet. Be right back.
Really? Okie dokie. I guess that is what we're doing. Skylander, now that we've unbrainwashed everybody, it's time to finally go after Chaos and take down that little pipsqueak once and for all. But first, why not try out the new Dragon Wings? See what it's like to be one of the cool kids.
Okay, I am back. I know you all missed me, so don't even lie. And we're going to be continuing on with the rest of the level. Make sure I see what? What did I miss? What didn't I see right here? Oh, but you gotta love this track though. This is such a grand sounding track. Well, looks like we have the honour of going back to Free Ranger. Good job, Free Ranger, buddy. Good delivery of that line, to say the least. As I said before with voice actors, these voice actors do a great job acting out these voices for these characters, mind you. Anyway, there is an achievement for landing on every island, and there's a very specific route that you need to take in order to, well, acquire said achievement or trophy in the PS4's case. And I'm not going to be taking that route purely because there's guides on YouTube for that already, and I just can't be asked. Here guys, it's Aaron and welcome to Deluxe. Today, Imaginators to the toilet for the stream. Don't know why you're saying tutor a lot, but here we are. A tutor is someone that teaches you that stuff, man. Hey guys, it's Aaron and welcome to Deluxe. Today, imagine not the toilet for the stream. Yeah, again, I have no idea where you're getting all of these tutors from. Maybe you need a tutor so you can start spelling and being grammatically correct. Studio's saying that he was, that is what you missed. Ah! Well, thanks for filling me in on that, dude. Appreciate it. Now we're going to move on with 664 comments. What a perfect number. But let's continue on. Somehow we beat the speedrun, which I'm a-okay with. Hey, Vsauce Micah here. Who's Vsauce Micah? Here's the thing, guys. If you know someone, the chances are I do not know them.
Elf, JV, tell me you guys aren't brainwashed anymore.
Okay, we need to talk to Popfist to get some cake parts assembled, which I am not looking forward to. But on the bright side, we have 2 really great levels after the cakes are finally done and dusted with. And congratulations on getting the 665th comment, you devil. I be Aaron and welcome to Toilet Simulator. Well, it's not exactly a toilet simulator because you didn't exactly join me to the toilet. That was more of a private moment, wasn't it? Therefore, I'm not really simulating anything, am I?
So here's the deal. We're gonna make
Not unless it's meant to be a privacy simulator.
Chaos's lair is encased inside that force field. We figured the only way we could convince him to let us in would be baking him a giant birthday cake. But it's a fake cake. Exactly. We all hide inside.
Yeah, Popfizz, I get the plan now. Just point out the cake parts already.
Everyone jumps out and attacks. Start hunting for ingredients.
Yeah, I can do that as soon as you shut up and point in the direction of said ingredients.
Sal says they're offering cake ingredients to anyone who wins the big arena battle over here.
Yeah, we've already mentioned about the fact that we believe you got the 666th comment, you devil.
Could be a ghost. Bet you can't wait to find out.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out actually, because I don't want to even tackle those things to begin with, because I don't want to even collect the cake parts to begin with. But here we are being forced to do a path that I did not want to take. And that path is going to involve the arena, so let's get to it, shall we? As we get to hear the gloriousness of the national anthem play whilst we fight. Quite frankly, I don't think we could listen to a better song in the meantime. And stop spamming 666, okay? You're literally gonna curse this stream or something. And even if you don't curse the stream, you might just curse the comment section. And I do not want this comment section to be cursed, okay? This is the first time it has worked in a while, and I wish for it to stay working.
Oh yeah, did I mention that first prize is something you can use to bake that giant cake?
You're working on a song? That's awesome, dude. You're working on a song that involves the numbers 666 a lot and the word cake a whole lot. Sounds like a solid song, to be honest.
So great. It's really, really great.
See what I mean? Now, this is what I call music right here. This music puts all of the music to shame. Other music wishes it could be this good.
Busy being great, no Skylands.
Fantastic job there, Sal.
Troll Sports Radio, Kate Worms, and I'm joined today by a special guest, Broccoli Guy, ready to broadcast this upcoming arena battle.
Okay, let's win this arena. Your song is a sequel. I didn't even know songs could be sequels, but here we are.
Classic heroes that we all know and love. But then on the other side, it's, well, to be honest, I actually don't even know who we're fighting.
Yeah, you've really got to stop spamming 666, otherwise you're going to cause some troubles here, studios.
My producer is telling me that we will eventually figure this out, so let's just cut to the action.
That is how you kick off an arena battle right there. Just walk up to an enemy and say, hey, wow. Okay, now this party just became official, because we got Chompies in the house.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that was indeed a pretty great song, now wasn't it, Legendary Marker?
Can you believe he used to fight against the Skylanders, Broccoli Guy?
Yeah, and looking back in retrospect, what were we thinking? I mean, really, like, these guys are totally good.
Looks like this guy-
Wait, you've swapped from 666 to 999 without me even noticing. Good job slipping that in right there. That was real sneaky of you.
you think? I mean, what else would they use?
Can you be nice for 5 minutes, studios? No, probably not is the answer to that, no doubt. Oh, here we go with a percussion pounder and the fired up front man from, of course, superchargers.
No, I'm pretty sure he can't hear you.
Now, they really need to die is what they need. And I have fulfilled said needs. That is pretty satisfying to say the least. You say bugs can't bug you, but bugs bug you all the time. That's literally what I was only just talking about a few hours ago in the stream.
Okay, here we are.
You was just too lazy. Fair enough. I mean, like, I'm lazy all the time as well. And that's why convenient stuff tends to sell better than the more quality-based stuff, such as for Switch being convenient, you know, for ease of access with that, makes it very attractive to many different target audiences, and it's why a lot of people want one, mind you. Now, I will be taking that pizza, thank you very much. Oh boy, but I took a shockwave to the face, which wasn't fun.
See you later, non-alligators.
Another one bites the dust. And believe me, too, it does not taste good. Dust, I mean, not good.
Whew, that guy's gone. This is getting a bit close for comfort right here, fellas. But thank heavens for the armor right there. That definitely helped out right there. Not taking a hit thanks to the armor. Because I do not want to lose free range. He's easily one of my most powerful imaginators, especially at a level like that one right there. BBB.
Saw that one coming. I mean,
You have a triple B gun, that's pretty impressive. I also have a triple B gun, and by triple B I mean just a regular BB gun that fires BB bullets. That does very minimal damage, hence why it's a BB gun with BB bullets all the same. I don't know. I don't know either. What did you miss? Not much besides a lot of deaths, i.e. Stormblade. You missed that one. That's the most recent one, mind you.
I managed to snag 200 pounds of butter.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of butter, a full bath's worth.
That giant cake you're making. And I can't imagine
Oh yeah, you also missed studios spamming the comment section a lot with total useless crap. Anyways, it's time to collect some more cake parts. Yay! How exciting! Well, spamming for comment section with random crap and being evil are practically the same thing there, Legendary Marker. Yep, you missed the terrible anthem. Which is good on you. Smell my dame right. Wait, spell my damn name right. Or dame that, damn. Spell my damn name right. Oh god. You're not wrong about the fact that he's always being evil.
Stealth is wondering if you might give her a hand in winning an arena battle. Cake ingredients are on the line.
Okay, Damios. Yeah, I think we've already established that calling people names is not a cool thing to be doing in this here stream.
Access to some cake supplies. Double whammy.
But yeah, why say damn when you can say dame instead? That sounds like a far superior saying on our behalfs. Anyway. Let's be heading over here. Take this, crates. So there should be a cake piece right over here. Fan-freaking-tastic. Gonna take out that weed right there and then fire ourselves in the cannon over here. Get over here, as it said. No, but I didn't mean to overshoot the island because there's going to be even more cake parts all the way over here as soon as, of course, the magic round has been introduced to us. Not that I'd want to tackle this round because this round sucks. But he said to spell his dame, so I did. Oh, sorry, but that was a good one. And here we go for spamming once again. My YouTube comment section makes no sense and I love it. Anyway, let's be bringing this crate all the way over here. And me blowing up the wall with it. Because what else would we utilise a whole box of TNT for now, right? Now we're going to grab this one as well. We're not going to worry about proceeding to grab the gold of the experience though, considering that I'm fully upgraded and leveled up with this character anyways. But next up we're going to go to that battlefield stage in order to get our next cake part, so let's be getting into that without much further ado. To be honest, I discovered that by accident. I meant to skip over it, but never mind. I smashed my head on the keyboard. That poor keyboard, is it feeling okay? You better check up on that keyboard because I'm rather worried about it right now. Your head, I don't think anyone is concerned about, but the keyboard on the other hand, man, I sure hope it's okay. What would we do without such a crucial keyboard to humankind's existence? And you go and smash your head against it? What were you thinking? In fact, you probably weren't thinking, which is why you did it. Okay, it's time to overhaul the Mayor King, Super King, or whatever it was, whatever name he bestowed upon himself. Should be nice and easy with a character as broken as Free Ranger. Love the fact we just randomly have Captain Cluck's chicken right here. That's pretty great. Love that whole reference back to Superchargers, making this universe feel consistent and lived in. Ready? You can hit me all you want, but your attacks do effectively nothing against the might of that health bar of Free Rangers right there. Like seriously, look at the might of that, 4 digits and everything. But that tank, however, that tank can probably do some nasty damage.
One more thing. The Mayor King Super King has a tank.
Yeah, that would have been nicer to know earlier, just saying. But now it's time for a tech element, which means none other than your boy New Year's Countdown. This now means that the Mayor King Super King is screwed, because when you come up against New Year's Countdown, there is no chance of survival whatsoever, even when there's a tank involved. Ow! But that hurt, I've got to admit. But that's what we have pizza for. After all that, I didn't even get that to there in time. Of course I didn't, why would I? Boom! Man, that one must have hurt. Oh no, that was too close. Can't lose countdown right here, that's the last thing we want. Well, countdown more specifically. Woo! That was a bit too close to call right there. No, studios, no! Legendary Marker has a point. What is happening? Complete craziness is what's happening right here. Craziness and insanity. But then again, craziness and insanity are practically the same thing. So you can say both are happening simultaneously right now. Boom! Thanks for the pizza, I appreciate it, buddy. There you go, and that guy's done for just like that. Boom, and as of those fools. Boom, boom, shake that room. Yeah, as you guys can tell, I really love these shotguns. Although getting hit by the grenade isn't much fun. Then again, I suppose that's just a bit of karma for me, you know. I have an explosive head that blows people up, so now it's time for other people who have explosive bodies to blow me up. Kind of had it coming, as they say, what goes around comes around. Depends on how lazy I am today. Fair enough, I mean, like, for lazier for better, surely. If you spell my name wrong, I'll just ignore you. Yeah, that's one of the best ways to deal with bullies, you know, just ignore them and move on with your life. And if they get too worse, you know, and they start bringing in physicality to it, or if they just take things too far with their verbal abuse at the end of the day, then just tell someone about it, you know. Generate awareness and make it known to that bully that they are in the wrong. And you will always be in the right, and therefore you will always have the power over them, because the bully should never be in the right. And if they are, then clearly you're just speaking to the wrong people and need to get better people in your life, needless to say, including the teachers that don't do anything about bullies, which they really should. They literally get training to deal with bullies. So if you have a teacher that doesn't deal with bullies, I really apologise that you just have a teacher that clearly sucks. Well then, how about we go to that vault then? Still got to finish, let Pulp Fizz finish with his explanations there, which is quite unfortunate. Yeah, I can actually. And I have to, considering that you don't know how to shut up. I wish I could copy and paste that, but I can't. Yes, it's quite unfortunate that you can't do such things. Will we ever tell Pop Fizz what Creationtron is? Probably not, to be honest. Much more better to build up a mystery for him. Anyway, let's be heading off into the Highlands up here to grab ourselves that cake part from the vault underneath this location right here. Now, rather than dropping straight down and discovering the dark ground, I'm instead going to drop down this way. I know, right? Intelligence. And there is the cake piece we were promised in all of its glorious glory. I still don't like collecting these things, but having those things out in the middle of nowhere for me to collect nice and easily is at the very least appreciated. Now I started to miss Eggs Benedict, and I don't like that. Why would you bring that up, Eggs Benedict? Now we're gonna go through that whole tangent all over again. Anyway, let's head out for this dungeon-based area, because that seems like it's gonna be a whole lot more fun than the battlefield, mind you. So here we go into the Mausoleum of Madness. Which means it must be pretty mad, especially with the alliteration. But you will find me, will you? Oh boy, now we've got Just Potato started, and when Just Potato starts, he doesn't stop. Okay, it's time for us to find one unfortunate blobbers. Man, do I feel sorry for that guy. We treat him like dirt in Giants, and he does not deserve that. Magic, that means one deja vu is coming up. Yeah, clearly you did miss up right there, Eggs Benedict. I mean Studios. That was the subconscious speaking right there, and the subconscious just can't help itself, I'm sorry. Oh, of course you can hit me through that. Of course you can. That's like Dunebug all over again, hilariously enough. Okay, let's be pushing you into place. What is it with all of these ellipses? Going ellipsy crazy in the stream, it would seem. Not that there's much wrong with that, because the ellipses is an awesome piece of punctuation that should absolutely be utilised a whole lot more, and I find it quite underrated myself, if you were to ask me. And as I digress, you might be using clearly the best form of punctuation, but you utilising it again and again doesn't make any sort of sense. And that's why I'm asking you about your own sense behind all of this. Because, you know, things that don't make sense do make sense to other people, so if this is making no sense to me, maybe the person who's doing it, i.e. Studios himself, is making sense of it himself. Anyway, we made him jump this time around, and that's quite glorious. Oh, boom, we got them all. That's pretty sweet. And I believe Blubber should be right behind this door. Do I have Discord? I do indeed have Discord, fun facts. Anyway, it looks like we are going to be swapping out for Astro Blast right now, which thank heavens for that, because Deja Vu was starting to get a little low right there.
Get ready for the light.
Man, this music is building up quite the atmosphere, isn't it? Oh boy, I took some nasty hits to the face right there, which I do not appreciate, to say the least. But then again, why would I appreciate it now, right? You can't hear the music. That's probably just because of my mic being, or the sound of my voice coming through my mic far masks it all the same. But point is, it's pretty damn great, and I'm really enjoying this soundtrack, to say the least. So let's be hopping over here and grabbing the treasure chest, because that I also enjoy. And I also love the fact that the statues from the Mystic Vault in Superchargers have returned here. It's a really cool and atmospheric place to add them in. Adds lots of the whole aesthetics and atmosphere of the area, to say the least, and I love it. Then again, what don't I love about this area? This is practically the best area in the whole of Imaginators. This is like the one thing in this game that I enjoy above all else. That and the abandoned amusement park, which we can finally get into once this stupid cake section is over and done with.
Can't wait to put these babies on the market.
Awesome, but before you put them on the market, how about we just take those 4 cake ingredients right there? Oh yeah. So now we have one last cake piece to find. Hopefully we can find it all quick like, so then we can move on to abandoned amusement park, followed by, of course, the final level and the final boss fight. Oh my gosh! I just got a notification about the fact that we've just received over 650 coronavirus deaths overnight, which is very depressing, and it puts us at almost 5,000 deaths here in the UK alone, so I feel sad for all these families that are currently being broken up. It's very unfortunate, and my hearts go out to all of the families that are losing people left, right and centre.
Here lies a town overrun by chickens.
No, not the chicken mission. I hate the chicken mission.
Can you give him a hand?
Suppose so. But I am going to check this little ambush surprise attack area right here, because sometimes the surprise attack have cake parts available, so we're going to see what this one has to offer. Hopefully some cake parts, to say the least. What would silence do? It would give people respect. And if you guys want to know why I was being silent right there, I was giving my moment of silence as someone suggested in the comment section. Exactly, it's mourning the deaths, and it's, you know, nothing to laugh over for sure. It's no joke, this whole virus going around right now. Boom, and just like that we've leveled up. That's pretty great, you know. Splicing some positivity into the stream, which is great because we need some positivity in our lives during these times.
Nice job taking out those birds.
Why, thank you, Flynn. And there was some cake there, which means we can finally move on to the abandoned amusement park. Get in there and take those vultures with no wings. Oh, how the vultures with no wings annoy me. Wait, what? Did that just happen? That was an insane teleportation trick right there. I'm not even sure if that was a glitch or not. It was just hilarious all the same.
Skylander just needs to meet up with a Raptor inside this abandoned amusement park to put it all together.
Interesting place.
Well, let's get to it. Well, if it's abandoned, then no one's going to sneak into us making a giant cake for our plan right here. Definitely a very far-fetched and stupid plan. Another reason why I don't really like Imaginators all that much. But hey, if a plan means I get to play this awesome level, then I'm totally down with that. So here we go, second to last level, and you have acquired the 800th comment. Congratulations, studios. But man, we're nearing 1,000 comments, which is just insane. You guys blew my mind. Thank you so much for this awesome experience. And we're going to continue with amusement park, or abandoned amusement park to be more specific. Yeah, this is no ticket, this is a key we're talking about, a Raptor. Learn the difference between a ticket collector and a key door. But hey, what can he say except you're welcome. And man, that literally came out of nowhere. Kinda took me off guard the first time around, that did. Can we do it? Can we get 200 more comments? Well, if you start spamming, you most certainly can, but I would not appreciate the spam, so how about we avoid that and get 200 extra comments more legitimately, shall we say? Well, that's unfortunate, considering that we don't have any Earth Skylanders left. So it looks like we shall be remaining as Astro Blast right here, which I have no problems with whatsoever, because it means, once again, we can definitely get grab ourselves some nice chunks of experience right here, including that orb down there. Which didn't quite level us up, but it's put us on the very brink of leveling up, so hopefully we'll be able to do so within the next combat scenario, mind you.
First thing we or anybody needs to do to get this.
Awesome, here we go with the spam. And better yet, the spamming of yeet! aka mine and Luke's favourite word. What do you mean, no? Yeet is very much a yes, mostly because it begins with Y and the alliteration makes it awesome, but second of all, just saying it out loud is so much fun. How about you say it, listener Mark, just randomly yell at the top of your lungs, yeet! You're most likely with family members, so they're going to walk in on you all of a sudden saying yeet as loud as you can, but hey, we aren't worried about humiliating ourselves on this channel right here, we're worried about having fun. Yeet! See what I mean? Oh, sweet! Got the level up right when we needed it too.
We have heard your concerns about the dramatic rise in rat population here at Amusement Land.
Yeah, I wonder how this place became abandoned. I wonder. Anyway, we've got ourselves a wind-up key, pretty cool. Wind-up was one of the characters I was considering for this lock, but the tech slots were already taken up by Trigger Happy and Countdown, so unfortunately I didn't have a tech slot open for wind-up to utilise his brawling-based abilities. Regardless, we now got to swap over for Gilgren, as for Water Element has popped up and he's our last surviving Water Skylander at the moment. You say yeast, but why yeast? Why not yeet? Because yeet is clearly the superior word. What's the laughter about anyway? Which, on my behalf, is a very valid question. Okay, there goes them fools. And we might be in a situation where we're not supposed to be attempting to feed these eels inside the battery block, so we're going to be attempting that anyway. Very old-fashioned based batteries those even, and very much on a budget these ones. Again, I wonder why abandoned amusement park was ever abandoned. You know, maybe it's got something to do with the fact that they were cheap, on a budget, and completely unsafe due to being so cheap. You know, can't possibly have anything to do with that now, can it? Now, will all of you please just die? That'd be very convenient of you, wouldn't it? Maybe a little too convenient. Oh man, thank you, armor. I appreciate it. Although getting hit by that, I appreciate much less than the armor defending me from those hits. Did somebody say my name? No, but someone certainly did type it. They're asking you, what is so funny? You didn't hear anything. Well, of course you didn't hear anything. If they're the comments, they are a visual-based medium rather than something that you can hear. But anyway, we're not going to swap up for the... Actually, we're going to swap up for the life element. What am I talking about? So now let's be swapping out for Zulu once again. Because life is one of our only elements where we have both representatives still available to us alongside fire, dark, undead, and tech. Anyway, let's be shooting. No one said Eggs Benedict, dude. Okay, calm down. You didn't hear it or see it? Well, now I've said it. Eggs Benedict. I shouldn't really bring that back, and yet here I am regardless. I am a terrible role model. And by saying I'm a terrible role model doesn't make my role modelness any better.
Alright, just do your thing again here, Skylander. Takes a lot of processing for a cake this big, you know. Hey, what are those creeps doing on our tape? Blast those dudes, Skylander. You just keep getting better at this, Skylander.
Boom! Now it's the second layer for cake frosted. Now I've got to move on to the final one with plenty of gold along the way. Gold, glorious gold!
Guys with the cannon. Two birds with one stone, you know.
I love the fact that the dialogue here is overlapping. That is quite hilarious to say the least.
Chaos is king. You know some people call frosting icing.
That's pretty crazy. I call it icing, dude. That's what we call the European way, aka the superior way of pronouncing just about anything and everything. Okay, those guys really need to die right now. That would be convenient. And just like that, they all be dead, and our cake is decorated. Yeah, it was pretty awesome, you're not wrong. Which is why you weren't lying, isn't it? Not lying makes you right. Well, clearly they're not stashed right there anymore now, are they, Eruptor? Quite clearly indeed. Yeah, that's pretty taunting, and that's not cool on their behalf. Not cool at all. Sure.
I think I've got a little more rumble in my tum-tum.
So I believe the life area is not going to remain for much longer, because I believe this area down here is all oriented around the light element. However, we do have a cutscene first, and that also means that we also have to skip that first. Ouch! Thank heavens we are swapping out with a light element right now, because that was a nasty hit to the face to start off with.
Get ready for the light.
I hate you, potatoes. Now that's just mean, because hate is a very strong word. How am I dying so easily? Man, the rats, they are a problem, and now I've lost Astro Blast. No! So, who do I think would be an absolute beast in this scenario? Igniter, of course he's gonna be a beast. Igniter's nothing but a beast.
Something's burning. Must be my valor.
Well now, get your valor into this battle and you get me some victories, buddy. Yep, you see what I mean? Igniter's definitely doing me proud, to say the least. Oh, big booms, baby. You hate life again? Of course you do. I mean, like, at the end of the day, Zulu didn't do much before he swapped out, and if he did a little more, maybe Astroblast would be just fine right now, so therefore you have a very valid reason to hate the life element. Not the first time I've heard of Eggs Benedict, and not the last either. Funny. Okay, now I've got to be way more careful because Igniter's, like, not looking good on health whatsoever. So I really need food because I cannot level up. You hate life? What do you mean by life? I'm joking, and once again, you should not hate life because life is an amazing life to experience in your life. I'm dying. What do you mean they weren't going to offer me any food? What do you mean? Still no food? No, that's just rude, guys. That's just rude. No need for that. Ouch. Oh boy. Thank heavens for that armor right there. Otherwise, Igniter would have been an absolute garner. Oh no! Not those guys. Why did it have to be those guys? Oh no! Oh man, why is he big and looks like Iron Man? Because this was about the closest I could get to actually replicating Igniter, but no! He's gone! Igniter shall forever be in our hearts. And he shall forever be missed. Let's go with Trigger Happy. Rest in peace indeed, my friends. Oh, that was brutal right there. And now I'm mad. Why is there so many of these guys? Come on, Trick. Surely you've got this. Surely you of all people have got this. Ouch. Oh, why isn't there any food when you really, really need it? Oh, but we do get a level up when we need it. Fan-frickin-tastic. Okay, where are the last enemies that need to be defeated? Oh, here they are. How you doing? Clearly he's not doing very well, considering that he's dead right now. Anyway, we have the water lily staff, which is pretty cool, but now we're going to bring ourselves up and onto the giant Ferris wheel.
Where tragic accidents are generally a thing of the past.
Again, I wonder why this place is abandoned. Who is the one we should miss? Igniter, obviously. He shall be missed most dearly. For his death was an unfortunate victim of circumstance. The circumstance of having to go through that entire combat scenario with Astroblast and Zulu having done barely anything. igniter, like, duh. Anyway, we now have ourselves a quick shot legendary selfie frame, which is really quite ironic because Trigger Happy is a quick shot Skarner, but he's been swapped over to a ninja because of the size of his, or the shape of his body even. Oh, but we take those. Oh, we take those for sure. Yeah, this level is absolutely terrible for killing off all my characters. I hate this level, and clearly this level hates me. But one thing I do feel like doing whilst we're in this level is, of course, acquiring all of these shards right here. Eggs Benedict can be so mean. Well, maybe that's because you're being mean to Eggs Benedict. Do you ever consider that? No, I'm just mean to you and Marker, obviously. Who else would he be mean to, right? That's what bullying is, selective targeting. So if you're being targeted selectively by studios, and therefore he is bullying you. Yeah, those guys, they'd be dead. Hehehe. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. That's a good motto to live by, to be honest. I could totally see myself and my morals just absolutely changing, having known this additional knowledge on your behalf. So thanks for that, I appreciate it. Anyway, water elements, let's be swapping out for Gilgren without further ado. Ow! That one hurt. Please level me up. What do you mean you won't level me up? No, that's just rude. Okay, we've got to be very, very careful moving through here. Because, you know, one hit from those spike pillars and that's Gilgren defeated, and that's the last thing you want to be defeated by, a spike pillar of all things.
Contact Park Security if you notice anything disturbing here at Amusement Land, including our lack of a Park Security office.
Oh man, that was too close. No, nobody deserves to be the victim of someone being mean to them. Nobody deserves that, no matter what they've done, past, present, or what they will do in the future, if you know you're a predictor of things and everything. But anyway, it's time to bring in the unknown with Donovan and Grim Creeper up our sleeves. Thank you for the level up, I appreciate it. Ouch, that was not pleasant. Boom! We survived, barely, but surviving barely still counts. You don't want me to make a comeback, trust me. Fair enough. But come on guys, let's just be mean to everyone. I know the lockdown is driving us to the edge of our insanity, and I know me constantly bringing it up doesn't help either, but let's just be nice, shall we? Ouch, that was not pleasant. Thank heavens we got that ice cream beforehand, otherwise Grim Creeper would have been brown bread. Anyways, there's one battery block dealt with, so now we're gonna jump on this bounce pad to go on ahead and grab ourselves the other one. The other one! Pretty sure that's a saying of someone somewhere, and if someone didn't say it somewhere, then I've said it somewhere now, so therefore my somewhere that's been said by someone can remain a quote for someone to reference to, towards somebody someday. Where the hell did that whole tangent come from? I have no idea. As of course Sonic from a Sonic movie would say, aka probably the biggest box office movie of this year so far, purely because it doesn't have much competition besides that of Invisible Man. Really, I know Invisible Man did well at the box office. Okay, how about we bring in Trigger Happy once again before Grim Creeper winds up dead, shall we? Sounds like a plan on my behalf. You stole my copyrighted quote! Wow, that quote was oddly specific. I don't know how I would accidentally stumble into saying a copyrighted quote of yours. Well, I'm so sorry and I apologise. I am gonna give this cake to Chest. Awesome, dude. That sounds like a nice, kind gesture of yours. Anyway, I want to be receiving this experience all because experience is fantastic, especially when it levels you up just like that, all the way to level 50, mind you. Trigger Happy's being an absolute beast this lock. I think basically everyone wants that, so that's a good point there, Troll Radio. You make a good point indeed. No idea whether Chest is even here or not, to be perfectly honest with you guys. May I quote that Marker said, "You get no cake." Dun dun dun. And the plot thickens. Okay, let's be grabbing that ice cream right there. Sweet. And we have some opponents to be dealing with. Sweet. That is because evil people get no treats, be bad, no rewards. Yeah, that's a good point. At the end of the day, if you want to be rewarded, then you've got to do something good in life rather than something bad. Regardless, the quick shot battle class has just came up, so I'm just going to be rearranging a few Stardust right here so you guys get a glorious shot of my armpit. I know, fantastic, right? But as I digress, our quick shot who we're going to be going with right now is, of course, the only quick shot still left alive. New Year's countdown! Yes, Eggs Benedict is kind of mean. You're not lying there in the slightest. Winning? What does it look like I'm doing, Chaos? Boom, and just like that we have knocked off a part. But Chester Greatest is still here, which is fantastic. Glad to have you a part of the stream here, buddy.
No, I actually think I meant to say hate.
Spell my name right, it's not hard for Pete's sake. If we're gonna use the G word, replace the G word with Pete instead, because Pete is far superior to the G in every single way, and it's not offensive in any way either, unless you know someone named Pete who takes offense to that. But unless you're in that one specific scenario, it's far less offensive and far superior to the other saying. Oh boy, watch out for the quick shot, man. I've got to be very, very careful right here. Ouch! Thank heavens for the armor right there. What would you do about it, quite honestly? Ow! Okay, come on, countdown. Or countdown, I should say. We got this. No, we don't got this! Ow! That hurt. Come on, let's clutch this out. Let's make this most amazing clutch ever. Thank heavens for the armor right there. Whew. Okay, I'm not paying much attention to the comments right now because this is getting pretty insane. What? It's getting so insane that right out of a cutscene, that thing reflects back straight into me. I was never gonna evade that, guys. Okay, now Countdown is defeated because of it. That is unfortunate. We're gonna swap out for Dark Snapshot, but no, my knee is Countdown. No. For Pete's sake, spell my name right. Now, that is a catchphrase I can get behind. You gotta make that your new catchphrase. For Pete's sake, get my name right, because that is what I call the catchphrase of the century. Boom! And the bad guy is gone.
I have to say, Skylanders.
Well, we lost a lot of Skylanders that level, to say the least. But we still have plenty of Skylanders going into the last level. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We have 11 characters going into this last level, which is more than the half of the Skylanders I started off with. So, needless to say, I'm quite confident that I should beat this lock, hopefully with at least 10 characters remaining. Which leaves room for one loss, which understandably could happen, but I will avoid it at all costs. And now, just like that, the level has been completed. And we can move on to the final level. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. That would be so much more better if Countdown was still alive, but unfortunately that just wasn't meant to be.
Whoa! I just saw a cake fly out.
You gotta feel sorry for Chaos, the fact that his mother has never actually baked him a birthday cake, and that the Skylanders were the first people to have done such a thing. Yeah, it makes you feel sorry for him never having had cake before and everything. But without further ado, let us finish this lock together. All of you except me quotes for one the only studio, so I will take that since I'm exempt from whatever craziness is happening down there. And as for craziness happening right here, we're going to be saving these zombie people by skipping this cutscene as soon as ASAP and heading into this crazy game show of chaoses. Who is Judas? That's a good question. A good question on my behalf, even.
Undead Skylanders are strong.
Undead. Let's go with Roller Brawl.
I'm all about my speed.
Thanks for the cake, Legendary Marker. I appreciate it. Ouch. Ouch. Let's just pretend that one didn't happen. And swap over to the other Undead Skylander, Grim Creeper, because to be honest, these Undead Skylanders have lasted far longer than I was expecting. I hate everything here, everyone here except me, myself and Ignite. Dude, there's several other people, awesome people in the chat for you to enjoy the company of. Ouch. Random cannibal just killed me, so now both of my undead Skylanders have gone very quickly from both being alive to both being very dead, and we're going to waste no time swapping back to easily my most overpowered Skylander at the moment, Dark Snapshot. Why would I hate chest? I don't hate chest. If it's me you're even asking. Ouch. Ooh, that was a close one. Whew! Finally, we got him. It's about time. Boom! And now we can continue. Life! Let's be going with Shroom Boom this time around. Once again, life is one of our only elements where both components are still, well, alive. Chaos Wars, Clone Wars. I would pay to see that show. Wait, let's leave that pizza for later. That sounds like a much wiser idea on my behalf. I love the fact that we can rotate these things and still fire at the same time. That's very convenient and fast-paced, might I add. You said you hate everyone here except yourself and Aaron. Yes, someone did say that, and I'm hoping that they have regret in saying that, because that's awfully mean. And that, yes, clearly you surely shouldn't hate chess, because chess hasn't done much wrong this stream. Oh no! Undead, we can't swap out for them anymore. Okay, boom, there's that guy all dealt with. No, you haven't done anything wrong, legendary marker. This is all in the name of good fun, although we are taking a little bit too far. So let's settle down a bit with everyone using the word hate a lot, because it seems a little bit excessive at this point, and you've kind of lost your comedic effect. So don't worry, legendary marker, you're all in the good here, mate. We're just having some fun, taken too far, you could say. Yeah, you do, Shroom Boom. Thanks for being such an awesome character here, buddy. I've appreciated playing as you. Sure, it's convenient in a sense that he's stronger here, because, you know, having the life element be stronger here would have been so much more convenient. But yay! On behalf of the legendary marker, mind you. Oh boy, I have things coming in to hit me, and I do not appreciate said things attempting to hit me. But hey, this is what we have for Rain and Knife Attack 4. There we go, just like that. That dude's dunzos. So, we can continue on this control panel and beat this level without further ado. Once again, I smash my head on my keyboard in anger. Well, it's the keyboard, okay? No, not the keyboard. Anything but the keyboard. I can agree with that there statement, legendary marker. I'm curious, what is it about your marker that makes it so legendary anyways? You could say you have piqued my curiosity, which is good for you. What did the keyboard do to Studios? That's a fairly good point right there, Studios. How dare you hit a keyboard that has done absolutely nothing to you? Totally unjustified and uncivilized, and all of the other unwords. Okay, time for it to be swapping out for none other than Deja Vu! Didn't I just play with this character previously? Yes, I did. You're feeling the sense of deja vu right now. Why did I give him a catchphrase no one expects double trouble? Well, because normally you have to deal with double trouble whenever you utilise deja vu, because of course she has the doubling ability via her time manipulation. So it's kind of referencing that, as well as the fact that you can't really expect Double Trouble in this reimagined lock, because he's not really an ideal Skylander to recreate, because he doesn't have feet, or legs for that matter, so being unable to create legs would have made Double Trouble very difficult to recreate Imaginators for sure, because there's no way to make it so that then you don't have any legs whatsoever for your Imaginators, even though Double Trouble's head would have been quite easy to recreate considering it's literally in the game. Cool, that guy's dead, so we're just gonna move on. Why do you regret, Studios? We've had a great time.
Why won't you just accept that I've beaten you? It's really quite easy when you think about it.
I mean, look, I've had a great time for sure. Earth, yet another element that I cannot swap out for. Ouch. And now I'm dead, so let's be swapping around for free range this time around. With Deja Vu, getting out of here. We only just died a few seconds ago with the Undead Skylanders, so we all must be feeling yet again another sense of Deja Vu, and we are nearly at 1,000 comments. Congratulations for the awesome observation skills right there, my friend. Okay, let's just advance right here. Ouch! Okay, we're gonna grab this treasure chest right here, because once again, why the hell not? I'm soon about to say things I would never say. Dun dun dun! How about you leave a comments there to make the narrative of your speaking right here seem a little bit more open, with a cliffhanger ending and everything. I think that would be far more exciting than you actually elaborating further on those things that you would never say any other point. And now we have the honour of swapping back to Dark Snapshot, which I've realised I've barely even utilised Nightfall this stream, so my bad. I should have saved free range for the final battle. Well, it seems like that's exactly what's happening, because now I've swapped over for the Dark Element. Ow! Boom! And the gates are done for. But hey, that's good strategy, Potatoes. I appreciate the suggestion. I think I would get your video taken down if I do. Most likely, Studios, yeah, so let's refrain from smashing the keyboard again.
I have no idea, sir.
That's right! These Sky Photos have absolutely no idea that they've finally been beaten once and for all!
I wouldn't say finally been beaten. I mean, like, we still have a lot of fight left in us. Especially Dark Snapshot and Free Range and Trigger Happy specifically. So let's be heading into this final boss and win this lock without further ado. What an exciting lock this has been. I mean, it's definitely not been as close as my other locks. In fact, normally I do locks with 16 characters, 2 per element for the base 8. This time around, of course, I have the privilege of having 20 because there's 10 elements in this game. But I haven't called it as close as much as I normally do in my locks. Normally, at this point on a Nightmare Mode lock, I've either lost the lock already or have such few characters left. But I've just shut up there before I wind up jinxing myself, so to say. Yes, we can do it! I said we can do it, yeah! Jeez, what is this? I've defeated Super Chaos so quickly that he's already on to the next phase before he'd finished one phase. Because we are no losers, ha ha ha. Wait, we've won! We won and I didn't even notice. And we got 1,000 comments and I didn't even notice. Oh god. Dark Snapshot confirmed as OP. Okay, not only did we completely skip a phase because we was damaging Chaos so quickly, but then we beat him without even noticing we beat him during for threshold of 1,000 comments. Yes, literally, Marker, this is pretty much for best day ever. But yes, that was quick. This Chaos boss fight is a joke. They bring out Super Saiyan Chaos and they make an absolute joke out of it. You think this guy would be powerful? Aha, nope. Super Saiyan Chaos is honestly the weakest, easiest boss of Skylanders history, and if Dark Snapshot right there didn't prove that, then I don't know what would. Oh, poor studios. Sad face. Who got the 1,000th comment? We will never know. I could use this final boss music for a dance-off for my next Christmas party. That sounds like a plan, dude. Maybe I should do the same thing. Maybe I should just steal the plan for your Christmas party. Or better yet, just crash your Christmas party. How does that sound? But yeah, you're right. It did take virtually 5 seconds without a hint of exaggeration. And we're going to swap out the Zulu right here because I want to utilize that experience for someone who could actually level up, mind you. Same with the gold. Yeah, of course, tomorrow's a new day, and hopefully that can be better than today. And considering if today's been a really bad day for you, then there's nowhere it can go from here but up. So that'll make tomorrow even better by comparison. See what I mean? The power of positive thinking. Anyway, we're going to get ourselves launched to the mainland area right here before I end off the stream without further ado. Man, what a graceful landing right there. So, for Skylanders that we had left at the end of this lock is... I'm just going to count them through right now. So, we had Flameslinger. Oh boy. Flameslinger, Dark Snapshot, Gilgrunt, Free Ranger, Trigger Happy, Shroom Boom, Zulu, and Dark Snapshot. 8! We had 8 left, which... What a fantastic look. And this has been an absolutely incredible finale to the Schooled series. I want to thank every last one of you for checking out the stream. It has meant the world to me. And you've truly made this stream exceptional.
I cannot, in good conscience, end off this video without first thanking all of my incredible channel members whose continued support help make these videos possible. Without them, these videos would be near impossible to make, so from the bottom of my heart, I truly appreciate every last one of them. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more, there are plenty of options on screen now to explore, and please consider subscribing to keep up to date with all my content. On that note, this video is coming to an end, so thank you so much as always for watching. Until the next video arises, peace!